Hello and welcome to the MegaCast by Actual Tech Media. Today's topic, ransomware best practices for prevention, mitigation, and recovery. This is going to be an amazing MegaCast event, one of the hottest topics happening right now to any of us in the technology industry, how to prevent ransomware and recover from it if we're hit. It's just a matter of time. On today's MegaCast, you'll hear from our experts at KnowBe4, Zerto, TierPoint, Sophos, Metallic, Rubrik, Synology, Druva, Kasten by Veeam, Nasuni, Gigamon, CrowdStrike, and Illumio. What an incredible lineup of some of the most innovative ransomware prevention, mitigation, and recovery solutions in the industry today. Now, before we get started, there's a few things that you should know about the event. I should mention, my name is David Davis of Actual Tech Media, and I'll be serving as the moderator along with fellow moderator, Mr. Scott Becker. Always on the MegaCast, we have an incredible lineup of prizes. I'll be talking about those here in just a moment. Of course, we want this to be an educational event. We encourage your questions on the MegaCast. As always, we're all former IT professionals ourselves here at Actual Tech Media, and we want to help to solve your challenges. And we're all challenged by ransomware. So we need your questions for our Q&A sessions that we'll be doing with our expert presenters. And we even have best question prizes to help encourage those questions. We'll also have some poll questions for you along the way, and we encourage your participation in those polls. We want this to be a social event. You can tweet directly from your audience console, and the hashtag for today will be automatically appended. That hashtag is ATM MegaCast. Make sure you try out the Twitter icon there in your audience console. And then finally, I want to call your attention to the handouts tab. It's there that you can download special ebooks. We've got special trial links, all sorts of great resources hand-selected by today's presenters. I always say the prize lineup here on the MegaCast is just incredible. We've got a mega lineup of prizes. Today it is 5 Apple iPhone 13 Pros in your choice of color. And if that wasn't enough, we've got an Amazon $500 gift card after each of the presentations on the MegaCast today. Of course, you must be live in attendance to qualify for the prize drawings. The winners will be contacted via email after the event, and we'll be verbally, of course, announcing the prize winners along the way. We also have our best question prizes for an Amazon $50 gift card, one for each of the Q&A sessions on the MegaCast today. That means you have to ask a question to be entered into this prize drawing, and of course, meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions that you can find there in the handouts tab of your audience console. All prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and of course, you always have the option to donate your prizes to selected charities that you see here on the screen. Over the years, we've donated thousands of dollars to charities thanks to generous prize winners, such as yourselves. So if you win a prize, we would love to help you donate it. The hashtag, as I mentioned for today, is ATM MegaCast, and you can tweet directly from your console. Follow Actual Tech Media there as well in your console. It's at Actual Tech Media, and me, David M. Davis, as well. Love to chat with you over on Twitter. You can subscribe to all the Actual Tech Media social channels. They're on YouTube, Facebook, and our 10 on Tech podcast in the iTunes store. We do post recordings of all of our technology events there on our YouTube channel, so make sure that you follow us. And then, of course, LinkedIn, kind of the hottest social media network for technology professionals, in my opinion, when it comes to kind of professional content and what's going on in the industry and business connections. That's where we post so much of our latest content really on LinkedIn. So make sure you check that out from your audience console. Also, in the handouts tab, you'll find a link to gorilla.guide. That's where you can download free educational IT books authored by top industry experts. It's a great way to stay up to date on the latest and greatest in tech. You can read them on your Kindle, your iPad, however you learn. And then finally, before we jump into our keynote discussion here, last topic is our Refer an IT Friend or Coworker program. This is a great way to win an Amazon $300 gift card. Those drawings are held monthly. If you refer your IT friends or coworkers to us, we will send them an invitation to a list of upcoming events If they don't respond, we'll send them one more invitation, and then we won't bother them after that. So we promise not to spam them, and you both could win an Amazon $300 gift card. You can give that a try right there in the handouts tab, or at the end of the MegaCast, you'll be automatically redirected to the Refer a Friend page here at Actual Tech Media. All right, so with the housekeeping out of the way, it's time to jump in here to our keynote content. And I'm excited to bring in fellow moderator, Mr. Scott Becker of Actual Tech Media. Hey, Scott, how's it going?
Hey, David, doing great.
Awesome. Well, this is some very topical content here. We just got the results of our 2022 Impact of Ransomware Survey. We polled Actual Tech Media audience members out there. Over 500 of them responded and gave us their statistics, their opinions, their experiences, all about ransomware. This survey was done over at ransomware.org. This is an Actual Tech Media website where we help to educate IT professionals on ransomware. We post books, we post blog posts, and then we've got a ton of resources on how to recover from ransomware as well. So you can find the full results of the survey over at ransomware.org. There's a link to it there in your handouts tab. And we got a ton of great feedback. I think that you'll be very interested to see the results of the survey here. So the first question that we asked was, has your organization ever experienced a ransomware event? And what did we find out, Scott?
Yeah, so this is obviously one of the biggest questions that people want to know, what's happening with their peers. And basically a third have experienced a ransomware event. So 34% said yes, 52% said no, and 14% weren't sure, which is an interesting result. I guess it could be either a very quick event in their organization they're not sure about, or they're new there, but fairly encouraging results, I think. Just a third being hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I would also be willing to bet there's some percentage of folks out there who really didn't want to admit to being hit with ransomware, right? So yeah, I would bet that it's got to be higher than that. So 34% definitely, though, have experienced a ransomware event in their organization. And then the second question here was, in your opinion, is ransomware a real business threat, or is it overhyped? I mean, we see about it on the evening news just about every night. But what do you think, Scott? Did they say it's overhyped or not?
They said it's real. You look at these numbers, 84% said it was a significant business threat. When it comes to a survey, I don't think you get any more definitive than that.
Absolutely. 84% saying ransomware is real. And then what about an incident response plan? Is the audience prepared, Scott?
It really looks like the audience has been doing a lot of work. 56% say they have a documented and regularly updated plan, which is great. That's where you want to be. Another 29% have a plan. They're admitting that it needs to be updated, which, sometimes that's the kind of honesty that indicates a really strong organization, really good plan. 10% yes, but it's not documented. We just know what we'll do. And then only 4% don't have a plan.
Okay, good feedback there. And then so compared to 2021, the question here was, do you think your company is more or less likely to be a target for ransomware in 2022?
Yeah, so people don't expect the threat to go away. 41% think they're more likely to be a target. 43% think the threat will stay the same. So you add those together, you got 84% who expect it to be as bad as 2021 or worse.
84%, that's amazing. And I mean, that's why we're here on today's MegaCast, because we believe ransomware isn't getting any better, that's for sure. And then, so let's see, a lot of points here on this one. In your opinion, what would be the most effective step in ending the scourge of ransomware? How do we get rid of this, Scott?
Yeah, so obviously we crowdsourced this question, threw it open to, people who, some people in the audience probably took this survey, and the clear winner here is better defenses. 45%, believe better defenses are one of the most effective steps. You've also got 20% looking for more public and private partnerships to end ransomware, which is, an interesting thing. 9% say regulating cryptocurrency, where, we saw clearly the explosion of ransomware happened, in tandem with the emergence of, really big cryptocurrency exchanges. So interesting results. The last one I'll call out here is the 13% who say there's nothing that can be done. Ransomware is here to stay.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is here to stay. I'm afraid. I believe that as well. But I think the 45% who said we need better defenses is definitely the leader here. We all need to defend ourselves, protect ourselves from ransomware, and if we get hit, be able to recover, rapidly so that it doesn't impact our business. And speaking of impacting the business, the question here was, if your organization experienced ransomware, what area of your business do you suspect would be most negatively impacted? And this is kind of all over the board. What do you pull out of this, Scott?
Yeah, this is another one where, like you said, it's there's a lot of colors on here. And this is just a quick reminder that if you go to ransomware.org, you can see the results of the survey there, and it's nice to be able to digest them. But quickly, the two clear leaders here are people who are worried about their reputation and operations taking a big hit. Both of those had 26% responses.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to be one of those companies in the evening news who has experienced a ransomware, attack and is down for, multiple days or weeks and have many unhappy customers. And I'm sure once the reputation and operations are impacted, the cash flow impact and the sales impact is going to fall or be, seen quickly after that. So let's see. Another question here. If your organization experienced a ransomware attack, how long do you think it would be before you could get back to business as normal? What did we find out?
Yeah, this was a great question with really interesting responses. And, this gets back to your comment about not wanting to be in the news. So 29% thought they'd be back up in hours. They're Boy Scout level prepared. 52% expect to be back up in days. They're prepared, but a little more conservative in their estimates. And then there's another, what would that be? 20% who, think they might take weeks, months, or never to get back from a ransomware attack. And that's the side of the graph that you don't want to be on. That's the side that gets into the news when your business is down and, you're kind of belly up and everybody can see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely don't want to be there. And then last question here we asked was, on a scale of 1 to 10, using the slider, how likely is your organization to pay the ransom? So are folks willing to pay the ransom, or are they going to fight?
Yeah, a quick analysis of this one is that everybody's primarily on the left side. That's where you got the higher bars, which means they're not going to pay. People who are very likely to pay, that's the tens on this chart, is very low. People are ready to fight, and that's great news. We all need to fight to end this scourge of ransomware, and people are ready to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hopefully you don't get hit with ransomware, but as we have seen from the survey here, we all believe the threat is very real or increasing. And if you do get hit with ransomware, you want to be able to rapidly recover so you don't have to pay that ransom. And I've seen stories of companies who had data protection solutions. They could recover their data, but it just took so long to get it back. They ended up paying the ransom simply in hopes of getting their data back sooner. So a lot to think about, a lot to learn about. Scott, we've got a great event lined up. Here we go.
All right, I've just brought up a slide that shows where you can go to download your free 313-page ransomware ebook. This book is sold on Amazon as well in hardcover, physical copy for, $30+. So you can download the free ebook, though, over at ransomware.org, and also sign up for the ransomware.org newsletter while you're doing it. So with that, I'm going to go ahead now and bring in our first presenter, the always exciting, always amazing Mr. Roger Grimes, a data-driven defense evangelist at KnowBe4. Roger, it's great to have you on.
I'm always glad to be here.
Excellent. Well, take it away.
Okay, thanks a lot. slides going there. And thanks everybody for showing up for what's wrong with most computer defenses and how to fix them. Again, as David talked about, I'm Roger Grimes. I've been doing computer security 34 years. I've written 13 books and over 1,100, probably close to 1,200 magazine articles. And really, what this whole talk is about in the next 20 minutes, and we'll try to take some questions at the end, is how for you to have a better computer defense, because most companies really don't have the computer defense that they'd like to have. But it's based upon a book, which I kind of consider my magnum opus, that I wrote a couple of years ago called A Data-Driven Computer Defense. I worked for KnowBe4. We're the world's largest security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor, and we try to help people not to be phished and to help the coworkers not to be phished. But I like to start this talk out by using kind of a similar allegory. Imagine you're at home, or you own a home, and that it's broken into all the time, several times a month, month after month after month, and usually the criminals are coming through the windows. Sometimes they come through the door, sometimes they come through something else, but it's almost always the windows. But in response, you decide to try to fix the problem by getting more locks on your door. And if that seems kind of a crazy response, that really kind of describes how most computer security people defend themselves. In light of the evidence of how most things are breaking in most of the time, they end up focusing on the wrong defenses. And imagine, to make the problem worse, everybody in your neighborhood's house is being broken into all the time, and the local community watch program knows about it, law enforcement knows about it. Nationally, there are, homes being broken into all the time, usually through the windows. But even when you go to law enforcement and you ask them, well, how can I better protect themselves? Like, maybe you should put more locks on that door. Maybe you should switch from a wooden door to a steel door. That really is how cybersecurity is today. And I'll show you some examples of that so you don't think I'm just crazy about it. But again, this talk is kind of trying to learn how to to fight the right threats. I mean, it's a really simple thing. If we want to stop hackers and malware, we need to fight the right threats first. We need to put the right defenses in the right place and the right amounts against the right threats. Most defenders, almost all, do not do that. They think they are, but they're not really doing that. Most people and organizations don't fight the biggest threats with their first and best defenses. It's usually a lot more haphazard than that. So I'm going to try to correct that issue today. But what I hope to do in the next 20 minutes is change the way that you think about computer security the rest of your life, and to help you better evaluate and mitigate cybersecurity risk. And one of the biggest problems is that oftentimes what you're told to fear really isn't a big risk. People are trying to tell you fear this, fear that, but it really isn't as big of a deal as they tell you, and so you end up concentrating on the wrong things. And here's a really good example. I think all of us know about today's credit cards have that little RFID symbol on them, RFID, radio frequency identifier, that says that card can now be used wirelessly. The idea is you go to make a transaction, you don't have to put your card chip into the slot. You can just put your card a couple centimeters away from the wireless reader and make your transaction. Most credit cards have that RFID chip enabled now on them. And if you go on the internet and search, they'll tell you about, you got to be worried about all these criminals. Criminals are all around the world that are sniffing or capable of sniffing your credit cards, stealing your information, and then using it in fraudulent transactions. I mean, I guess the idea is they could sit by as you sit on a corner, and as you walk on by in the city or your workplace or a neighborhood or the airport, sniff your credit card information. And indeed, if you go on YouTube and you put in RFID credit card, you're going to see a ton of videos showing people, including, you may see my video there. I do it. It's a great party trick where you can actually read somebody's credit card wirelessly. Maybe not from 10 foot away, but from a couple of centimeters away, and sometimes through wallets and purses, although that's significantly harder to do. But there, because of this risk, has popped up an entire industry worth billions of dollars that sell these credit card shielding products. I think if you've been to a computer security conference, they have those little slips, bags you can put them into that block the wireless signal. Wallets are made of the material. Pocketbooks made of the material. My wife said she was shopping for jeans, and it had an advertisement saying that all the pockets are made of that material. What they don't tell you is that there's not been a single real-world attack against an RFID-enabled credit card that would have been blocked by one of those products. Let me say that again. There is not, in the history of computers over decades of RFID credit cards being around, a single reported instance of a single RFID credit card being compromised that way and being used in real world crime. It could be done, but it's just not done. And, you know, if something's not done at least once, it's probably not a big risk. It certainly doesn't mean that we should have a billion-dollar industry trying to do this. Or if you look at Meltdown Inspector chip flaws, a couple of years ago, these chip flaws, they're really about 5 or 6 different chip flaws that got announced, and they impacted every CPU that came out since the 1999s, or most CPU chips out since the 1999. And they said, hey, you need to patch these right away. These are huge flaws, and they really were, because no matter what your operating system was, no matter what antivirus software you had, Firewall, whatever, if you didn't patch these flaws, they could, if someone used them against your machines, they could compromise them, no matter what your operating system, no matter what your security permissions were, no matter what your event logging was. And they could do it, and you wouldn't even know it had been done. Got to patch, patch, patch. And if you go to any patch management report that finds Meltdown Inspector that isn't patched, it's going to be a critical vulnerability that you have to get patched right away. Except for there has not been a single real-world exploitation of Meltdown Inspector since the day they were announced. So I'll ask, should the patch management report that finds Meltdown Inspector or any of the other highly critical reports actually really be highly critical things you need to patch? Probably not, if they're not even used at least once. As a matter of fact, only 2 to 4% of all announced vulnerabilities are ever used by any criminal against any real-world company ever. Only 2 to 4% of those exploits. But the problem is most people don't know. They don't really understand the threats and the risk as well as they think they do. They don't ask the right questions to figure out what the right risks are. They end up they don't put the right defense in the right place in the right amounts against the right things. They end up spending too many resources on the wrong things and end up with the wrong results. Misalignments and inefficiencies abound. People can't name the number one security problem that they're trying to fight. There's too many projects, too many top priorities, and most of the time, those top projects do not even address the top risk that they face daily. It's very inefficient. So how did he get this way? You know, after all, nobody wants to defend inefficiently. Well, I mean, there's a lot of threats. Like last year, there was 18,103 different threats that we were told that we had to patch against, and that's on top of hundreds of millions of malware programs trying to break into our place, and on top of all the different types of human adversaries like the ransomware attackers and financial thieves and script kiddies and nation states. There really are a lot of threats. Like nearly every cybersecurity guide that we are told that we have to follow tells us to focus on the wrong things. They tell us to focus on everything, and then many times they have us concentrate on things that just aren't nearly as important. Like if I take, for example, Pci Dss, that's the payment card industry data security standard that has to be followed by any company that accepts Visa or MasterCards or credit card information. You have to apply this. And they have like their guide, the Pci Dss guide has 12 main controls that are really underlined by about 200 security controls that if you're a Pci Dss person, you have to follow and implement all 200 controls. Well, the first control they recommend is that you make sure you have a really good, well-maintained firewall. And it has over 35 different controls that you have to satisfy over 8 pages and hundreds of sentences. Well, firewalls haven't really blocked today's attacks in like decades. Firewalls are a good thing, but they don't really stop the client-side attacks that are used to compromise us, 99% of the time. Yet, the thing that could protect you the most, like here's an example here, if we were to tell people, hey, prevent social engineering. Social engineering is the number one reason why most organizations are compromised. It comes up as their 12th out of 12 recommendations and has 3 controls over like 5 sentences. So if you're somebody that has to follow Pci Dss, do you think you're going to be spending more time making sure your firewalls, which are useless, nearly useless, or do you think you're going to spend more time fighting security, social engineering, which is far more likely? And that's the problem, is that not only do we focus on the wrong things, but we are actually teaching each other through our compliance guides to focus on the wrong things, or even warnings from the FBI. Here's an example from a couple of months ago last year, where the FBI was warning us of Hive ransomware. They're like, be careful, Hive ransomware are going to take it over. We're seeing it. And if you look, they actually tell you how the Hive ransomware breaks in. It says it uses multiple mechanisms to compromise business networks, including phishing emails with malicious attachments to gain access. And then it uses RDP to move laterally once on the network. So the only example that they give you of how the Hive ransomware breaks in is email, phishing emails, right? And that's pretty common. But if you look at their 8 recommendations, none of them tell you to focus on fighting social engineering. And let me say, this isn't an outlier. This is almost every guide, every recommendation I see on how to fight hackers and malware. Even though we know social engineering is the #1 way that hackers and malware break into places, our guides, our recommendations, our law enforcement authorities are not telling us to focus on the right things, and so we don't. You know, and part of the problem is there's just a whole lot of threats coming out, and there's a lot of projects and a lot of different narratives being driven by the media and vendors that want you to worry about everything. And it ends up, you know, the real threats end up getting lost in what I call bubbles in a glass of champagne. And even if you know the right risk, we're really bad. Humans are really bad at evaluating risk correctly. Like I live in Tampa, Florida. I have friends come visit me on my boat and would like to take them swimming, and they're always afraid of being attacked by a shark. But I tell them, hey, did you drive here today? They're like, yep. I'm like, your odds of dying in a car are like 1 in 50 to 1 in 100 at most in your lifetime. Far more likely to die falling off a ladder or in your bathtub than being attacked by a shark. But God forbid a shark, even a toothless sand shark or a nurse shark show up, they just like panic, like they go crazy, like it's Jaws, you know. Or even tell them, like, you know, your odds of dying flying to the airport are tens of thousands of times higher driving to the airport than dying in an airplane. But I don't hear anybody on the airplane ever talking about being scared of the drive to the airport. Everybody's always scared about the plane taking off. Or here's a great stat from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation from a couple of years ago. Mosquitoes kill more people in one day than sharks have killed over the last 100 years. But there is no Discovery Mosquito Week, and people are certainly more worried about being eaten by sharks than stung by a mosquito. And that's because we, even when we know the data, don't focus on the right things well all the time. Well, you know, one of the bigger problems is we don't focus on the initial exploit causes. Like, how did the attackers get into your house? Was it the windows, the doors, the attics, the walls, the basement? The same thing with our environments and our devices. We don't focus enough on how things break in. And if you don't focus on how things break in, you're never going to stop things from breaking in. Well, here's the 9 or 10 ways that any hacker or malware can break into your environment. It's one of these 9 or 10 things. It's always been that. But what they don't tell you is that 2 or 3 of those things mean more than all the rest. But the problem is that IT defenders don't know that. They don't know that there's just 2 things or 3 things that have far more risk than all the rest. And because of that, they see all risk as more equal than they are, or they focus on the wrong risk and that sort of stuff. And by doing that, anytime you spend more time focusing on a less risky risk, you're being inefficient and you're increasing the odds that hackers and malware will make it into your environment. So this is how most defenders see threats, because there's all these threats, right? 18,103 things coming through that you have to patch, and there's all these different types of hackers, and there's hundreds of millions of malware programs, and oh my God, I got to worry about this, got to worry about that. And they get lost, and they're like, they're trying to do it all. I've got to apply all 200 controls, or I'm not going to be doing an efficient job at, you know, protecting my environment. This is the most common way that people defend their environment, is that they're just trying to do it all, and they don't necessarily focus on what bubbles are really the biggest bubbles. Because in real life, 2 of those bubbles are far more likely to cause problems than all the others put together. So what's the solution? Well, I say use a data-driven computer defense. Really, that's just a way of saying make sure you focus on the things that are most likely to break into you first and best. Look at and figure out what are the most common ways that hackers and malware can break into your environment, and focus on those first and best. I've been talking about this for 20 years. I've been writing about it in InfoWorld magazine and CSO magazine. I wrote a white paper for Microsoft 7 years ago, and I wrote a book a couple of years ago on it, Data-Driven Defense. And it really comes down to, if you don't want to read my white papers, my books, my articles, this is it right here. It literally doesn't take that much. It takes 3 shapes in a flow chart to tell you what it really means. And what it says is, you need to first identify what is the most likely way that people could break into you, the initial exploitation method. Is it the window or the door? Then rank those initial exploitation methods, and then implement ranked mitigations against those top threats, and then constantly reassess it. Literally, that's it. That's what most people do not do. Most people are looking at all of the threats like bubbles in a glass of champagne, and that is not the case. But here, again, there's 10 ways that hackers and malware can break into your environment. Figure out what are the top ways they could break into your environment, risk rank them according to the likelihood of them being successful in your environment, and then fight those things first. This really is a very simple thing. And I think most people, once they hear it, they're like, that makes perfect sense. But almost no company is doing this. And I'm making it my life's objective to communicate this to more and more people. But the idea is, don't focus on what something did so much, like ransomware. Oh, ransomware, is our problem. It used to be past the hash attacks, and before that it was Trojans and remote backdoor Trojans. Before that it was computer viruses and macro viruses. Here's the deal. Those are not your problem. They are a symptom of your real problem. They are an outcome of your real problem. Ransomware is not your problem. It's how the ransomware got in. Was it a door or a window? Because if you're not concentrating on how things break in, that's like concentrating on the health of your brakes after someone's stolen your car. I mean, ransomware could go away today. Suppose I could snap my hands and boom, no more ransomware ever existed. But if you still left the hole that allowed them to get in, then it's just going to be something else. It's going to be some other type of hacker. So you need to better concentrate on how things are breaking in first and best, figure out what the risks are, and then concentrate on those first and best. So in a data-driven defense approach world, you would figure out the different root causes of how things could break into your environment, rank them, and focus on the biggest things first, because the reality of computer security is that these two things, I went too quick there, oops, hold on. These two things are responsible, social engineering and unpatched software are responsible for the vast majority of malicious compromises in computers and devices and networks, and have been since the beginning of computers. It hasn't changed. This has been the case since the beginning of computers. Social engineering is responsible for somewhere around 70 to 90% of all malicious attacks in a given year usually. Unpatched software is involved in about 20 to 40%. And then everything else you can think of accounts for maybe 10% of the risk, meaning that if you don't fight social engineering and unpatched software well, you're really not going to stop the threats. So let me say the average company, so social engineering and unpatched software are responsible for around 90 to 99% of threats, yet the average organization only spends less than 3% of their IT budget to fight those. And it is that fundamental misalignment that causes most of the problems. And if you want to see the study and the data to back this up, that let's say, for example, social engineering is the biggest problem, you can look at a meta study done by my colleague, Javed Malik. He looked at 100 randomly chosen cybersecurity reports that actually pointed out the causes, the root causes of how people got compromised. And in it, every report said social engineering was the #1 root cause. I even looked at, I could only find 6 ransomware reports that listed the root cause, and they didn't say that the root cause of ransomware, that social engineering was 70 to 90%, but it did say it was the #1 cause in at least 50%, and unpatched software was a very strong #2. And then they had other things like RDP, remote desktop protocol, and password guessing and credential theft. Well, guess how those things happened? They happened through social engineering or USB key. What's the USB key threat? Well, that's where an attacker mails your company a USB key, and an employee in your company plugs that in and compromises the company unknowingly. What's that called? Social engineering. So all the data we have shows that social engineering is by far the #1 threat, and if companies would do better to focus on it. So what's your best defenses? Listen to me, no one else is going to tell you this. I'm telling you this. If you want to fight hackers and malware the best, focus on mitigating social engineering the best you can. Patch your internet accessible software. Use multi-factor authentication where you can, and non-guessable passwords where you can't. And that's because a big part of social engineering is trying to get people's passwords. So if you're using multi-factor authentication instead of passwords, then you're going to be more successful in fighting them. And also, so use MFA where you can. Where you can't, use passwords. Non-guessable passwords are different for every website in service. So that said, we're going to take some questions. I know we're running out of time. If I don't get to your question, feel free to email me at rogerg@noble4.com. And you can also follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter. But Dave, with that said, we got time for a question or two or three?
Yes, sir. We got a ton of questions rolling in for you. We're not going to have time for all of them, but let's see what we can do here. And while we ask those questions and get some answers, I just brought up a poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about KnowBe4? So lots of good questions coming in. You know, the one that, you know, bubbles to the top here, they want to know, should we pay the ransom? What's your advice?
You know, it's up to you. It's a business decision. You also have to make sure it's legal. I would say, you know, most companies, a lot more companies are paying the ransom than aren't because it's just a business decision. And you're probably most of the time going to get back up faster by paying the ransom. And more importantly, you will not be attacked by the same ransomware company twice if you pay the ransom. And that's not the case if you don't pay the ransom. But really, it takes a lot more inputs into that, including making sure in the United States that it's legal to do so. I cover it in my articles and my books. I have a ransomware book where I cover it quite well. But what I would say is that it's really up to you, your company, and a business decision, although more people pay the ransom than don't. If everybody didn't, ransomware would go away, but that's not the case today. So whether or not you individually decide to or not pay the ransom doesn't really impact whether they ask for the ransom. And most people that pay the ransom end up recovering quicker and faster with less risk.
Got it. Okay. And then there's a couple questions here. Folks want to know basically what should I do to justify, you know, security awareness education? Any tips for that? Recommendations?
Yeah, I mean, communicate to senior management and everyone that social engineering is involved in 70 to 90% of all malicious compromises since the beginning of computers. And it is that one fact alone that when people don't concentrate enough on it, plus patching your software, that allows hackers and malware to be so successful. Most people don't realize how, like they know social engineering is involved in hacking, but they don't realize that it's involved in 70 to 90% of successful hacking, along with unpatched software is involved in about 20 to 40% of malicious compromises. And that those two things alone, if done better, if you were to better mitigate social engineering and unpatched software, you'd be getting rid of 90 to 99% of your risk for being attacked. And not doing that well means you're far likely to be successfully attacked. That's what I would communicate.
That's incredible. Incredible stats there. Another question here, you know, you talk about using data, and they're asking, how do I go about getting that data that you talk about?
Our white papers and stuff, you can email me. I can send you my white papers. I talked about 2 white papers, or at least 1 white paper here from Javed Malik. I've got lots of that information. You can email me. You can download our white papers and our case studies, but we've got the data to back up the claim.
Excellent. And then let's see, another question. How much does it help for everyone in the organization to understand what will make our organization more secure versus just the IT department knowing and trying to implement things kind of on their own?
You know, it's getting everybody to row in the same direction, right? If people, the average organization, most people don't have a clue as to what is the reason why they're being so likely to be compromised. But I think if you go up to them and go, hey, social engineering's, you know, 70 to 90% of it is the vast majority. Once you tell them the importance and communicate to them the importance and go, oh, by the way, this is why we're going to train you every month and send you simulated phishing emails every month or every week, I think people buy into it. Once they understand how much it's responsible for compromising their devices personally and professionally, I think they're more likely to get on board with it. You know, but if you're just like, hey, we're going to make you take training every month, you know, they might hate you. But if you tell them the reason why you have to give them the training, people are more likely to buy. It's like teaching your kid. When your kid's young, you teach them to cross the street, you hold their hand, you stop them every time they come to the street, you say, look right and left. And one day with enough training, that kid looks right and left without even thinking about it. That's the same thing we're trying to do, is change the culture so people are a little bit more skeptical of weird emails and phishing scams that they get, to protect themselves, their family, their friends, their sons, daughters, grandmothers, and their company.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I'm afraid we're all out of time here for live Q&A. There are 40 plus questions there for you still in the queue electronically. I'm going to bring back up this slide here with your contact information. Roger, it's been so great having you on. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks to everybody for putting up with my fast talking.
Always a pleasure to have Roger on the events. I always learn a lot. We use KnowBe4 here at Actual Tech Media as well, and I personally enjoy the training very much each month and have learned a lot from it. So I encourage you to check it out. Roger has graciously provided his email address there on the screen. If you want to email him directly, if you have a question that we didn't have time for, we will be routing the 50 now plus questions in the queue over to the KnowBe4 team, and they'll do their best to get back to you. Thank you so much for all the excellent questions. It's now time for our first prize announcement on today's MegaCast. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Matt Wong from Michigan. Congratulations, Matt Wong from Michigan.
And now it's my pleasure to introduce you to our next presenters. Welcome, Scott Good, Director for Product Management at TierPoint, and Andy Fernandez, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Zerto. Scott and Andy, it's great to have you on. I'll first hand it off to you, Andy. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's Actual Tech Media webinar. The focus of today is on ransomware recovery. This is a joint webinar from Zerto, a Hewlett-Packard Enterprise company, and TierPoint. My name is Andy Fernandez. I'm Senior Product Marketing Manager here at Zerto, and I'm joined by Scott Good, who's the Director of Product Management. He's focused on recovery services. So what we're going to do today is kind of focus this conversation around if you're utilizing disaster recovery as a service and you're looking at it from a ransomware recovery perspective, it's analyzing what are the right tools, what is the right technology that I need, and then what are the services that I need with that to really give me that cyber resilience strategy that I've been looking for. So let's get started. So if we look at some of the data that's been recently revealed over the last couple of months, we realized that last year there was pretty much a frequency of attacks every 11 seconds. We see that within the decade, that'll be every 2 seconds. Similar last year, the cost of ransomware totally was $20 billion, and the total cost will within a decade 10x to $265 billion. So what we know is that this is a board level discussion now. 5 years ago, it was a IT pro discussion, a CISO discussion. This is not something that rose to the C-level or the board. But now it has, because we've seen the consequences evolve into something much more severe, and it's an actual disaster scenario. If you think about it, the actual consequences of ransomware, even the financial ones, are not the cost of the ransom or the decryption key. We look at the average cost of ransomware recovery right now, somewhere around $1.85 million per company. If you're a small organization, that number is probably a lot smaller, but if you're a Fortune 10, it's probably millions and millions of dollars. But here comes the real consequences, right? That initial cost is just the tip of the iceberg. The average disruption period of an attack is 21 days. That's 21 days where critical applications are not running, critical applications that are revenue conducive. If you're a hospital, financial institution, e-commerce, logistics, airlines, these are critical industries that a disruption period of even a few hours is of large consequence. So because of that 21-day average disruption period, you also see that 66% of victims actually suffered pretty significant revenue loss, and a quarter of them suffered a period of business closure. So based on the data we have and the analysis, we know that ransomware is only growing in frequency and it's only growing in severity. So when you think about it as an organization, whether you are a CIO, whether you're the business owner or the IT manager, you have to operate under the assumption that it's not a matter of if a ransomware happens, but when a ransomware attack happens. So you have to think to yourself, right? I know that today we can really dive in to the types of ransomware attacks, how they get into an organization, how they are able to encrypt the data. We can spend hours doing so. But for brevity's sake, we're going to go into two core areas here. First, we're going to talk about the technology that allows you to recover from a ransomware attack. That's Zerto. We're going to go into the Zerto differentiators. But then we're going to look into, okay, here is the solution itself, but who's going to help me run this? Who is going to help me perfect this and really build a resilient program? And that's where we get into TierPoint and their ability to use Zerto and elevate it to for end users who are looking to not only just get disaster recovery as a service, but truly be able to resume operations after an attack. So when you're thinking through selecting a disaster recovery solution or backup solution as well, you have to think through what are the things that you're looking for. If you go online right now, it'll be very, very difficult to understand what each company does differently. Everyone is claiming that they provide immutable backups, immutable storage, that they provide instant recovery, that they have levels of automation involved as well, detection. But when you pierce through that, it's very easy to see the core differences between first disaster recovery and backup, but Zerto and legacy data protection. So based on the research the last couple of months, we've come to the conclusion that there are 3 core differentiators for Zerto. These are core differentiators that we can prove. We can prove this in a lab environment. We can prove this in a demo. We can prove this with our case studies. There are 3 core things that we do better than anybody else. The number one is to be able to resume operations at scale in minutes. Second one is to be able to recover to a state seconds before an attack. And the third is to be able to de-risk your recovery with instant, non-disruptive testing. Let's dive a little bit deeper into these. So the first one addresses the most critical pain point within a ransomware attack. That's downtime. What is the disruption period between the moment this encryption and this attack detonates and the user is alerted and the amount of time that it takes for them to get their applications back up and running? And we saw that the average is about 21 days. The average cost of downtime is around $250,000 an hour for an enterprise. So we realize how important it is to be able to shorten that downtime window. What Zerto does better than anybody else, it allows you to execute very high level, very high volume, high scale operations, like failing over an entire data center or entire applications consistently just within a couple of clicks. That's a huge differentiator, because if you think about some of the core reasons why organizations take so long recovering virtualized applications, it's because of the nature of the application itself. If you're using a backup solution, you're performing an incremental backup job overnight, and your applications consist of multiple VMs, dozens of VMs. And in order for you to recover them consistently and actually get up and running and remediate, you're going to have to solve this jigsaw puzzle, finding the common denominator checkpoint. So what Zerto does, instead of replicating or snapshotting at a VM level, we're able to do it at the application level. So the moment that you're replicating your applications, you can recover them. And this can be done in a couple clicks. And at the core of this too is Zerto's built on a scale out architecture. So your ability to be able to protect 10 VMs, 100 VMs, 1,000 VMs doesn't change it. There's no disparity in performance there. It'll work anywhere and it will scale accordingly. One of our core examples of the Zerto difference when it comes to ransomware is Tenkati Fabrics. Tenkati Fabrics has suffered 2 ransomware attacks, one before Zerto, one after Zerto. Same type of CryptoLocker attack. Before Zerto, they had to spend 2 weeks rebuilding file directories to get their applications back up and running. That's 2 weeks of severe disruption to revenue, severe disruption to services, and disruption to internal employee tools. They suffered the same exact attack afterwards, and within Zerto, they were able to recover entire applications within 10 minutes. Think of the revenue difference. Think of the time, resource, and labor associated with spending weeks rebuilding file directories, and how Zerto is able to solve that within 10 minutes. The second critical pain point that we look to solve for is data loss itself. And the reason I bring in legacy DR and backup into this is just to show the difference and the technologies. When you're using backup, you are essentially copying data overnight and moving it somewhere. You're copying data once because of its disruptive capabilities, and you're able to almost stun production. So what this means is when you're only using backup and not a disaster recovery solution to recover from ransomware, you're accepting inherent data loss. If something happens at 6 p.m., it doesn't matter if it's ransomware or just another traditional DR scenario. If something happens at 6 p.m., you have to resort to your previous backup copy. That could be 6 hours ago, that could be 12 hours ago, that could be an entire day ago. So you have to accept already inherent data loss. With Zerto, a core difference here is we do not use VM snapshots or backup copies. We use non-disruptive, always-on replication. This is near synchronous block level replication happening at the hypervisor level. This replication is happening every 5 seconds to a secondary site on premises, whether that's a Hyper-V or vSphere environment, or it's happening to the public cloud. And specific to today's discussion, this is also happening to a managed service provider like TierPoint. And what this does is it's not just about the replication itself, but it's a dynamic journaling technology. Your ability to select a checkpoint 5 seconds before, and within a couple of clicks, be able to recover or fail over an entire environment. And to do that from an application-centric perspective is a key differentiator. So Zerto's giving you the ability to turn hours or a day of data loss at minimum into just a couple of seconds. To bring back that example of Tenkati Fabrics, right? We talked about how they were able to go from 2 weeks of recovering, getting their applications back up and running to 10 minutes. Well, what about the data loss perspective? In the first attack, using legacy backup, they suffered a 10-hour data loss. That's just because of the time of the attack. They had to recover to the previous backup. And that's what happened. But after Zerto, once they identified the checkpoint, they just rolled back 10 seconds before. They selected on the journal, they picked 10 seconds before, and they were able to simply get back up and running without any issues. So it's really the combination of not only are you minimizing downtime, getting your applications back up and running, but you're also minimizing data loss as well, right? So it's an RPO and an RTO conversation. But a big area that most organizations don't pay too much attention to at the beginning is really understanding the difference in DR solutions and their ability to help you test correctly. So we've seen how Zerto is able to reduce disruptions, right? Disruptions that are very costly and unplanned downtime, with being able to recover to at scale within minutes. That's a crucial capability. And the other one is being able to eliminate data loss, right? From days and hours of backup inherent data loss to being able to fulfill RPOs, recovery point objectives of just 5 seconds, right? That's a massive difference in both how long is it going to take me to recover and how much data am I able to get back. Now, a really critical piece here is also testing. And testing has two elements really within the scope of ransomware. The first one is, how can I ensure that if something happens, I know that my solution is working? Most organizations are maybe testing once a year, not really testing everything they can, maybe a couple of VMs. But organizations that are resilient are supposed to be testing at a much higher frequency. But it's difficult with the solutions they have because legacy backup, legacy data protection solutions come with a lot of challenges because of their disruptive nature, because of how they have to execute on these tests. You can't do it during business hours, and it's a lengthy process. So not only can you not do it during business hours, but you also have a ton of people who are dedicated to doing this. It's a very high administrative overhead. What Zerto does differently is that it gives you the ability to test an isolated sandbox that's still mimicking your production environment. What this means is you can test on a Tuesday at 3 p.m. It doesn't matter when you do it. You're able to get a full failover and recovery test, but you're doing it without disruption. And more importantly, you're doing it in only a couple of clicks. We know and we've seen organizations publicly show how they were able to reduce their amount of resources that they had allocated for testing. One key example is HCA Healthcare. This is a public reference for Zerto. They went from 23 testing resources to down just to 6. But here's another big piece is, what happens if I get attacked? How do I test this data to ensure that I can roll it back to production safely? A lot of organizations don't really have an easy solution to do that, one that's timely as well with SLA in mind. Zerto is able to help you be able to test in that same sandbox that you perform your failover testing, but from a forensics perspective. Understand, can I test the integrity of this data? Will I propagate malware if I roll this checkpoint back to production? Zerto allows you to do that quickly. It allows you to do it instantly and without disruption. So these three capabilities that we see from Zerto, these are the technologies and the differentiators that you should be looking for, especially within the context of ransomware. But as we know, today's a conversation about disaster recovery as a service, specifically managed disaster recovery as a service. So especially for organizations that are looking to improve their resilience, improve their expertise, it makes a ton of sense to go with a service provider, especially a service provider that can give you not only exceptional use of these technologies, but added on services as well. So with that, I'm going to actually transition over to TierPoint. And TierPoint's going to show how they have an award-winning solution, how they're able to deliver so much value, and how it's powered by Zerto. So with that, I'm going to transition over. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Andy. I'd like to first take a few minutes to give you some background on TierPoint and our relationship with Zerto. We've been working with Zerto for over a decade. We are one of their top 5 partners worldwide, and we're honored to be named their 2021 MSP of the Year at ZertoCon. We have a deep bench of DR expertise at TierPoint, with engineers dedicated to recovery services that have been living and breathing DR and Zerto technologies for years. And we support over 1,000 customers with recovery services. And I believe at last count, we had over 10,000 VMs protected with our DRAS solutions. So who is TierPoint? TierPoint is a leading data center and managed services provider. It's our goal to enable hybrid IT solutions and guide our clients on their path to IT transformation. We have a unique combination of clients, facilities, solutions, and services, and we have a large customer base with thousands of clients in a variety of sizes and industries, from small businesses to mid-market to Fortune 500, and in industries like healthcare, technology, and financial services. We really support a broad spectrum of sizes and types of organizations. We have one of the largest and most geographically diversified footprints in the nation, with 40 enterprise data centers in 20 markets coast to coast, all interconnected by a low latency, highly secure national network. This network of data centers is particularly relevant to our disaster recovery business. We can deploy a private cloud in any of the 40 data centers and have 8 multi-tenant cloud pods across the US. As a result, we have the ability to offer the geographic diversity our clients are seeking. For example, your business is located in Dallas with production workloads in our Dallas data center. You can set up your recovery target at any of our other facilities, maybe Nashville or Chicago. You get the diversity you want as part of your DR strategy, and it's all within our network of data centers. These are some of the questions we ask our clients and work with them to answer. How would you answer these questions? From the bad actor's perspective, the name of the game is disruption. We can talk about ransomware groups and new legislation, China and Russia and all the tech stuff. But as an organization, it ultimately all boils down to risk. There are several fundamental questions you need to consider. As an organization, we here at TierPoint also think about these things and believe in a holistic approach to ransomware protection. For any business, including our own, a holistic approach to ransomware protection is required. No single solution can completely protect an organization from ransomware attacks. That means employing a multi-pronged approach to protect and recover. This defense-in-depth approach to cybersecurity layers a series of defensive mechanisms to protect valuable data and information. TierPoint delivers a full range of security and compliance, DR, network, connectivity, co-location, cloud, managed and consulting services delivered and managed by a seasoned team of professionals employing cutting-edge technology and expertise. For threat identification and response, TierPoint delivers a unified security incident detection and response platform that brings together visibility and correlation with security analysts and engineers providing security operations center services. For threat protection, TierPoint continuously safeguards your servers against viruses, spam, and malware with antivirus services and high-performance next-generation firewalls. On threat detection, TierPoint delivers managed services for IPsec, SSL, IDS, IPS, web content filtering, and deep packet inspection. For threat recovery, TierPoint's deep portfolio of backup as a service and disaster recovery as a service solutions, including in partnership with Zerto, provide for rapid recovery using air-gapped, clean data from TierPoint's recovery data center. And lastly, for security policy and continuity governance, TierPoint provides a portfolio of consulting services, including business continuity planning. TierPoint's cloud-to-cloud recovery solution with Zerto fits a mix of recovery time objective, recovery point objective, production environment, and recovery environment requirements. Your organization can test your DR solution and quickly recover from a ransomware event into TierPoint's enterprise-class recovery environments. Businesses depend on data, applications, and infrastructure, so data backup alone is often not enough. Preventative security measures are not infallible, and that's why the recovery component is the last best line of defense. Many organizations have multiple RTOs and RPOs that reflect the importance of each workload to their business. backup and disaster recovery operations can be effective, whether restoring files locally or recovering applications from a warm DR site to help your organization get back to business. Modern ransomware attacks may require modern data management and recovery solutions that protect data across multiple platforms, including on-premises, cloud, tiered storage, and SaaS applications. There are a variety of different recovery solutions available to organizations, from backups to disaster recovery as a service, and at TierPoint, we have a full spectrum of capabilities around data protection and business continuity. Two features or characteristics that are not new, but are coming up in conversations around modern threats like ransomware are immutability and air gaps. Immutability refers to the ability of a system to prevent changes or deletions of an object after it's created. Immutable data architecture changes your posture against ransomware and malware because it's fundamentally resistant to attack. Air gapping is placing a copy of data on infrastructure that is physically isolated or disparate from the primary IT systems and associated data with its own security controls that add an additional layer of security. TierPoint can help you fulfill these features and capabilities with our recovery services product portfolio. What else can TierPoint do to help? In addition to our talented solutions engineers, we offer a variety of professional services that can help provide critical insights and guidance as it relates to your cyber resiliency strategy. Resiliency planning and security assessments are necessary steps to plan for and manage risk to critical IT environments. As an experienced DRAS provider with expert partners for business continuity planning, we meet customers where they are on their path to business continuity and disaster recovery. IT security assessments provide critical insight by examining the state of the current IT security protocols and identify areas for improvement. Our security consultants will measure existing security controls against best practices, review tools and architectures, and identify a roadmap to fill the gaps. TierPoint is also your partner in business continuity to develop or update business continuity plans to ensure they cover risks to growing business and IT environments and best practices and business continuity strategies to ensure your organization is compliant with regulations and standards. At the end of the day, it's really about finding a partner and a solution that allows you to get operational, get back up and running as soon as possible post-event. Zerto and TierPoint are able to help you accomplish this. To wrap things up here, I'm going to leave you with two pieces of content: Avoiding Ransomware Attacks, Tips to Prevent, Detect, and Recover, a white paper by TierPoint, as well as Enterprises Seek Disaster Recovery Services in 2021 for Data Resilience Post-COVID-19, a technology spotlight paper from IDC. We'll include these pieces in the links in the chat. With that, I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone in attendance. We will answer all your questions in the chat, and I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their day.
Great presentation. Thank you so much, Andy and Scott. Really timely stuff there, what you all are doing working together between TierPoint and Zerto. I've just brought up the poll question that we have after each one of our presentations on the MegaCast, and that is just simply, what additional information would you like about the Zerto and TierPoint solution? We want to get your feedback on this. So would you like perhaps a data sheet, white paper, case study, pricing details on exactly how this would work, personal demo? Maybe you'd like to see this for yourself or try it out, or maybe you're already a customer. So again, we want to get your feedback on this, and I'll leave that poll up while I announce our first grand prize winner. Let's see here. We have our first our first Apple iPhone 13 Pro in your choice of color. This is going out to Scott Thatcher from Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Scott Thatcher from Pennsylvania. And then our next Amazon $500 gift card. This is going to Bo Mund from North Dakota. Congratulations. Bo Mund from North Dakota and Scott Thatcher from Pennsylvania. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded here to the poll question on the screen. And thank you to everyone who asked questions electronically. The experts from TierPoint and Zerto are responding to those as quickly as they can. I'm afraid we don't have time for live Q&A with Scott and Andy, but I do have one more poll question for you. Let me bring that up now. The second poll question here is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? Of course, specifically today, we're talking about ransomware prevention, mitigation, and recovery. Is it within the next 6 months, meaning you're going to take some sort of immediate action in the next 6 to 12 months? Or in the next 12 to 24 months, or perhaps you're not sure. There's a few questions out here asking about the ransomware book that we talked about earlier in the keynote section of today's MegaCast. That free ebook, it's a 313-page ebook written by ransomware expert Alan Liska, is available for download over at ransomware.org. And you can find a link to that there in the handouts tab as well. So just kind of scroll down towards the bottom. It says ransomware.org 2020 Ransomware Survey. That'll really just take you to the homepage of ransomware.org, and it's there that you'll find the survey results. You'll also find the link or the form just to fill in just your name and email address to get the ransomware book, and also sign up for the ransomware.org newsletter digest to stay up to date on ransomware prevention, mitigation, and recovery solutions. All right, thank you to everyone who responded there to the time frame poll question. With that, we can now move on to our next presentation on today's MegaCast. I'm excited now to bring in Andrew Mundell, Principal Sales Engineer at Sophos. Andrew, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm one of the engineers here at Sophos, and today I'm going to be talking about some of the developments that we're expecting to see through 2022 in ransomware. And we'll make sure to give some good tips for the threat hunters and the defenders out there to how to spot some of this malicious activity before it goes so far as to cause a full outbreak. But let's start with a little bit of context first, and this is an extract from our Sophos 2022 threat report, where our incident response team gave us some statistics based on their engagements in helping organizations which had experienced problems with ransomware. Now, what I think is really interesting about this is that the vast majority of these attacks could be attributed to the ransomware as a service organizations. And you can see a few of these names on the screen, Ryuk and Conti, as well as Revil. What's interesting about that is these are platforms that enable potentially a less skilled attacker, or maybe someone who's got a really good zero-day but doesn't have or want the infrastructure to start their own ransomware syndicate. It gives them all of the tools to actually encrypt the files and deal with the payment. Often with technical support built in, you can ask your ransomware as a service vendor for help in getting perhaps an exploit to work, or getting the deployment to work, or maybe even in getting paid back in Bitcoin. But we've definitely seen a big success in ransomware attacks over the past couple of years. And I think it's worth diving in a little bit more into some of the reasons behind that. So unfortunately, attackers are really, really good at finding unprotected or even just under-protected systems across target environments. I often make the comment that it's often easier for an attacker to seemingly find those systems than it is for the IT teams to find them and ensure that the appropriate protection technology has been installed on them. Attackers are also really good at finding areas where the threat protection or the EDR might not be fully in force. And that's typically by use of scanning exclusions. I fear that we're not going to get away from scanning exclusions anytime soon. Too many vendors out there will request or even require that there be exclusions created for their software, particularly when that software is related to hardware tasks. And then third, we've seen a behavioral shift in what the attackers have traditionally done into this concept now of evading EDR. Now that sounds really scary, but what it means is attackers have started leveraging more and more legitimate applications, those kind of apps that can't be blocked preventatively by threat protection platforms. Now, fortunately, we have a really good window into this. Through 2021, an affiliate of the Conti Ransomware as a Service gang actually published an archive that included some of the playbooks that they had access to through that Conti product. And I've got another graphic here, thanks to Sophos Labs, that call out where we're seeing some of those TTPs and tools from the MITRE ATT&CK framework. And if you look closely, you'll see there are many legitimate applications among this list. rclone for data exfiltration, PSExec, AnyDesk for lateral movement, as well as just PowerShell and GPEdit for the initial stages of the attack. That makes it quite hard for proactive threat protection in products to stop all of those things without causing a significant business impact. Now, there are some things that defenders can do today that are probably built into the products that you're using. The first thing is how do we address these gaps in coverage? We're definitely seeing more of a shift to making sure that systems which are trying to access business applications, typically remotely through VPN or ZTNA, are being checked for the health state or perhaps even the existence of that threat protection capability or XDR capability on the endpoint. That's a really good way of protecting what are a lot of remote systems today. However, we think it's really important to also consider whether you can use that type of control for regular east-west traffic. If you can put some controls and some limits around different segments of your network, that plays a really good role in stopping not only a potential attack, but also some of those early stages of lateral movement. For scanning exclusions, two key points here. One is talk with those vendors where you've had vendor-required exclusions and really understand what their concerns are. Is it performance? Is it files being locked? What exactly is their concern? And make sure that when you're creating those exclusions, that you're doing them in the most efficient way possible. And I'll split efficient there into kind of two different areas. The first is efficient, that it touches the minimum surface possible. Just getting in there and excluding the things that you need for that application on the individual systems which require it. But also that you're using the exclusion types. There's typically many different types of exclusions: files, folders, processes, exploits, websites. Lots of different types of exclusions which offer different types of mitigation. Making sure that you've got those configured correctly will not only make sure that those applications work well and continue to be supported by their vendors, but it also means you have as narrow a threat surface as possible. The other part of exclusions is to regularly review them and make sure that you're not still excluding things for old previous versions of applications. Every exclusion is a possible gap for an attacker to take advantage of. So often if you're excluding applications, thinking about other mitigations that you can apply to those systems as a way to proactively prevent that possible threat actor taking hold is worth thinking through as well. And then for the evasion of EDR piece, you want to first make sure that Tamper Protection, make sure that something like that is enabled across your systems. Make sure that you are not able to, or an attacker, pardon me, is not able to make changes to any of the configuration locally. It's important whenever you're doing that kind of thing in a normal day-to-day process. We've all had to disable Tamper Protection temporarily for an end user. Make sure that the technical teams and the end users fully understand what that process should look like and how the most efficient way that you can do that is to reduce that risk of potentially opening up configuration changes. The other thing you can do is use something like application control or application blacklisting to reduce the exposure of those shrink wrap applications where possible. If you don't feel that there's a need to use any desk across your environment, you can go ahead and proactively block that. Same for rclone. PowerShell might be more difficult, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the other techniques that we can use for those applications that either must have exclusions or perhaps that cannot be proactively blocked by something like application control. And the way we do that, the way we address those remaining risks is by doing a few different threat hunting activities. But let's take a little step back and talk about the three main types of threat hunt. The first is where we're leveraging third-party intel. Those typically arrive in the form of IOCs, indicators of compromise. And they're usually the hashes of files, IP addresses, domains, URLs. Now, those are not the highest value things that we can be spending time searching through our XDR platforms for. In fact, we definitely recommend that the initial triage for these third-party threat intel indicators of compromise and pieces of intelligence should be automated. And the way that we want to start that automation is starting with protection. So taking in that data, whether it's coming in as a stream through StixTaxi, whether it's coming in as RSS feeds of these IOCs, or we're just consuming things from newsletters from the FBI or CISA, the first step is to understand for these items, does my threat protection product have proactive protection? So step one, use those vendors' APIs to look up the proactive protection. If so, I know that I'm covered and I can move on to look at detection data. If not, I might want to add those IOCs to my block list inside of that product. Next up though, what we can do is look for that detection. We can look and see, do I have an exposure to this IOC anywhere across my environment? And we think it's worth taking that automation one step further, not just alerting an analyst if there is a hit on a particular IOC, let's say the hash of a file, but instead capturing the first level of triage that an analyst would typically do. And in our example here of perhaps it's the hash of an application, what we might want to do is look at the process tree for that application. Where did it come from? What launched it on the system? Does it have any child processes? Perhaps even look up some metadata about the file itself. Which other process wrote it? And maybe a process tree for that. We want to take those first few steps of triage automatically with these third-party threat intel feeds, because ultimately we're saving the time of the human analysts, and that's really where the most limitation is in terms of access to time. Next up is observed activities. These are great. I like these much more than the third-party threat intel. And that's because this is typically events that are generated from your EDR or XDR platform that are being presented to you for potential further investigation. Now, these are, as I said, I really like these, and that's because these are coming from observed activities inside of your managed machines. These aren't theoretical IOCs that are coming through that have maybe only been observed once in the wild. These are actual activities that have been seen on your systems. So I think they're a really good place to start. They're often mapped over to that MITRE ATT&CK framework as well. That can help you understand where in the attack chain these events might relate to. Both of those fall into a main category of reactive. These are data is coming in and the SOC analysts or the automation is having to react to that data and take some more steps. But I'll cover briefly the idea of a leadless threat hunt. That's what we call it at the Sophos Managed Threat Response Team. A leadless threat hunt, and that's a proactive threat hunt. I describe it as a thought experiment. That's where the SOC analyst is thinking up different malicious activities that an attacker could be carrying out. And they're writing threat hunts and they're triaging some of that data. I have a couple of examples which we'll dig in and talk a little bit about in just a moment. But what I thought it would be great to do is jump in and talk a little bit about how you can threat hunt from some of those observed activities. So let's jump over and we're going to take a look at Sophos Central. This is our console here. And from right here on the screen, you can see we've got quite a lot of alerts. But what I want to do is come into my Threat Analysis Center and talk a little bit about threat graphs. Threat graphs are generated in the Sophos product whenever there's been a blocking detection. So when the agent has enough data to convict something of acting maliciously, it goes ahead and blocks that and generates this bundle of telemetry. There are certain threat graphs which we recommend be investigated immediately. And one of those is CryptoGuard. And you can see I've done a quick filter here just to look at the events from a particular machine at a particular time window. What's interesting here is I actually staged this event on this machine using monitor mode here. So all of the proactive detections that you're seeing here were generated through a single attack scenario in just a matter of minutes. And I think you'll see there that reinforces the importance of triaging even things which don't appear to be that interesting a threat case straight away. But what I'm going to do is click on this top one, which is my CryptoGuard. Actually, I have it preloaded here. So what we're looking at with this threat graph is a timeline of the attack that was detected. It starts over on the left-hand side here with this little red spot, which is our root cause. So in this case, the root cause is Outlook. And we can see Outlook is writing a file out. So let's just find the exact right one. There it is. Is writing a document file out to the temporary internet location. And then Word here, Word is reading that file. And we can actually see that Outlook is the parent process to Word. So pretty normal. We have a pretty good idea of what went on here. The user received an email. There was an attachment. They opened it in Word. Now, we've already got a new piece of telemetry here. We can see the file name that Word was given. That tells us the attachment name. So I can now take that Delta Flight Itinerary.docm. I can take that out to my email system and I can look and see, did anybody else in my organization receive a similar email? With some data from that email, I could also look and see, where did that email come from? Has anyone else received an email appearing to be from the same sender envelope data or the same IP address? And when we look at what happened next, we can see Word launching the Microsoft HTML application. That in itself is interesting. T1059 in MITRE is the use of MSHTA, and indeed that would normally have been detected and proactively blocked by the Sophos threat protection agent. But when we allowed it to run, we can see MSHTA reaching out to an IP address and in fact a URL. So the URL seems to be Delta-Airlines, and then there's a file name at the end of it. And we've got an IP address there as well. So we picked up two more IOCs, two more things that we can step in and investigate ourselves. Now, what's interesting is MSHTA, then launches the command processor. And if we take a look at the command line for that, there's definitely some things of concern here. Encoded content across a few different processes, the command processor launching PowerShell, more encoded content, yep, and there's PowerShell, another PowerShell process here. Let's look at it, yep, command line again. Encoded content. These are definitely concerning things as we step down the attack chain here and get a little bit closer to our beacon event, and that's the thing with the little blue spot here that's been convicted of acting maliciously. If we take a look at this penultimate PowerShell node, more encoded PowerShell, let's see, yep, and also another bunch of IP connections to the same IP address. So we're definitely putting together some levels of suspicion here. MSHTA reaching out to an IP, and now PowerShell reaching out to that same IP. Let's take a look at the actual event that was detected. Now, CryptoGuard means files got encrypted. Again, encoded PowerShell here, so we know that we're definitely concerned. But let's look at the data from that process. Using this node, we can identify all of the files which were read and which were accessed by that process. And I can see some files here that were identified as possible business files. If we take a look at those files which were written, I can see those same sets of files, but now with a 0WND. This attacker clearly has a sense of humor. They think they've owned us by encrypting some of those files. So as we look at that threat progression, we can see lots of chances for us to have detected that threat earlier. If we were monitoring for the launching of MSHTA, we may have seen that launch. If we were looking for encoded PowerShell, we may have had a chance to stop this before any files became encrypted. And for that, I can jump over and show you this screen here, which we call our Sophos XDR detections. And this is where we are bringing out to the front those exact type of detection data. If I scroll down, I have an example right here, which is the use of scheduled tasks, a completely legitimate thing to do, creating a scheduled task, mapped over to the MITRE framework here for execution, privilege escalation, and possibly defense evasion as well. And what I can see here is the exact command. I can see when that was expected to run. And now I have a file name here as well, so I have another file for me to go and investigate. Sophos Machine Learning and our Sophos Labs reputation tells me that this is a trusted application, and that it is. Scheduled Task is the real legitimate version of this application, so the attacker hasn't put a fake version in. And I might want to do some more investigations, and what I could do is use this pivot option to go and gather more telemetry from the system based off of this Sophos process ID. The Sophos PID is the system PID plus a unique timecode that helps us identify that unique execution of this process. And I've pre-built that for us, and we can go and take a look at the process tree here, and we'll see at the very bottom, there's our scheduled task creation that we were alerted to through the XDR detections. And as we step up, we see what we'd expect to see. There's the command line pre-execution of that. There's some PowerShell. Actually, looks like that PowerShell is looking to go out to a URL over at GitHub. And we see a similar process, Word and then back to Outlook. And if we look here, we can see now fraud notification 003.docm. So through this detection, I have some more information that I can go and look at to identify some of these things before they potentially arrived in my environment. Jumping back to the slides, let's talk a little bit about what that threat hunting process looks like. And this is a common process, whether you're running one of these observed activity hunts or whether you're coming up with a new leadless hunt. It all starts with that hypothesis. In a leadless hunt, that's the question we're trying to answer. For the observed activities, that's starting with the assumption of, have I been exposed to this, and stepping through. So the first thing we'll do is acquire data, capture a baseline of understanding. Where is this thing in my environment, if at all? And then we can start to step through and analyze that data, pull more information. And then when we need to, we can reach out to third-party enrichment sources like VirusTotal or various IP address lookups to ask, what additional information can I get about these resources that may have been used in the attack? And that becomes an iterative threat hunting loop. We step through that multiple times until essentially we land at one of two answers. We land with having determined that there's been no malicious activity, and that gives us a chance to enhance our detections. Perhaps we need to mitigate certain false positives from the initial detection capture. Or we may find a valid threat, at which point we would step out and launch into the appropriate segment of the incident response plan. So leadless hunts are kind of difficult to think about, so I wanted to give you some quick examples of leadless hunts for those three scenarios we looked at earlier. How can we address gaps in coverage, scanning exclusions, and maybe that EDR evasion? For gaps in coverage, you could think about files being written to a managed system from a system that is unmanaged. That could be a really interesting set of data. For scanning exclusions, you could look at building up some data on what are the child processes of my excluded applications. Exchange, SolarWinds, Log4j, Java processing applications. These are all good examples where looking at the child processes would have helped us get ahead of any possible attacks. And for the evasion of EDR, you could do a simple report based on new applications that had been detected. So I want to wrap up with a few general recommendations. I'm just going to pick two from this list, though. First, make backups, but actually not just make them, test them as well. It's really important to test that you have a valid full backup set. Typically, we've seen well over 60% of files needing to be restored from backup anyway, even in situations where organizations have paid for the ransom and paid for the recovery of data. Second, hopefully we've shown today the importance of having humans in that threat hunting loop, able to react to those observed activities and able to carry out leadless threat hunts across your environment to help catch attackers at some of those baseline activities they have to do before they're successful in staging a mass attack. There's tons of more information about ransomware, about AI, and about other really interesting topics in this year's Sophos Threat Report. You can see the URL there, sophos.com/threat report. Thanks so much for spending some time with me today. I hope you all have a great day.
All right, cool presentation there. Thank you so much, Andrew. I've just brought up the poll question here. What additional information would you like about the Sophos solution? And we want to get your feedback on that. The folks from Sophos would like to know what's the next step you'd like to take? How would you like to learn more about Sophos? And I will leave that up while we announce our next prize winner. I'm afraid we didn't have time for live Q&A with Andrew, but the Sophos team is taking your questions electronically. They're in the queue. So thank you for all those excellent questions. We are routing them over to them, and they are responding as quickly as possible. So thank you again for those. Let's see, next topic here is the prize, an Amazon $500 gift card. This one is going out to Sarah Waldak. Sarah Waldak from Illinois. Congratulations. We'll reach out to deliver your prize. We've got another grand prize and gift card, of course, coming up here after our next presentation. I'll give everyone a few more moments here to respond to the poll. All right. Thank you to all those folks out there who have responded to the poll. And again, thank you for all the excellent questions for the Sophos team. All right, and with that, I'm excited now to bring in our next presenter on today's MegaCast, introducing you to Indu Petibola, Senior Director for Product and Strategy at Metallic. Hi, Indu, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thanks for being on the event today. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure being on the webinar today, presenting to this audience. Today, I'm going to talk about data management as a service and its critical role in ransomware recovery. So as I was introduced, I'm Indu Petibola, Senior Director, Product Management at Metallic, which is a Commvault SaaS venture. And let's start with the current state of the industry. As we know, ransomware and malicious attacks are challenging IT orgs everywhere. A new attack is happening every 11 seconds. And the costs associated with the downtime as well as the payouts are increasing. And with the increased possibilities of businesses falling victim to a successful breach, now more than ever, it is important to evaluate not only the measures you're putting in place to prevent an attack, but the tools and protocols in place to recover from an attack need to be reviewed and looked at carefully. And with some of the data that we have, half of the cybersecurity professionals believe that they are not prepared for these attacks. So it's very important to assess and review the strategies. With that context, many of the businesses are leveraging the NIST cybersecurity framework, which provides a proactive blueprint for ransomware recovery. At the heart of this framework is data protection, providing businesses with mechanisms and a safety blanket to securely recover data in the face of an attack. The NIST framework covers protect, detect, respond, recover, with identifying as the basis as the framework to be used. And this is important as data protection and recovering from these type of attacks presents the last line of defense and can mitigate the widespread impact of breaches. Now, Metallic data management as a SaaS portfolio is more comprehensive than ever. We offer cloud-to-cloud protection of critical SaaS applications like Office 365, Dynamics 365, and Salesforce. We protect a wide range of hybrid cloud workloads, including VMs, containers, as well as structured and unstructured data, and also offer Metallic cloud storage as a secondary target for these environments. Our endpoint protection secures laptops and desktops, which is more important than ever in today's remote work landscape. With free AD Active Directory and Microsoft Active Directory backup included with every purchase, and we also, with Metallic, are covered for local, state, and federal agencies, as well as government contractors with our Metallic Government Cloud Solutions available across the Metallic portfolio to safeguard your data while meeting FedRAMP's highest security standards. So Metallic unifies data protection and management for all these workloads into one single solution with one single pane of glass management. And it eliminates silos, manages risks, and safeguards data wherever it exists. Protect, detect, and recover form three keys for comprehensive ransomware protection. Protection includes isolating, preserving, and protecting data from ransomware internal malicious attacks. Detection includes tools to spot threats and vulnerabilities early and helping mitigate the impact of breaches. And finally, recovery includes the ability to recover data fast to reduce the downtime and impact on the business. With Metallic, we offer a multi-layered security approach. In Metallic, with its data protection foundations, provides robust controls to both prevent threats and ensure data is highly available and recoverable from deletion or attacks. Metallic backups are in a separate security domain, with both the control plane and the data plane being in a separate domain. And with the source data format also being different, this provides a virtual air gap between customer environments and backup copies and operations. This is very important concept as and when if an organization's environment gets breached or attacked, you're still able to view and see your backup environment, your backup copies, and they're protected and insulated from the attacks. With multi-factor authentication, at-rest in-flight encryption, zero trust access controls baked in, Metallic offers a hardened enterprise-grade security model in the cloud, limiting internal lateral movement, external data loss, and delivering rapid recovery. Metallic also has early threat detection capabilities built in, with warning systems that include anomalous activity with file patterns and other anomalous detection signals that can be flagged as the data is being processed. Our latest innovation, the Metallic Security IQ, delivers new tools and insights that are intended to provide customers with insights to understand their security posture and improve their security posture continuously, get real-time insights into the behaviors and the status of their data environments, and also flag any vulnerabilities and data patterns that we observe. And finally, it provides recovery points to help make informed decisions to exceed SLA objectives, and flagging when data copies or recovery points have been cleaned that could be malware infected or not, and be able to recover from those pre-infected recovery points. So Security IQ is a new capability that was recently launched, and this shows a dashboard view of the Security IQ. As you can see on the left, you'll see that on the top left, there's a security posture score that customers can look in and identify if their security controls that the platform provides are enabled or not enabled, and gives recommendations on what to get enabled for those scenarios. On the right, there's also widgets that show the abnormal and anomalous conditions and behaviors that could be drilled down into to understand the current state of the backup environment, and gets you those insights and initial warning signals to contain your attacks. Security IQ dashboard also includes the audit events. This is important to understand who's doing what as a admin or any other user using the tool, and all of these events are captured as part of Security IQ audit events. This is a drill down into the intelligent ransomware recovery dashboard, where once you want to recover certain data, you can drill down into this dashboard and understand where there's some unusual data patterns, and also identify the recovery points that you want to recover your data from. And Metallic has been an industry leader ever since its launch, and we're getting a lot of validation from the industry and our customers. And for multiple of these use cases, we've got from saving money to driving efficiencies to simplifying management. Metallic has been making customers' lives easier while keeping their data secure, and this has resulted in rapid growth for Metallic. And one of the customers recently summed it up by saying, the radical simplicity and unmatched scalability of Metallic is allowing us to completely rethink how we protect our data. So this builds on top of the momentum Metallic is also receiving from our peers, having snagged a number of industry awards just in the 2 years since our launch. And some of them are listed here, but you know, the biggest gratification and validation for us is really from our customers who are seeing the value of this tool day in and day out, and have been our vocal supporter in our journey to fight ransomware and protect their data and recover the data. We also have a free trial capability with Metallic, and you know, with metallic.io/trial, users can self-sign in and get a trial and start protecting their data. And with that, I'll pause for Q&A.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation. We do have a number of questions for you here. So I'll go ahead and just start with this one from Leslie, who's asking, can this solution be used for an enterprise versus a single site? Because we have over 80 sites. Could Metallic help there?
Yeah, absolutely. Metallic is a multi-tenant and is a SaaS offering that provides a single management interface. But in terms of the workloads that it supports, your workloads could be global. We have configurations that allow you to connect to different data sources. So the Metallic was built for scale and for enterprise operability. And a lot of our customers have these kind of diverse regions in which their workloads are situated. So we absolutely can support that.
Excellent. And then here's another good question here. Can Metallic protect me from a ransomware attack? And how does Metallic differentiate from some of its competitors in the market?
Great question. So Metallic is a data protection tool, and what we advocate is a multi-layered defense to protecting against ransomware. There's the prevention tools that front end some of the capabilities around preventing attacks from coming into your network. And where Metallic plays a huge part is in the recovery aspects of it. And we're oftentimes the last line of defense with our customers where they got breached. And Metallic is the data protection tool that they rely on to recover the data safely and securely. So while Metallic also Metallic helps recover the data because of the backup copies that we keep in isolated virtual air-gapped copies that are immune to the data breaches in the customer environments. There's also built-in threat detection capabilities with our anomalous dashboards and events that we can flag that also give customers an early warning signal that reduces. And as we all know, early detection is key to containing the attack. So those are the two aspects that Metallic can absolutely help our customers. And we've been over the past 2 years have protected many customers, and we're often pulled in whenever there's an attack to recover the data.
Excellent. Let's see. Here's another good one. They're asking, how big of an organization can Metallic support?
Metallic is built for scale. It's cloud native. We have elasticity built into Metallic. So whether it's a small environment or a large environment, our SaaS platform can scale from gigabytes to like petabytes. We have customers across the board, Fortune 100 customers with large footprints to small businesses. So we can protect the largest environments, and we are architected to scale.
Excellent. And then let's see, how quickly can Metallic detect anomalies in the service?
So our detection is real time because by virtue of our data protection capability, we are constantly looking at the data and seeing the change sets of the data as we back up to meet our backup SLAs. Anytime we see detection, it's real time.
Nice. That's cool. And then here's a good question. Maria is asking about the implementation process. What's that like, and what resources would be key for an implementation?
So SaaS, I mean, Metallic is built as a SaaS product with the intent to reduce your footprint for customers and any customization that needs to be done. So it's a very seamless process where customers can log into metallic.io and start configuring their data sets and data sources and start seeing the value of backup. So there's very minimal implementation from a customer's perspective, and that's the beauty of Metallic and the SaaS product offering form factor that we offer it in.
Very nice. And then what about, let's see, they're asking, is there a trial version? I think you talked about that in your final slide there. Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as the best-in-class SaaS platform, we do offer trials. So customers can go to metallic.io/trials and self-sign in, and they'll have a period of 30 days to do their trials. And we offer trials for all the workloads that we support. So it's a great way for customers to see the value of Metallic and see how quickly they can configure, get going, and protect their data sets.
Absolutely. And then let's see, here's another good one. They're asking, you mentioned air-gapped backups. Can you tell us a little bit more about what is that, exactly does that mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So Metallic is 100% cloud-native solution. And the key concept there and the way we protect customers' data is the isolation that we provide from both from a control plane and a data plane perspective between customers' environment to where Metallic is operated and stores the data in. So it's in a completely different security domain. What this means is even if a customer's environment is attacked or compromised, the Metallic service is still accessible. The backups are still accessible because they're stored in different locations. And we make it easy for customers to restore back the data. So this key concept of, in some ways, the connection between the source data and where the backup data is located is cut off, and we isolate the data so that only during restores we bring the data back up. So this ensures that the air gap is provided in a virtual air gap with our cloud technologies, and the restores are independent of customer environments. So this isolation of data and service is how Metallic delivers the air gap.
Got it. Okay. Another question here, they're wanting to know, do you have any customer case studies or kind of success stories of other companies that have implemented Metallic?
We have several case studies, and if there's anyone interested, they can reach out to me or the Metallic support team, and we can absolutely provide those case studies. And some of them are available on our website as well. Excellent.
How does Metallic handle data residency for SaaS app protection?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And there's a lot of with some of the compliance laws coming into play now with GDPR and CCPA in California and so on, the data residency is a first-class citizen as we designed Metallic and architected it. So customers, have the option to choose the location for the data that they want the backups to go to. In addition, Metallic also inherently with its geolocation capabilities can sense the source data and will map the where the data is stored to a region that satisfies the residency laws for that particular geographic region. And by default, Metallic stores multiple copies, but as part of our data residency, we ensure that there's no crossing of boundaries across locations where it violates the localization and residency requirements.
Nice. And then next question, you talked about zero trust. What controls are in place for Metallic around zero trust?
Right. So Metallic leverages a hardened security model, and zero trust is an integral part of that. And beyond just the buzzword that zero trust involves, Metallic takes this extremely seriously, and we have stringent access controls in place. We have limitations on who can access, and any unauthorized access is not allowed to both not only the data as well as the services that host the data. And the privileges are extremely limited, and there's multi-factor authentication, role-based security, and integration with external domains as well as SAML and SSO support. All of these, along with privacy locks and multiple authorizations required, enables the zero trust controls that we have in place to protect customers' data. And we're also compliant with ISO, SOC 2. We recently got FedRAMP high ready status. All of these are built into Metallic, and the workflow authorizations to allow any action on the data all go into providing that zero trust framework that Metallic has.
Excellent. One more question just to kind of wrap up again. Back to the trial, Indu, I wanted to ask you, so if folks go to metallic.io/trial, what are the steps that they would take there to try this out for themselves?
Yeah, it's a very simple form that they need to fill and to get them going, and it's very intuitive, and it will be less than 5 minutes to get them going and sign up for the trial. So it's a very self-guided, intuitive process, and they need to enter their contact information and the workloads that they want to protect, and that should help them get going. It's as simple as that.
Excellent. Yeah, it sounds super easy to get started. A great way to protect your data, whether it's on premises or in the cloud. Indu, really great presentation today. Thank you so much for educating us on Metallic.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present today. It's a pleasure to be here.
And with that, we're going to go to an interview with James Green, who's a partner here at Actual Tech Media, and Mr. Alan Liska, who is a veteran ransomware expert. He's also the author of the Ransomware Book that you can download for free over at ransomware.org.
So I think a lot of times when we're thinking of cybercrime, we're thinking of a lone actor alone in a basement wearing a hoodie, typing away at their keyboard. And the reality of what cybercrime looks like today couldn't be more different. Specifically in the context of ransomware, could you describe the different pieces that come together to make a full ransomware operation?
Yeah, it's funny. The Ukrainian cyber police, whenever they do a bust of a ransomware group, they take great video of it. Not once in any of those videos have any of the ransomware actors been in hoodies. So completely blow away that myth. But yeah, a ransomware operation today is really complex. It's not a single actor, again, as you say, operating in the basement. You have, especially when we talk about ransomware as a service, which is where there's one ransomware actor who rents out his ransomware capability to anybody who wants to sign up to what he calls affiliates. And you have the ransomware developer, you have the ransomware actor himself, the one who created the RAS operation. They have developers, so they either on payroll or on contract, they have developers that build out the infrastructure, help weaponize exploits, build the portable executable that's given out to everybody, to the affiliates to be used in the ransomware attack. They also have the what we call initial access brokers. Those are the people that do the scanning and gain that initial access and then hand that over to the operators who will be actually performing the ransomware attack. We have negotiators. So most of these ransomware actors are not native English speakers, so they hire negotiators to manage the negotiation chats, basically. And they do that. They have money launderers who are responsible for distributing the ransoms that are paid, so getting Bitcoin into actual cash or fancy cars or whatever else that they want. So there's really a wide range of people that are involved in ransomware operations, either as a core group or as a contractor that regularly work for these ransomware actors. Some of these ransomware groups have 100 people or more that are just core employees, is probably not quite the right term, but close enough to employees that you'd count them at that.
And since you mentioned employees and payroll, I think it's important as defenders to think about and picture the adversary correctly. These people are sometimes operating out of an office building. They, literally or at least figuratively have payroll, employees. It's a business.
Right, exactly. And the ransomware actors often think of themselves as business people. They're not. They're criminals. Let's be clear. But you can run a criminal operation, and that's what they're doing. And because they think of themselves that way, often when you interact with these ransomware actors, you basically have to treat them like they're a business person, because if you don't, you wind up having your key decryptor, your decryption key deleted permanently, your files deleted, all kinds of bad things. If you go in with the approach that you're just a criminal and I'm going to and you're going to have to listen to everything I say.
So as opposed to the sole operator in a basement, let me just see if I can list off a few of the things you said. You've got somebody who creates the software in the first place, somebody who gains initial entry, somebody who comes in and does the exploration and figures out how to actually kick off the ransomware attack. We've got negotiators, money launderers, probably more. So
right.
The point is, this is a serious full-scale operation that you're contending with, and as a defender, folks need to think about it that way.
Right, exactly. You need to realize when you're defending against ransomware, you're defending against a group of people targeting to you, and then multiply that by the dozens of ransomware groups that are out there, and you really understand what you're up against as a defender.
Thanks so much, Alan.
Thank you.
All right, that was very interesting. We'll be back a little bit later here with Alan Liska and James to learn more about ransomware. But for now, we're going to go to our next presenter here on today's MegaCast. Welcome to Tracy Ator, Inside Sales Engineer at Rubrik. Tracy, it's great to have you back on. Take it away.
My name is Tracy Ator, and I am an inside sales engineer for a mid-market segment here at Rubrik. Thanks for having me again. So today we will be discussing how your organization can use Rubrik to develop and strengthen your 2022 security plan. First, let's lay down the problem that Rubrik is trying to solve. We often see it in news headlines. Maybe it has impacted you directly, but ransomware is a real problem in this day and age. No business, small or large, is immune to it. Cyber criminals don't care who they target. They only care about getting paid. So how does ransomware go down exactly? A number of ways. It could be through an exposed security vulnerability in unpatched systems, or the end user takes the bait, whether through an infected email attachment being opened up by an unsuspecting employee who missed the last security seminar and hasn't had their morning coffee yet. Maybe you missed Microsoft Patch Tuesday the last 2 months, clicking on a link where they think they want a free Xbox, things like that. But in any case, the way it works, once the malware gets downloaded, which is usually a worm, it then runs a payload which locks the user system. It could then scan and traverse the network, spread copies of itself into any machine, including servers inside the data center, and lock down and encrypt all files, folders, mission-critical applications, and databases, and even your backups that you thought were once immutable, which at that point would be really bad. You'll have no option but to pay that ransom, unfortunately. So where does Rubrik come in? So, I like to say Rubrik is the medicine for this ransomware problem. We are your go-to last line of defense for when your walls are not thick enough to keep this problem out. As you can see to the left, a key challenge with ransomware attacks is that they target your backups, which you thought were safeguarded. If your backups get compromised, perhaps because they are using the same open protocols as your production storage systems, they may not be your last line of defense anymore. Another challenge is assessing the blast radius of an attack. What VMs and file sets were attacked? How would you know? Organizations are tempted to pay the bad guys because they just don't know what has been compromised. Yet another complication is protective sensitive data. Too often, IT teams don't know whether a ransomware attack compromised sensitive data like PII or data regulated by HIPAA. And then lastly, even if you conclude that you are able to recover applications, how long will it take to restore? If the recovery process is slow, some may be inclined to pay the bad guys. This could be touchy when IT teams can't, immediately pinpoint the last known clear copies of data from which applications can be quickly recovered. The more downtime an organization has to incur means more lost revenue. Time is money. So as you can see to the right, we do provide a logically air-gapped solution that contains an immutable file system built from scratch that cannot be infected by any type of ransomware through any discoverable file sharing protocols like NFS or SMB. And I'll get more into that in a second because I think it's really important to kind of explain really what all that means. But all data backed up by Rubrik is encrypted in flight using TLS 1.2 encryption and encrypted at rest using AES 256-bit encryption. So criminals can lock down your production servers, your endpoints, or storage arrays. However, they will not be able to discover your backups sitting on our append-only Atlas file system and encrypt your backups. We're just that secure. So speaking of distributed file system, Atlas, which sits at the core of who we are and why we're genuinely immutable, our engineers 7 years ago built this distributed file system entirely from scratch to ensure data is immune from any type of ransomware activity, and so there wouldn't be any single point of failure or choke point. The file system knows what application we're backing up, and it's smart enough to identify where ransomware took place to allow you to roll back to the most recent snapshot within a chain. All backup is stored in append-only state, and it's logically air-gapped. So what that means is that while it is a connected digital asset by means of logical processes, the Atlas file system where backups are written sits offline and remains not accessible through any standard network protocols like NFS or SMB. Only the network ports that are required for user interaction with the product and communication between different internal processes are allowed. Meanwhile, all unused ports are otherwise disabled. And because data managed by Rubrik is never available in a read-write state to the client, even if infected data later did get ingested by Rubrik, it cannot infect other existing files or folders. It's just that secure. We also complement that file system even further with additional security layers as well to really drive home our zero trust story, built on the principles of never trust, always verify. So whether it's to defend against an unauthorized bad actor or rogue admin, you will get the option from Rubrik to further enhance security by applying extra layers like multi-factor authentication, role-based access controls. So you could designate, customizable permissions on the principle of least privilege access. There's also built-in time-based one-time passwords when logging in, so you could set that up, and retention-locked SLAs that prevents admins from expiring backups prematurely, requiring human intervention and Rubrik support verification to remove that feature in the first place. So no backup, even at the policy level, can be deleted or modified by any admin should that feature actually be turned on. And then, of course, other layers also include web session limits and timeouts, where sessions will time out after 15 to 30 minutes of inactivity to align with corporate security requirements. And of course, like I mentioned before, we provide end-to-end encryption, whether data is in flight or at rest. So without further ado, I do want to jump in our UI real quick to walk you through how we take backups. I'll also touch on Radar for a quick ransomware remediation. And then if there's enough time left, I will talk a little bit about Sonar as well. So I'm going to go ahead and switch screens real quick. So just bear with me. Here we go. So let's say I'm a backup admin. I log in. This is the first thing you're going to see, right? So I could see all my objects that are under protection. They're protected by, different SLA domains that I set. You could see natively, we do support vSphere VMs, Hyper-V VMs, Linux, Unix, Windows physical hosts, NAS shares, SQL server databases, Oracle databases, and more. But everything we do is really based on an SLA policy approach. We don't want you managing any backup jobs ever again. So this is how we protect your backups moving forward should you come over to Rubrik. So what that means really is, so if I go to SLA domains, I'll click on local domains. You could see here that I do have, my SLA policies that were previously set up. This is a demo lab, so we do have quite a few. I don't expect any customer really to create any more than 3 to 5. And to really dive into what an SLA policy is, this is where you define how often you want to take backups and how often you want to keep them. So here's what that looks like. I could say I want to take a snapshot every 6 hours. I need to keep that for 7 days. I also need to get more granular. So I also need a snapshot every day. Maybe I need to keep that for 30 days. And then for those needing, long-term retention, we allow you to set it up to where, you need to take a yearly and you need to keep that for, say, 7 years, for example. So that's how you would create an SLA domain. On the second side of this policy, it will give you the option to choose where you want to archive data to. So if you don't want to land data, on the brick longer than 30 days, we allow you to take advantage of the cost economics that come with the cloud. So we support Azure, AWS, GCP, Wasabi, anything S3 compliant. If you still have an on-prem requirement, you could archive to an NFS target. Maybe you guys still have a requirement to use tape. We support QLogic as our tape vendor. So yeah, you have a number of options in terms of how you want to move that data and take backups as well. So what we do really well, before I get into what Radar is, I do want to show you kind of, what we can do with those SLA policies from a workload standpoint. So you could see, going back to my catalog of pre-made SLAs, you could see this one policy right here that, is taking a snapshot every 12 hours, keeping local for 30 days. After 30 days, it says it's going to be archived to AWS. That's what they named it. So if I hover over object count, that one SLA policy is protecting 9 vSphere VMs, 17 Windows hosts, 83 SQL databases, 1 managed volume. I think you get the picture. 4 NAS shares, 10 Linux physical hosts, and an Oracle database. That's a lot of workloads that are very different from each other being protected by one SLA policy. And again, this is why I say you will never be managing backups ever again. You create as few policies as possible. You apply them to your workloads, depending if they're mission critical. Maybe you want a separate policy for your NAS shares, who knows? We give you that flexibility. But the point is, we want you to protect them with as few possible SLAs. So with that being said, when you're ready to restore, a virtual machine, maybe you need to look for a file. I'll just use VMware as an example. That seems to be the most popular hypervisor that we back up. So I'll go into my VM and I'll show you, just this calendar view that's about to pop up. Every green dot that you see in the calendar view is a successful backup. In other words, a snapshot. So if I need to go back to, let's say, the 26th, here are my recovery options just for that VM. I could mount the virtual machine. It'll create a second copy of that virtual machine. So I could do test dev on it. It gets hosted directly on Rubrik's data store. It doesn't have any impact to your production environment or using production disk. So you can use that and get really, creative with that use case, because it literally is just a second copy of a VM that has no networking attached to it. But should you need to, push it into production, you could absolutely storage vMotion it over if needed once you're done doing what you need to do to it. But beyond that, we do support instant recover. Maybe you got a VM dead in the water. You need to instantly recover it from a clean point-in-time snapshot from your immutable backups, may I add. We allow you to do that. in-place recovery is supposed to be the same thing. It's a new feature that came with our 6.0 release, except it uses less data transfer, I'm told, and more performance, and you don't have to storage vMotion it back into production. And then, of course, we allow you to recover files. This is one of my favorite features because we have predictive search functionality, so we could find files really quickly, and we only ingest metadata, which also gives way into why it's so quick. So if I type in coolcat, I could see I have this coolcat file here sitting in my C drive. I could go ahead and select that. It creates kind of like this shopping cart, if you will. So if I also need to recover additional files with it, I can. It'll just add it to what I like to call a shopping cart. So you can recover files there. You could also come up here and type in that file name. And it will also give you a list of options here. So coolcat, I have 46 versions here. I'll click on that. And here are all my options in terms of recovering files from all these different snapshots that I have available. Obviously, I'll probably pick the latest version. I'll go ahead and show you what those options are. Download, restore, export, or select additional files. Again, shopping cart. If you need more than one file, you could absolutely go ahead and look for that. Although we want to take the guesswork out of that. If you know the name of the file, we'll just allow you to search for it instead. So that is file level recovery. If you ever need to do like a bulk recovery, we absolutely support that. Mileage will vary, of course, depending on your bandwidth requirements, things like that. But if you ever need to do a bulk recovery, whether that's a live mount where you're live mounting, maybe 10 VMs, we allow you to do that. But instant recover, if I click next, I can now select, all the VMs that I need to instantly recover back to my production environment from a clean point in time snapshot. So if I click next, I could do the latest snapshot, which is probably the one you're going to select, right? Or you could, choose the snapshot on a particular day and time. So I think that's pretty cool. But yeah. Beyond that, I know we have a few minutes left. I do want to get into Radar. Let me just hit the back button here because I was demoing it earlier. I'll just start at the dashboard. So Radar, this is where really all our ransomware remediation really lives, if you will. So all of the data that's being backed up here by the brick in Rubrik, all of that data, we collect it over into Polaris as well, which is delivered as software as a service. And then we really, we take those backups and then we really want to make them useful, right? So hence Radar. So right off the bat, say I'm a backup admin, I'm coming off a long weekend, I'm tired, it's Monday. But then I notice, all right, I see all my SLAs are in compliance, okay, yada, yada. But what is going on with Radar? This is where we find all those anomalous events. I see 3 anomalous events. I probably want to investigate that, right? So this is a demo lab, so I only have 4 VMs loaded, but I could see right off the bat that my environment is getting beaten up by ransomware. And so with Rubrik, Radar, what we allow you to do is really drill down and investigate the blast radius and then also give you the option to recover from a clean point in time snapshot here. So if I want to start with the first one, what it'll do is it'll give me an event timeline, but I'm freaking out as a backup admin. I don't have, the time to really review that right now, but I want to investigate this snapshot and just kind of click through and see what happened, right? So what it's doing really is that, so Radar uses machine learning algorithms to understand normal baseline, behavior between your backups. Specifically snapshots. So it took a snapshot at 8:11 a.m. this morning. Something happened between 8:11 and 2:11 p.m. snapshot. It detected a high rate of change. And this is what Radar is alerting me to. So now what I'm seeing is that, okay, something is definitely really wrong in my C drive in this particular VM. I have a flag that's calling it suspicious. I also see some activity here. There's been 3,500 deleted files, but 47 have been added. That is really weird. So let me go ahead and start drilling down and investigating this a little bit further. So right off the bat, I could see, okay, something weird is happening in my file shares, right? So I'm going to go ahead and click in that. And this is where it really starts to get interesting. I have all my department folders here. I could see the engineering department's been hit all the way down to the sales department. Out of selfish reasons, I'm in engineering, so I'm just going to poke around in here. And then really see what happened, right? So I could see that, this file's been deleted, a PowerPoint, but look what's been added after it, a dot encrypted extension. So what I'm going to do now is I need to pick and choose what, perhaps is mission critical. What do I need now in order to continue business continuity? I need to get these files back, right? To keep my job, essentially. So everything that I'm selecting, everything that I'm selecting here, this one file, when I click next, these are my recovery options. I could download it in place, I could overwrite the original, or I could recover to a separate folder. And that's why we say at Rubrik, don't pay the ransom, because not only your backups are immutable, but Radar really provides you with, a great tool that helps you or guides you through the recovery process in itself. If I want to bypass this investigative part, because, obviously it took some, drilling down and whatnot, I could totally go all the way back to the beginning and say, screw it. Instead of investigating, I don't have any time to investigate. I obviously know something's really wrong here. I need to mass recover this entire drive. We allow you to do that too. So I'm going to click next. Same options, download in place, overwrite the original files with that clean point in time snapshot, continue on with your day, or I can recover to a separate folder, in which case, a customer who's obviously still cleaning up machines, scrubbing them or need to do any sort of forensics, they would normally select that option. But that would be, our idea of like a mass recovery at this point. And again, you're not going to be paying the ransom, right? So this feature right here is very intuitive. It's smart. And I think, it's really a game changer in this industry that we allow you to make use of your backups here in Polaris in order to detect where ransomware lives. And that's that. That's all I have today. I want to say thank you for the opportunity. I'll definitely stick around for questions. And no, thank you guys so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
All right, always an excellent presentation. Thank you so much, Tracy. We do have a number of electronic questions coming in for you. Tracy's going to be taking those electronically there, answering in the queue today because we don't have time for live Q&A. But we did bring up the poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Rubrik solution? And we want to get your feedback on this. So, of course, thank you for all the excellent questions, but we also want to get your feedback here on the poll. So I'll leave that up for just a moment here while I announce our next Amazon $500 gift card winner. Let's see, this is going out to Brian Olson from Minnesota. Congratulations to Brian Olson from Minnesota. We've still got 1, 2, 3 more grand prizes being given out, on the MegaCast today. 3 more iPhone Pro 13s, as well as at least another 5, 6 Amazon $500 gift cards, and of course our best question prizes as well. So make sure that you stay tuned for those. Someone commented that we didn't leave the poll up long enough last time, so I'm going to leave up the poll here just a little bit longer. Make sure everyone has a chance to respond. Of course, I want to remind you there in the handouts tab, there are links to each one of today's solutions where you can find out more. In fact, there's a link there to Rubrik, which will take you to Rubrik.com. You can learn about the new Rubrik Cloud Vault, also the Rubrik Ransomware Guarantee. So make sure that you check that out. That is pretty cool. And of course, you can click the button on the top to get started with Rubrik. They have live experiences, virtual boot camps, all sorts of other resources. All right, so with that, we're going to go now back to James Green and Alan Liska to learn more about ransomware prevention, mitigation, and recovery.
Where attackers often get in using one of only a couple popular mechanisms. And so if we can be watching for and on top of those things, we stand a better chance of preventing a ransomware attack. What are the big couple of common attack vectors that ransomware actors use?
So there are really three major attack vectors for sort of the manual hands-on keyboard ransomware. There are phishing attacks, there are credential reuse or credential stuffing attacks, and then there is exploitation against known vulnerabilities. But that is a fairly diverse area of protection, and explains one of the reasons why ransomware attacks are so prominent is that you have to defend against all three of those because there are different ransomware groups that are conducting all three types of attacks right now. And you have to figure out how to protect against all of them at the same time. You can't say, well, I'm going to do phishing this year, I'm going to do credential reuse next year, and I'll do patching the following year. You have to do all of them now. Phishing, is pretty self-explanatory. Send an email with either an attachment or a link and deploy ransomware from there. Credential reuse, there are a lot of credentials available on underground markets. The last count I heard, in 2021 alone, 8 billion credentials have been dumped to the to underground markets. Now, a lot of those are old. A lot of them are repackaged and all that other stuff. But there's still a whole bunch out there. And the fact is that employees tend to reuse passwords. So if you sign up for an event with your employee email address, you'll probably use the same password that you're using to log into the network. And so ransomware actors know that. They look for exposed systems. They figure out what organization it belongs to. And then they just go hunt for credentials that are readily available and start trying those credentials until they find something that matches. Or they use a credential stuffing attack, which is basically common username and password combinations, and try and get those through. And then exploitation, exploiting known vulnerabilities on publicly exposed systems, so VPNs, Citrix servers, anything that is connected to the internet.
So as far as securing against those things, like you said, each one is a big hairy problem on its own.
Right.
But let's just briefly touch on each one and offer a little piece of advice here. So for phishing, what's the one step everybody should be thinking about taking to secure against phishing attacks?
So the biggest thing is if you can keep the phishing email from getting to the employees, that's going to provide the most benefit. So anything you can do to put in a security overlay to your existing mail service is going to benefit you. Things that are specifically looking for those kind of attacks, and especially for ransomware attacks that will stop them and quarantine those emails before they have a chance to get to the employee.
Okay, and then when it comes to patching, having everything all patched all the time is probably not realistic, but what should we aim for?
So again, public scanning of your network infrastructure to make sure that you know everything that is exposed to the internet, and then prioritize patching those systems that are publicly exposed. That is going to give you the most value. For the most part, ransomware actors are not using zero-day vulnerabilities or anything like that. So you're going to be best protected by prioritizing patching those things that are connected to the internet.
And then finally, for credential reuse, how can we tighten up systems and keep our users' accounts secure?
So there are a few things you can do. One is, wherever possible, enable multi-factor authentication. That goes a long way toward defeating these kind of attacks. And then make sure that when employees leave, that you remove their access to everything, and do that immediately. And make sure you have a process in place for everywhere they may have had access, that all of that gets removed. And then if you can, monitor for employee credentials being dumped on underground markets. A great resource for that is Have I Been Pwned? No cost. You can put in your company domain and get alerts anytime new employee credentials are found on underground markets, and then have a process in place to get passwords for those employees changed and let them know, hey, this has been exposed here, so wherever else you may have been using that password, you may want to go change it as well.
Great. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
All right, another excellent interview there with ransomware expert Alan Liska. Again, his book is available for free over at ransomware.org in ebook format, or you can go to amazon.com and type in ransomware. It'll come right up there at the top, and you can download his book in either Kindle or physical book format as well. All right, excellent, excellent. So with that, let's go ahead and move on now to our next presentation on today's MegaCast. I'm excited now to introduce you to Chris Alden, Senior Technical Account Manager at Synology. Here we go. Take it away, Chris.
Hi there, and thanks for joining me here today for our presentation on what to do when things go wrong, how you can recover after cyber attacks or other malicious behavior. My name is Chris Alden, and I'm a Senior Technical Account Manager with Synology America. Now, in case you're unfamiliar with Synology, Synology was founded with one goal in mind. We wanted to create a unified hardware and software experience for NAS devices that would make managing all of your data needs, whether it be storage, backup, or file serving, easy to use and deploy on any scale that you see fit. Now, to kind of underline the importance of what I'm speaking about here today, here's a quote that we received from one of our clients, a technology director at a large public school district in the southeastern United States. Our data is always at risk from various sources. Tornadoes happen regularly, which could destroy our servers and our school. Cyber attacks often target schools like ours, and we have thousands of students who want to hack into our systems to change their grades. As they know, and as we know, accidents and, unfortunately, attacks can and will happen. This covers a wide range of issues that people face. There is, of course, simple and honest accidents, such as mistakenly deleting a file or a folder, or spilling a drink onto your laptop or IT equipment. There's also malicious behavior on account of bad actors. Anything from ransomware attacks to a disgruntled employee or student purposely making a mess out of things and hurting your infrastructure. Then, of course, there's the greater problems well outside of our control, such as natural disasters. Now, whether you live in tornado or hurricane country, or an unfortunate fire breaks out, there's always a greater looming potential threat to wherever your data is stored. Lastly, but certainly not least, there is always the case of hardware failure. Now, drives tend to die after a certain amount of read and write operations, as we expect, but of course anyone who's actually dealt with a computer before can tell you sometimes these things just kind of stop working randomly. I'm sure we've all lost a device in a similar manner before. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and break some stuff and then we'll fix it. Here's an example of a financial institution that we've worked with. They're a moderately sized organization with around 175 virtual machines, all doing a variety of different important tasks. They have over 2,000 Microsoft 365 accounts, and they have over 2,000 employee PC workstations that are being utilized every workday. Now, a great question that they ask themselves is, what do we do if a virtual machine host goes down? This is where our Active Backup comes into play. The Active Backup suite of software covers your local backup of your virtual machines, your workstations, your physical servers, file servers, and your software as a service products such as Microsoft 365 and Google Workplace, all in one location for easy centralized management and protection. Perhaps most popularly of all, there are no licensing or subscription fees to utilize this software, no matter how large your deployment may be. Here's how it works. By implementing a NAS device into the organization and setting up the software, all of this various data can be brought into one backup repository for safekeeping. Now, this provides you with a lot of recovery options in case you do face any of those aforementioned data disasters. For your workstations, Windows servers, and VMware or Hyper-V VMs, we have full system and file level restores. So you can either get the entire device back to exactly the way it was in case of a large disaster where that original device is destroyed or otherwise knocked offline, or if you're just missing specific files or folders in case of an accidental deletion, you can go in and you can grab just exactly that. Now, for VMs and Windows servers, we have a few more options. We can instantly restore them back to the VM host in case they were lost or damaged. We offer cross-platform recovery in case you have different hosts, and you can also instantly restore the device and run it off of your Synology directly, which is especially useful if the host is offline completely. Let's dive a bit deeper into that instant restore to VM host and discuss how that works. So, a traditional full restore means that if you have an issue on your VM host, you'll need to restore the full backup image of that VM back to the host once it's fixed, or to another VM host while you fix the original. Now, depending on the size of this VM, this could take quite a bit of time. It is, of course, best practice. However, if you're in production and you need this data right away, it may not be feasible for you to wait several hours to regain access to this VM. A lot of critical tasks operate on companies' VMs, and during the workday, you might not be able to go several hours without them and wait for the duration of this recovery time, which, again, in the case of larger VMs, this can be well over several hours or an entire workday. With Instant Restore, however, you can wait on doing that full restore until you have downtime or after you've accessed your mission-critical data. Instant Restore allows you to mount that backup image directly via NFS on the Synology NAS, automatically becoming an NFS data store for your VMware environment. This gets you back to work very quickly. The recovery time of this process is equal to the time it takes to boot up the VM, and it allows you to push that full restore down the road to when you're able to functionally accomplish this within time or production restraints. So, let's dive into the software here. I'll show you exactly how Active Backup works and how we can instantly restore a VM. So this is DSM, the operating system that comes with every Synology device. We want to go up here to the top left-hand corner and open up the main menu. And here we're going to go to Active Backup for Business. Now when I open this up, we see the Overview tab, and this is pretty common across a lot of our software. This shows you everything that this particular piece of software is currently doing. So here we can see our protected devices. You can see that we currently have a physical server and a virtual machine being protected by Active Backup for Business. We can see the backup calendar here as well. So green denotes that any backup tasks that have been planned have successfully completed accordingly. If we saw a orange exclamation mark here, that would show that something may have had to be skipped for the task to complete successfully, and then you'd simply click on that to see further, or red would denote that a task had failed, and you can see the logs for that very clearly as well. If I scroll down here a bit, we can see the Ongoing Activities tab here on the left. Now this would just show if anything was currently being backed up. Then we have Last Backup Time as well, so we can see the last time that some of these tasks were completed. If I scroll down here to the bottom, we see the Storage Status tab. So this is particularly good because you can see exactly what is being deduplicated and how much data you're storing here. So PCs, physical servers, and virtual machines can be deduplicated against each other. We see our physical server has about 50 gigs of data and our virtual machine nearly 60. But after this deduplication process, we're only storing around 42.2 gigabytes of data. So completely depending on your deployment and how much data you're storing, you can see pretty good results like this. Here under the logs, you can quickly see anything with any of the particular tasks. Again, just really easy ways to pull up any sort of information on a very granular detail. And at the very bottom here, we have the transmission trends. Now, this is particularly useful if you have a lot of different tasks and machines being backed up, as this will just quickly show you how much bandwidth is being taken up by which particular task. We can see that our VM task here is taking up the most of our bandwidth, and on any given day, we're transferring anywhere between 2 gigs and 500 megabytes. Now, let's go ahead and actually create a new backup task. So in this case, we have a virtual machine that I'd really like to protect. So here on the left-hand side, I'm going to click on the device that I want to back up. in this case the virtual machine, and then we'll click on Create Task here at the top. Now here it's going to ask us to name our task first. So we'll call this one Demo Backup, and here you can select anything that's connected to your hypervisor that your device can currently see. So in this case, we're actually going to back up this Ubuntu encrypted NFS. I'll click Next. It'll ask me to select a backup destination on my NAS device. I'll click Next here. And then here, if I had any settings that I could configure on my compression or encryption, I would do that here. However, this particular folder I'm sending this data to does not have this in place, so it'll default to no. Now here's where we can change the settings of our task. Now, the maximum number of concurrently backed up devices can go pretty high, up to 30 devices. In this case, we'll keep it at the default here. So we can enable changed block tracking, which is useful for making sure that only the changes made throughout the day are being saved over and not all of the data as a whole. You can enable application-aware backup, data transfer compression, and data transfer encryption here as well. And you can also enable VMware vSphere data storage usage detection. Now this is particularly useful because it just makes sure that you're not taking up too much of your data store here, and when free space hits a certain number that you dictate, the backup will fail, it'll alert you, and you can make sure that you clean everything out. What's also cool is you can enable backup verification. So if you have VMs that are very crucial to your environment, it'll actually boot up the VM and take a live video that it will then send you of the virtual machine booting up, so you can rest assured that it's working exactly as you intended, and in case you did have to recover to it from a sort of disaster, that data is fully secure there. You also have advanced settings options here, where you can configure any sort of specific scripts or credential settings for any of the VMs here as well. In this case, we're just going to click on Next. So here it simply checks that the virtual machine will be able to be backed up. Press Next here, and this is where we set up the scheduling. So it defaults to manual backup, but I wouldn't really recommend doing this. I would recommend just setting a set it and forget it schedule, and you can do this kind of at any times that you see fit. You can run it specific days of the week, every day if you need to. You can run this every hour on the hour, or again, just kind of at any point in the day. And you can change exactly when that is. So it'll default to 3 a.m. here. If your machines are all running at that time and no one's in the office, that might be a great time to start that backup. And additionally, you can also run backup tasks within designated time windows as well. So if we open this up, we can see that, let's say, people are in the office between 8 and 6 p.m. I can simply deny that any of this backs up then, and only the backups can occur when people aren't in the office using the network. It's a really quick way to just make sure that everything's being backed up appropriately and on time, with no bogging down of the network from moving all of these virtual machines across everything. Click Next here, and you can enable your retention policy, and it gets pretty granular here. So you can either default to a number of latest versions kept, keep all versions for a certain amount of time, or there's of course advanced retention policies where you can really kind of get into the nitty-gritty and changing things to exactly what your organization needs. In this particular case, let's just say we're going to keep the last 10 versions here. Press Next once more and we can configure restoration privileges. So in this case, we're just going to say that the admin has these restoration privileges, and we're going to leave the other users of this out here. The last window is the task summary, and this simply shows us everything that we've already walked through, just so we can make sure and everything is kind of set to exactly what we want. If that looks good here, we'll click Done. And then we can see that this is going to back up on the schedule that we need it to back up to. I can see that the next backup time is going to be at 3 a.m. tomorrow, so I can rest assured that this is going to back up then, and we're all taken care of. So let's hop over to our hypervisor for a second. So here we are in our ESXi host, and we can see our Ubuntu encrypted NFS virtual machine that we just set a backup for. So let's say something happened here. Let's click on this here, and let's delete it. Let's say that the host is down, or something happened to my VM. Maybe it got deleted by accident, or whatever it is. So now that it's not here, we really want it back. Is hop back over into DSM, go to the main menu, and we'll open up Active Backup for Business. Now, we want to restore this here. So we're going to go to our virtual machine, and we're going to click on the device here, and since this is the one we want to restore, we'll highlight it, then press Restore. Now here we can set our most recent restore point. So I actually did a quick backup of this here. We'll click next. Here we can either restore to VMware, do a cross-platform restore to Hyper-V, or an instant restore to Synology Virtual Machine Manager. I'll press next. And in this case, we want to do that instant restore. So let's say this is during the middle of the day, everyone's trying to access this VM. It's super important we get this up and running as fast as possible, and later we can worry about doing that full virtual machine restore. So with instant restore highlighted, I'll press next. We'll restore it to the original location because the host is actually fine. It was just the VM that went down. Or again, we'd have the option to put this somewhere else as well. I'll press next. It'll have me look at this all over, and then I'll press done. So here we can see that it's restoring, and if I actually jump back in to my ESXi host here, I can see that this just repopulated here, and I can power this back on, and we can see that everything is currently operating. That's how fast an instant restore is and how quickly you can get situated from any of your backed up data in case of an emergency. Let's go back to our friends at the financial institution. Now, like so many of our businesses in this day and age, they have another pertinent question. What do we do if we're infected by a ransomware attack? Now, of course, there are a lot of avenues that you can take in this situation, but one I really want to highlight here today is a particularly cool piece of functionality within Active Backup. You can actually promote a full Windows PC backup to a Windows Server backup, as that's just a different denotation in our system. This means that you can spin up any of your full Windows PC backups as a virtual machine on a VM host or on the Synology Virtual Machine Manager, allowing you direct access to a workstation and its data in case it's rendered inoperable for any reason. So here, let's say our IT team catches wind of a ransomware infection, or somebody spills coffee onto their motherboard. The PC is down, and we have backups of all of its data on our NAS device. Now, by using our Virtual Machine Manager, we can spin up the PC as a virtual machine while we wait on a replacement or fix the original one, allowing us to temporarily recover our critical systems and data in times of distress. Now, one of the last questions our friends here asked is another really great one, and actually one that a lot of people may not traditionally consider. What if a malicious actor purges any of our Microsoft 365 emails, data, or accounts? Now, a lot of us utilize Microsoft 365 or other software as a service products that are similar to it in our workforces. For instance, I'm giving this entire presentation with PowerPoint. However, I'd like to highlight Microsoft's shared responsibility model here, specifically under what you are directly responsible for. Now, under their agreements, they denote that they aren't liable for any data loss in the cloud, and they actually recommend that you regularly back up all of your data utilizing other third-party apps and services. Now, a lot of us use Exchange Online for our emails, so let's go through how the deletion and retention policies work here. First step, a user marks an item as deleted. Now it moves to a default 14-day retention period. This means within 14 days, they can recover this item. Now let's say that the user removes the item from their deleted items group by either pressing delete, shift delete, or entering the deleted items folder. It's moved to a folder called recoverable items, where it sits into that default 14-day retention period, with a maximum retention of 30 days able to be set up on the back end. However, after this period is over, the item is permanently deleted and can no longer be recovered from the cloud. Now, this is of course different for every service under Microsoft 365. Exchange has different rules from SharePoint, which has different rules than Teams and OneDrive, etc. An important thing to highlight here, however, is that your emails can be set up to be purged in 3 days, and your Teams data can actually be purged immediately. This means all of that data is erased from everywhere it's stored and completely unrecoverable from the cloud. Now, why is this important? Anytime there's the propensity to lose important data immediately, we should be hyper aware of any potential issues that can come up and result in that. First, as always, is accidental deletion. Sometimes people accidentally delete files and they don't realize that they're gone for quite some time. Depending on these aforementioned retention settings, this could potentially lead to some issues. Then, of course, there's always the concern of malicious deletion. Pretty recently, a disgruntled employee made headlines at a large organization for purposefully deleting over 1,200 email accounts from their previous employer. They, of course, had full admin access and were able to do this pretty easily. Now, lastly, of course, even if it isn't a disgruntled employee, there are many cyber attacks that's entire goal is to gain these high-level admin credentials, so they can hold your data hostage or potentially destroy it all. Now, I won't demonstrate this here today, but we do offer active backup for Microsoft 365 and Google Workspace as well. This allows for the same level of protection as we're getting on all of our active backup data as demonstrated earlier, but covering your entire software as a service deployment. All of our OneDrive, our SharePoint, Exchange, and Teams information can be backed up and fully protected on-site as to prevent any of these aforementioned data disasters. Now, that about does it here for me today, but I wanted to let you know that if you are interested in anything you heard about here, please reach out to us. My job and my entire team's job is dedicated to helping you decide if Synology is a good fit for your organization through one-on-one consultations and demonstrations of any of our functionality that may interest you. For further information on active backup or any of our other functionality, please refer to this slide and follow any of the links as needed. And again, please remember that you can always reach out to me and my team for any questions that you might have. Thank you very much for your time here today. I'll be sticking around for the next few minutes to answer any questions you might have.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much, Chris. I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there in the audience that says, what additional information would you like about the Synology solution? And we'll leave that up while we take your questions. So let's see, lots of great questions coming in. I'll just start with this one for you, Chris. They're asking, can this back up Microsoft Teams as well?
Yes, it can.
Okay, great. And then here's a question I've struggled with personally. I mean, not a huge struggle, but Synology has a lot of different NAS models. I've got one here sitting by my desk as well, a big Synology fan. But when you go to select a new NAS, Synology has a lot of different models available. Do you have any recommendations for folks out there who are interested in Synology, but they're not quite sure which model to look at or choose?
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, I mean, we have over 40 models currently, so there's definitely a lot of choices. But on our website, we have kind of like a NAS selector that you just enter some information, like how many users, kind of what you're looking for in a NAS, and it'll come up with a few options for you. I'd say the easiest way is to reach out to our sales team. There's links on the website for that. And, you know, we take all the information you have on what you're looking for, and we can always kind of come up with a build for you directly.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, that could be a big help. And then another question here, they're wanting to know, which Microsoft 365 plans does this work with?
So, out of the plans, I believe it works with pretty much all of them. As long as you have the credentials to be able to log into the device, you should be able to access that and have everything backed up there.
Okay, excellent. And then what about, is there any kind of limit on the number of accounts that this can protect?
We don't really have a limit per se, but we do normally say, you know, if you're reaching into the several hundreds or thousands of accounts, just reach out to us, because typically then we just want to be aware of that build so we can kind of offer like a priority support and make sure, you know, everything's taken care of and that you're getting the right unit and all that.
Excellent, excellent. And then here's a question out here from Christopher asking if Synology can help to protect their backup data from ransomware. Any recommendations there?
Absolutely. So there's of course a lot of different ways to protect from ransomware, you know, from the kind of general like protection of the network or keeping things offline. But Within the Synology solution, let's say you're using Active Backup, you're backing up all of your data. Another great option is another piece of software we have called Snapshot Replication. They'll take read-only snapshots of any of the data on your NAS you want to protect, and that can send that off-site to another NAS device. The very key piece being that this is read-only, so it can't really easily be written over or anything. Basically utilizing Synology to kind of have multiple devices where all of this data can be sent to, really simply is kind of it's at least a recovery point for the ransomware attacks. And then for prevention, kind of the general, set up two-factor authentication, set up really strong password rules, things of that nature.
Excellent. All right. And then a question here kind of just on the requirements to do what you demonstrated there. Would folks need a Synology NAS, and of course they have Microsoft accounts they want to protect, and then the secret sauce there in the middle is that active backup for Microsoft 365?
Yeah, basically any Plus series or above unit can utilize any of the software we talked about here today. So you can back up, Microsoft 365 or your workstations or servers. Plus series units scale all the way down to the DS220 Plus, which is just a little 2-bay desktop device, but that's fully capable of what we talked about here today.
Very nice. And then what about protecting Google accounts? Can you all do that too?
Yep, we also have a service that does the Google Workplace services as well, much the same as it does the Microsoft 365, essentially just the Google version of all that.
Nice. Nice. And then you did say as well you can back up Windows or Linux machines as well as virtual machines, right?
Yep, exactly. And then for Mac, we currently don't have an active backup solution, but you can use Time Machine and put it onto the NAS device. That works as well.
Okay. Okay, nice. And then what about getting the backup data off-site? Does Synology offer some sort of replication?
Yeah, so the software Snapshot Replication will be able to really simply send that off-site to other Synology devices. And then there's also a piece of software called Hyper Backup, both of these also being completely free to use and license free, that can send it to a variety of other places, such as any of the kind of major cloud services that you might be using, other manufacturers like servers or different file server protocols. Pretty much anywhere you would want to send data, you have the capability to.
Okay. Nice. And there's a question here about whether or not there's a trial available for active backup.
So if you have a Synology device on hand, active backup is completely free to download, so you can get started really kind of immediately. If you don't have a Synology device on hand, but you're curious if it's like a correct fit for your organization or any of your needs, you can always reach out to our sales team, and we do things like loaner units where you can have a device for like 30 days or however long you need it to kind of see if it fits in with your organization. Nice.
Nice. I like that. And then what's the licensing model here they're wanting to know for active backup?
Complete free use on any of the devices that support it, so Plus Series and above. Doesn't matter how big your deployment is, we don't charge for use of the software.
That's really cool. So it doesn't matter, how many virtual machines or how much data you back up, the license price for the software doesn't change.
Yep, exactly.
Which is free.
Yep, exactly. If you're a big enterprise client or if you're somebody backing up your home computer, it's the same to us. Just you're utilizing the hardware platform, and that's the key element.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, I think that's a great place to wrap up. We've covered pretty much all the questions that are out here. Chris, it's been great having you on the event today. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you.
And for more information on Synology, check out the PDF that's available there for download in your audience console. You can download that and check it out after the event. It's actually Chris's full slide deck, including any links that he shared there in there as well. So make sure that you check that out before you go. And with that, I'll go ahead and hand it off to Mr. Scott Becker to announce our next prize winner.
Thanks, David. And the winner of our next prize, which is a $500 Amazon gift card, is Tyler Spaeth from Minnesota. So congratulations to Tyler. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And let's move on to the next presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast. Our next session comes from Druva. And presenting for Druva is Charles Green, a cybersecurity architect over there. Charles, welcome to the MegaCast.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here today.
Great. Well, take it away.
All right. So again, my name is Charles Green. I'm a cybersecurity architect for Druva, and I want to talk to you today about the Druva Data Resiliency Cloud, and then take you through our new advanced ransomware recovery functionality. For those of you that aren't familiar, the Data Resiliency Cloud is a data protection solution. It's a true cloud-native SaaS solution. Within an hour of this conversation, I could have you provisioned sitting in front of a console and protecting data anywhere in the world from a number of different data sources, including traditional data center workloads like VMware, Hyper-V, physical servers, servers sitting in the cloud and multiple different cloud providers' clouds, or even SaaS apps such as Microsoft 365, G Suite, even Salesforce.com, as well as critical data sitting on endpoints. So we can protect any of those critical data sources and make sure that that data is backed up and store that data anywhere in the world. And then on top of that, we can help you deal with the ransomware challenges that I'm going to take you through today and show you some of the innovative things that we've been working on. So from a metrics perspective, there's a couple things that I think are really interesting. I mean, we all know that ransomware is getting more and more prevalent in today's environments. Everybody's seen the horror stories, and nobody wants to have their corporate name associated with some of the attacks. But there's two things that I think are really relevant to today's conversation. The first stat that you see there is the concept of dwell time, and this comes from FireEye. And dwell time is simply how long does it take you to discover ransomware in your environment. It used to be that ransomware would trigger very quickly, and after it got into your environment, then you'd start getting the ransom request. Then they got more sophisticated and started residing in your network, covering their tracks, trying to see if they could move horizontally, find some unpatched vulnerabilities to exploit, maybe some credential compromise. And so it was sitting there longer and longer. And this introduces a number of complexities when it comes to recovering from ransomware. And we'll talk more about that as we go through. The other stat that's interesting, it's important to think about, is how long would it take you to actually recover from a ransomware event? You know, if you look at the challenges of disinfecting an environment, the number of steps that you have to go through, and then if you can't disinfect data and you're trying to bring that data back from a backup solution, how would you do that and bring that back into a clean environment? You know, there's a stat from Coveware showing that the average days of downtime is 21 days. You know, what would be the impact to your business if you were dealing with that sort of challenge and that you were down for that long? You know, if you look, for example, at Colonial Pipeline, an organization that was in the news recently dealing with ransomware, for example, right? You know, you took a company whose name nobody would really know outside of the oil and gas industry, and all of a sudden you're in the news, and you know, even to the point where the executive branch of the federal government is calling you out. The public is hating you because you've ruined their vacation, right, and created gas shortages on the East Coast as you're dealing with this ransomware event. And so it goes to the reputational risk that we always talk about. And so, you know, companies have sometimes in those cases chosen to pay a ransom, right? So recovery quickly and avoiding having to pay a ransom and avoiding those negative newsworthy events is critical to your enterprise. So when we drill down into the cyber resilience posture that's available in the Druva Data Resiliency Cloud, there's some things that are really important from an architecture perspective. Number one is a solid foundation, a defense in depth, zero trust architecture with immutable backups. And Druva has always featured this. This has been part of our foundational design from day one. You know, in today's environment with ransomware as prevalent as it is, it's critical to have this be a built-in feature. And so dealing with things like making sure that from an admin perspective, there's no access into the environment, being able to handle the different security challenges and eliminate the threat vectors, and then taking the backup set, and when you eliminate those threat vectors, creating that immutable cyber resilient copy where, or in our case, really 3 copies in the cloud to meet that best practice 3-2-1 data protection architecture, and knowing that it's stored on object storage, and you've eliminated the normal threat vectors like file systems where that could propagate and further infect backups in the cloud. And you have that true cyber resilient immutable copy in an air-gapped environment that's separate from your environment. So, you know, that's business critical and should be a foundation of any solution that you're looking at. You know, and while I'm focused in today's seminar on ransomware recovery, if you look there at the second item, you know, insider threat is really prevalent, and we've seen this, whether it be an actual insider, a backup admin who goes rogue and wants to suddenly start deleting backups if they have that capability, or whether it's a credential compromise where somebody's gotten to your credentials and is now going into the data and beginning to target your data. So creating a true environment where you could successfully roll back from those events and deal with that. And certainly we allow you to integrate with best-of-breed identity providers that you've already invested in and leverage any of the multi-factor authentication. And for those of you that might not have a solution yet, we've actually added our own multi-factor authentication process into the cloud environment as well. So giving you that protection against the insider threat is a critical part of dealing with bad actors. You know, as I mentioned, the Data Resiliency Cloud is a true SaaS application, right? So we're managing the environment. You don't have to have any sort of cloud expertise. You don't have to be familiar with any particular cloud provider. And yet, as part of our environment, you get things like vulnerability scans and pen tests from independent third-party outside resources that we contract with. We're monitoring the environment 24/7, 365, and performing threat monitoring against this. Because what we've seen is with the bad actors, we see over time that they're more and more targeting your backups as they become familiar with which products you're using. They may see indicators in your environment. They're specifically going to target that as well as your data set to know that they truly have taken you offline. And then today I'm going to go into some of the cool things that we've been working on from a ransomware recovery perspective. So curated snapshots and things like malicious file scans, data insight alerts, and how do you leverage machine learning to detect unusual data activity in your environment. And also we'll talk through, you know, when you're designing a tool for ransomware recovery, you need to be able to integrate with best-of-breed solutions for achieving that. And so, you know, how do you go about doing that? So how do you make sure that your data is protected from encryption, from deletion, and improve your security posture? And certainly show you that with the Druva Data Resiliency Cloud. So you might recognize this is the cybersecurity framework from NIST, and you know, it outlines an architecture for protecting your environment. And on the left, you see the traditional vendors that are performing the cybersecurity that you've already invested in, the best-of-breed type security solutions there. And traditionally, backup has not interacted with those, right? Backup's role has been, we're going to protect the data. We're going to give you those 3-2-1 architecture, get the offsite copies in some way, shape, or form. And then ultimately, if you have to go to backup, we'll help you recover. But there really hasn't been a lot of interaction across the platform there. But now we can come in there, and as I'm going to show you today, we can create an orchestration playbook, and we can help you as you go through and do a ransomware resiliency audit in your organization and you determine what data sources are most critical to your organization. Is it some of the SaaS apps that I mentioned, like M365 or Salesforce, where you've got those shared responsibility models? Is it some of the legacy data center workloads, or is it data off in cloud environments that you've invested in, for example? But as you identify those sources and then you say, okay, what would we do if we were hit with ransomware? How do we get that air-gapped copy offsite? But how can we further leverage things like making sure that we bring our data back clean and recover faster in the event of a ransomware? How can we get alerting and better response tools? And so what you'll see is we're not replacing the security tool sets that you've invested in, but we're helping you get more out of them and more out of your data protection solution and fully leverage those capabilities, which is critical when it comes to achieving a faster recovery time when dealing with a ransomware event. So I want to jump into the product here and focus in on some of the interesting things that we've been working on here at Druva. First of all is just data insights. As you look at the attacks and things, you've got certain tool sets that you've already invested in that are monitoring your environment from a malware perspective. But we're also watching the backup sets. And so we're leveraging machine learning to go out and establish a baseline. So if you look there in the graph on the right-hand side of the slide there in the bottom, you'll see a fairly regular trend, right? So we go and establish baselines automatically through some machine learning entropy-based algorithms where we know what a typical change rate is in your environment. And then all of a sudden we could see things like, 80 or 90% of your backup set was modified. Well, this could be an indication of malware in the environment, right? And so some sort of crypto ransomware type virus got triggered, and all of a sudden all your files extensions got changed, all your files were modified, and so we see that unusual activity. It could be unusual deletion activity, for example, as well. So your backup set was a certain size, and now all of a sudden the size has decreased significantly. It might be normal cleanup in your environment, but it might also be an indication of there's been some sort of a compromise. So being able to leverage those intelligence feeds and help you understand what's taking place in your environment, and then be able to take those alerts and actually feed them into the best of breed tools that you've invested in. So for example, a FireEye for a SIEM solution or something of that nature, because your security teams don't want yet another console to log into. They want a very focused view. They've got a tool set that they've invested in. They've got a SOC that they're monitoring alerts from, or third-party vendors that they're using for that, right? So being able to pull these through an API into those tool sets and see this information without having to log into yet another console is critical to integrating into a ransomware recovery playbook. Along with monitoring the backup sets for those types of things, it's important to monitor a number of different other events. And we've got a really interesting view into your data because we're helping our customers meet the challenge of protecting data all over the world. And being a SaaS native platform, we do that easily. When you're dealing with challenges like GDPR compliance, and now in the US, we see each state coming out with their own compliance initiatives and privacy initiatives, right? And you get the role of a data protection officer, like defined in GDPR. Now you're responsible for knowing how your data is being used and where it's being used. So being able to come in here and look at who's accessing my data from what parts of the world. If you only do business in the US and have no international presence, why is somebody now accessing? Well, that could be an indication of a credential compromise. Maybe somebody was connected through a VPN connection somewhere. Also looking at your API access, for example, who's leveraging the API. You can control all that through the credentials, right? But just being able to monitor and report against that and know, and then again, pull this information into those tools and take those insights into your security environment. So now as you go down, if you're dealing with a ransomware event, and let's say that I've had some sort of unusual data activity triggered in my environment, then it becomes a case of what am I going to do? So typically, if you've got some sort of a managed detection and response type tool, it will isolate that device from the network. When I was in a hands-on admin, there have been a few times I've had to deal with some malware challenges. We walked around to devices and unplugged them from the network, right? Well, suddenly when a device becomes disconnected and you have multiple admins, there's a tendency to say, hey, I can't reach this. I need access to this data. You know, and somebody could go maybe try and run a restore, or if you're protecting data at the endpoints and you enable your users to do self-service restores, which is something that we can do if you choose to. You know, they might say, well, my laptop's not functioning now. It's been locked by my malware detection software. I need some data. I'm going to go in and restore your data. Well, they could introduce, if there was some malware that was latent in a backup set, then they could reintroduce that into the environment. So we can go in and quarantine those backup sets based on an alert. So if you saw something like an unusual data activity, it might be normal deletion or modification activity. But until you've investigated, you could say, hey, I'm just going to go ahead and quarantine these resources so nobody goes and tries and has the ability to run a restore. And the other thing that's really interesting about this is that we can actually automate this process. So a lot of people are investing in or currently investigating security orchestration and automated response tools, right? So that you can go in there and begin to create these playbooks and say, you know, whenever this type of event happens, let's automatically trigger a quarantine. And so if you use something like a Palo Alto Networks Cortex platform, for example, you could go ahead and trigger that lock as well. And so then when it becomes time to actually run a restore and you need your data back, one of the things that we've given you now is the ability to go and incorporate some additional checks and balances against that. So we can now go out there and run that through an additional malware scan, and we can even allow you to enter things like file hash values or extensions associated with known malware. So you can say, before you restore that, let's go and get that additional check and balance. Let's make sure that I'm recovering data securely. And when your security team has done its investigation of the type of malware event, right, one of the things that they may have collected was certain indicators of compromise or hash values associated. And so they could go into the console, enter that in. And when you go run a restore, we'll check for that, right? And if a user does a self-service restore, it would automatically be scanned, going through an additional malware scanner, looking for hash values or files of a certain extension, and just give you that additional protection that you need. But here's the really interesting thing. So traditionally, when you've gone to recover, right, a restore has been a point in time. I roll back to what my data looked like yesterday, or I roll back to the day before. You know, but if you look at that stat of dwell time, for example, and if you say that you've been dealing with this dwell time event and it took you 72 days to discover it, you can't roll the business back to what it looked like 72 days ago. That's a resume generating event, right? You might as well polish your LinkedIn profile and start hunting for the next job. So you're going to try and disinfect the environment. You're going to try and restore the environment. And so in point-in-time restore, people have had to go in and say, all right, let me restore. Is the data I need here? Can I disinfect it? Or if not, then I've got to go restore from the next prior point in time. What we allow you to do with our curated snapshot functionality is, and if you look at the graph, you'll see it there, is enter a date range and say, you know what, let's scan all my backups across, in this particular example, a little over 30 days, but it could be longer. Let's go scan all my data and let's look for indicators of compromise. There's a number of extensions associated with malware that are entered in there. Let's run it through a malware scanner. Let's look for hash values that our security team has identified in our environment. And let's go through and identify that golden copy, that clean restore point, right? and create that curated snapshot. This is the key to recovering successfully. You don't have time to run multiple resources. This is one of the things that's driving people who may even have invested in a solution that said it had immutable backups, that they're still doing multiple resources, they're still dealing with that challenge. So now being able to let the solution go and find known good clean data, and there'll be an audit report that sits behind this. They'll say, we got this file from this date, this file we had to go back to this date, right? So you can see exactly what date each file was restored from and create that known good golden snapshot for recovery. This is a key foundation to recovering more quickly in your environment from one of these types of events. So I hope you've seen as I've gone through this, using the Druva Data Resiliency and the Advanced Ransomware Response platform, how you can monitor for unusual data activity, how you can pull that into best-of-breed SIM tools that you've already invested in, and how you can automate your recovery process. And so using a security orchestration automated response tool, quarantine those backups while you go do your investigation so that nobody tries to restore that data into your environment, and how you can go out and create that golden snapshot. Leverage additional malware scanning, look for indicators of compromise that you've already identified in your environment, those hash values associated with malware. Look for file extensions that were associated with the ransomware as well, and how we can help you quickly clean and deal with those challenges and accelerate your ransomware response so that you're not the next organization in the news dealing with these particular challenges and dealing with the reputational risk, or feeling like you need to end up paying a ransom to recover quickly. So we've got an interesting handout that you can download that has additional information. But we'd also certainly encourage you to get in touch with us. It's very easy to try out the solution on your own. So there you see druva.com/free-trial, and we'd be happy to set you up. You can see the TCO of the solution that we offer and just learn more about us at our website, and certainly different ways to reach out with us. But we highly encourage you to experience the value that we can bring to the environment. Being a SaaS solution, this is COVID didn't impact our business at all. We're still able to provision. There's no waiting for anything to ship. Like I said, I can have you set up in the console within an hour and begin to test and experience how we can help you protect your business critical workloads, and how we can help you recover if you should experience a ransomware event in your environment. So with that, I'd like to say, thank you very much for your time today, and see if we have any questions.
Yeah, Charles, we do. Great presentation. Scary information there about dwell time. That was really sort of bracing information that you had there. And as we get ready to go into the Q&A portion, I did just want to put up the poll question here about any additional information that you'd like about the Druva solution. I'll just leave that up during the Q&A portion here, so you can let Druva know what additional info you would like. But Charles, the first question we have here, can Druva scan zip files for malware during restore?
Absolutely, and even to the point of recursive zip files. So if you see a zip within a zip within a zip, we go multiple layers deep. I won't give you a precise number, although certainly if we were doing a proof of concept together and had an NDA in place, we could certainly give you those sorts of information. But yes, we can absolutely scan those and look for malware as the bad actors try and hide themselves within your data set.
Yeah, that's very cool. Okay. This next one, they're asking, how often does Druva update their malware scanner?
So we update that every hour. We look for new updates from the providers that we use to achieve that. And so, that's one of the challenges, right, is just making sure that you are constantly keeping updated in the environment. And that's one of the things that your organizations face is dealing with those technologies and keeping them current, and being a true SaaS solution with this capability. We're taking on that workload for you and making sure that that's constantly done, and that we have the latest threats that are available when we go and scan those data sets for restore.
Okay, super. I had a question here from Bing, which I think gets to some of those dwell time questions, asking, does Druva scan the data for threats before or in real time as the data is being backed up, and also before it's restored to the customer?
So right now we're scanning those on restore. When we back up the data, we're not scanning at that time. We want to get that data protected and offsite as quickly as possible. But stay tuned. Being a SaaS platform, we change and add new features frequently. So there's lots of interesting things that we will continue to expand in our product environment on that. But right now we're scanning on restore into your environment.
Okay, super. Next question is from Kenneth. He's wondering about what's the encryption on the backup and on the backup traffic and backup repository. Is that a question that applies to your solution?
Yes, it does, absolutely, and it's a really important question when you're looking at a cloud-native SaaS solution. So data is encrypted both in transit and at rest. We're using a FIPS certified encryption algorithm, and in fact, we even sell into the government space and have a number of federal and state and local customers, as well as international governmental organizations. So we've not only leveraged the security solutions that are given to us by our cloud provider, but we've gone out and obtained a number of additional solutions on top of our platform, and including things like FedRAMP for certain parts of the platform as well. So, being able to check those encryption checkboxes and answer that question. The other thing that's makes that a really good question too is from a privacy perspective, we use a process called envelope encryption. So only your organization has access to the data. Druva does not have access to your data, and if we were subpoenaed by a government agency, we could not produce your data. They would have to come back to you. So that is an important part of our architecture, and certainly we think critical to doing business when you're storing data in the cloud in a SaaS application.
Okay, super. And we've got a lot of questions in here. Not much time left, but hopefully you can stick around for a little bit and answer some of those, via the chat functionality after your session's over here. But one question here that came in that I really like. What really happens during a ransomware attack and recovery, and where does Druva help?
Yeah, if you go look at some threat intelligence feeds and you look at a lot of the downloaders, so for example, a lot of malware is getting introduced through a phishing attack, for example, or if they find are able to exploit an unpatched vulnerability, then when you look at the threat intel, the number of ways that those downloader Trojans will then go and try and infect your environment is scary. First of all, they're trying to cover their tracks. Then they're trying to see, are there any unpatched systems that they can talk to and further propagate in your environment? Is there any way that they could do some sort of credential compromise? And so they're basically testing the totality of your security posture and what you've done. And then at some point, they're also phoning home to the command and control center, and ultimately somebody's going to go ahead and trigger an encryption event and try and lock you out of your data. And so that's the process that's taking place in the background, right? And I'm sure you've heard some great presentations from some vendors today, and there's some great tool sets out there to help try and prevent those. But even sometimes when they do sneak in the door through something that hadn't been previously discovered, like a zero-day exploit, then having that air-gapped cyber resilient copy in the cloud, having that best of practice 3-2-1 and immutable copies, and then being able to use the additional ransomware recovery functionality to get that clean copy, and being able to look across multiple snapshots are all things that will enable you to recover quickly and and incorporating that into a cohesive playbook and automating that through an API as well. That's when you deal with those types of challenges and you see that come in, that's what's going to help.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, thanks for telling that story about it, just that context. That really helps. Okay, well, Charles, I think we're out of time, but thank you so much for this presentation, for bringing us up to speed on Druva, and for all the insights in the Q&A. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
And now it is time for our next prize drawing. And the winner of the next $500 Amazon gift card is Mark Buchta from Kansas. And the winner of our grand prize, an Apple iPhone 13 Pro, is Robert Younts from New Jersey. So congratulations to Mark and Robert. We'll be in touch about your prizes. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast, and our next session comes from Kasten by Veeam. And presenting for Kasten by Veeam is Joey Lay, Principal Product Manager. Joey, welcome to the MegaCast.
Hi, great to be here.
Thanks for joining. Yeah, take it away.
Thanks very much. So once again, my name is Joey Lay. I'm a Principal Product Manager here at Kasten by Veeam. We're going to talk to you about the very unique ransomware challenges that face cloud-native applications. And I think it helps to define what exactly is a cloud-native application. Right? Some of us may have apps and data centers that are moving to the cloud, and some of us have these born-in-the-cloud apps that use microservices. Your teams use DevOps and DevSecOps. You might be using serverless platforms like Fargate or container orchestration platforms like Kubernetes. This is what we mean by cloud-native applications. And so for those of you who are not yet familiar with Kasten by Veeam, our mission is to tackle day-to-day data management challenges for these cloud-native applications that run on Kubernetes. And you can think of day two as when you're going to production. You need to put up your infrastructure to the test of time to serve business needs, but also face the threat of different types of risks, risk of data loss, risk of disaster, risk of ransomware, and so on. And these cloud-native applications, not only are they faced with these familiar threats, on top of that, there's an expectation that these applications need to move at a very lightning pace agility because these apps are serving future business models and they're being asked to help differentiate our products and services in the market. So it's no longer enough to really just store it and back it up for waiting to be recovered. The data itself needs to fuel business models. And so we're here not only to protect your organization from threats like ransomware, we're going to help you make it move faster, right? So you can get to market and differentiate. So the unique aspect of cloud-native applications, thanks to containerization, thanks to serverless, is that a lot of the IT is abstracted away and defined very simply using these configurations with relative ease. So what we call the use case that surrounds this is application mobility. Sometimes we need to go from the dev cloud to the production cloud. Sometimes we need to move an application from one cloud to another because of a disaster like ransomware. Whichever situation you find yourself in, you can count on Kasten to help you. Now, you've probably seen, in news and headlines and talk about cloud-native technologies, and Kubernetes is a pretty fast-growing ecosystem. And enterprises are adopting containerized technologies more and more, creating these cloud-native applications. And as they're being created, the evolution of what a containerized application looks like is changing. Majority of them started as stateless, right? Apps that can be spun up and down, containers that can be spun up and down. But we're starting to see a new generation of applications that are more stateful. They're having data services like Cassandra or RDS being part of the actual architecture. And this is in turn driving more adoption of data management and backup technologies. Now, if you haven't worked with containers or Kubernetes, I believe each of you will have an opportunity at some point. And my aim is to help you understand what are some of the threats to security to ransomware, and which are both non-traditional and emerging that are being faced by these cloud-native applications, and how a data management solution like Kasten K10 is going to be equipped to help you solve some of these. Kasten by Veeam's main product is called K10. K10 is 100% Kubernetes native. And what this means is that K10 integrates very seamlessly into a wide variety of cloud-native projects, many of which can be found on the Cloud Native Computing Foundation's landscape. K10 offers multi-layered consistency, which means that from the application stack all the way to the infrastructure stack, all resources are recoverable and can be restored granularly. We also offer one of the widest ranges of supported cloud platforms, data services, as well as Kubernetes distributions. And this allows that application mobility use case to really have much more agility. You can find yourself migrating to one cloud to another, one data platform to another, or a different distribution to another. And we're proud to have one of the best user experiences in the industry, which we'll show with a demonstration at the end of the call. We've been fortunate to say that for the second year in a row, GigaOM has recognized Kasten by Veeam as a data protection leader in the Kubernetes ecosystem for the second year in a row. And this report, if you're not familiar with how it's styled, it measures on 4 dimensions: feature breadth, platform capability to expand to other use cases, maturity of the solution as an enterprise-grade solution, and innovation. Right? As you get closer to the center, you'll see that the products defined in this matrix are more compelling on those 4 dimensions. And Kasten by Veeam is proud to be a leader in that respect. And you can find the copy of that report if you scan that QR code. Now let's get into cloud-native security challenges. What are the unique types of challenges that are faced maybe more exclusively to a microservice cloud-native application? More and more of these applications are being defined using code, more specifically infrastructure as code. And believe it or not, the most common problem is actually misconfiguration. In the rush to get to market, to deploy very rapidly, it's human nature. A developer might accidentally have a bug in the application code that might enable a security vulnerability. Too much privileged access. You forget to use a password or maybe weak passwords. And on the data protection front, we might forget to configure that application to be backed up to an immutable backup store. It happens. And so misconfiguration is a big challenge because code is written once, but deployed hundreds, if not thousands of times, propagating the attack surface quite dramatically in very rapid fashion based on these seemingly insignificant bugs, but with really significant consequences. So one of the challenges there is that deployment through infrastructure as code, while it leads to higher agility, there's actually very poor visibility typically with what's happening across all of those different microservices. So when it comes to, for example, if there's a disaster and we need to restore an application, say following a ransomware incident, it can be very challenging to know all the dependencies between those services and what actually needs to be restored in the case of an unavailability event. The last thing we want to do during the heat of the moment in the most urgent of times is to deal with dependencies and identifying what pieces of IT need to be restored. Lastly, there's a lot of advanced persistent threats that are growing, and the pace at which this is growing at the pace of agility. The more we deploy, the more we put our infrastructure out there to serve business needs, we're having the effect of unintentionally increasing the attack surface. And this is growing the list of MITRE attack tactics that are being observed in the wild. So what these issues kind of lead to is that at some point, ransomware might be in the near future. We hope it's not. But fortunately, there are a variety of solutions to consider in what's called a defense in depth strategy, which many of you can implement from many of the vendors who are talking to you today. But I want to talk to you about the last line of defense, the recovery strategy. We recognize that restarting business is the critical business need that we need to drive home with data protection solutions. And our belief is that this requires an application-centric point of view. This means that we've leveraged the abstractions afforded by Kubernetes to perform an entire application capture. This allows greater flexibility in designing your security playbooks in plain English. Restore your payment system, restore your frontline customer support system, restore the SaaS front-end user application. Because we do a complete application capture, we simplify defining what these policies need to look like in order to protect your business and the underlying business process. It's described essentially in plain English. And your security playbooks can become much more impactful in that sense because you can talk and discuss about what's the right action and responses to take should XYZ or should a ransomware incident occur. And you're going to be able to talk to it directly in financial impact terms when you can distill it to an executive level. So what recommendations do we have that are more actionable that we can talk to you about implementing a recovery solution for cloud-native apps? Well, first of all, you've probably heard already, immutable backups are a must. Even with an air gap scenario, backups can theoretically be compromised by insider threats. And so immutability is really one of the only sure ways that nobody in the organization, whether malicious or internal, can delete a backup, not even an insider. The second major recommendation we have is to enforce compliance. This helps with address the issues of misconfiguration. We as cloud native professionals, we design policies to help developers and application owners to comply with the rules to avoid these risks. And it's easier said than done typically, but we'll talk about one technique just shortly. The third recommendation is use the 3-2-1-1-0 rule. You might be familiar with 3-2-1, but the extra 1 and 0 extends this by adding a few more recommendations. Have at least one immutable backup copy or one air gap copy, and no errors when you're performing DR testing or disaster recovery or backup verification. On the recovery side, it's a little bit more common sense. On the security playbook front, ensure that the disaster recovery plan is a part of the security response plan. The security playbook is going to outline different risk scenarios that your specific organization faces, whether it be risk of unavailability due to ransomware or other threats. And we recommend that you have a very specific plan that includes the disaster recovery procedures. Because when it comes down to testing that security plan, you need to prioritize your resources
towards the solutions that have the most business impact. The apps that generate revenue, the services that delight customers, the important internal applications that enable strategic operations like R&D. And that way, you're going to have the support from the business executive all the way down to the IT manager. The third recommendation is to be flexible. Plans may change. And when the time calls, it's going to be really important to be able to move that application to another approved cloud in a moment's notice. So what are some of the K10 features that can help? Well, K10's immutable backups are implemented through cloud providers who offer S3 compatible buckets with object locking functionality. And Captain is integrated with multiple S3 providers who support this object lock. So even in the event that an adversary marks that object for deletion or marks that backup for deletion, which can happen, K10 is going to read from that immutable copy automatically. And now, while having immutable backup policy is great, what's not so great is what if your team forgets to configure the infrastructure as code to use those immutable backups? Again, human nature. Believe it or not, misconfiguration is very common. And because these bugs are common, technologies have actually risen to help solve that challenge. There's a concept called policy as code. And policy as code is the pairing with infrastructure as code, where we can write basically configurations or YAML or algorithms that essentially look and enforce specific policies upon our deployments into, for example, a CI/CD pipeline. And because K10 is Kubernetes native, it works out of the box with cloud native policy engines such as Kyverno or OPA Gatekeeper. So in this example, we've written a Kyverno policy that enforces that production applications must have an associated K10 backup policy, and that they must be writing to an immutable location profile. In the middle here, we have a definition of an application. In this case, it's an Nginx web server with one of our apps. And we've defined it to contain these exact same labels. But let's say a developer comes in, makes a new application, checks it in, forgot these labels. Human nature. Well, this developer is given some feedback, and they're told they can't deploy. And how this actually works is that it's controlled through the Kubernetes admission controller, which acts as a so-called quote-unquote gatekeeper for misconfigurations. It uses a shift-left approach to prevent security and data protection risk, and this technique is actually highly scalable and works best with very rapid deployment. So think about it through a GitOps model or a CI/CD pipeline. Now, we recognize that a lot of you might be in different stages of your cloud native journey. To help us best understand where you are, can you help us answer, in the next 12 months, what type of operational model will you use to enforce data protection? Are you going to use something like we just presented, policy as code? Are you using reports that help review the activities of other teams that may own data protection? Are you using a central and unique specific team that's going to continue to own those operations? Or do you feel that your operations are pretty good and we don't need specific enforcement measures? Okay, I see the results are coming in, starting to slow down. So let's jump to the results and talk about that a little bit. So there's a handful of you that see policy as code, in the next 12 months. That sounds like they're more developer-friendly audiences. Okay, that's expected. Majority of you are using a combination of either reports or a central operations team. And definitely in the journey to cloud, we're going to see more of that, right? More and more teams are going to be evolving their operational models. At the very least, more self-service, more decentralized approach to data protection, with where reporting typically comes in. And I would say that the most agile model would be to fully operate on that infrastructure as code model. And one of the only scalable approaches to enforce will be policy as code. So it's great to see that some of you are thinking about that. Okay, so we're going to jump into our demo about application mobility, and I just want to talk a little bit about what you're going to see from there. This is a demo that shows you just how easy it is to recover from ransomware. And in the event that the business decision is made to move from your production cloud to a different production cloud, how easily you can just do that with K10. So the first part of it is attaching and configuring K10 to have a secondary cluster. We're going to publish an immutable backup target to K10 itself. And then fast forward post ransomware incident, we're going to show you how to perform that application mobility and do it from a multi-cloud scenario, going from a GKE Ansys private cloud to an AWS EKS public cloud. All right, so let's get into this.
So let's say we have two production clusters on GKE Ansys, which is a private cloud version of the Google Cloud Platform. We can add a secondary disaster recovery site by using a K10 tool called Kubernetes K10 multi-cluster. And what this does is it generates the secure certificates and tokens needed to authenticate to a secondary cluster, enable Kasten by Veeam to have access to perform data protection and backups on those environments. Here it's showing that it's discovered an AWS cluster and that you can actually change the name so that it's a little bit easier for you to read on your multi-cluster interface. Then we're going to add the ingress URL, which is the simple URL to externally interface this cluster to the other K10 clusters. So now the process of adding a cluster is enabled through the multi-cluster interface. And through this interface, we can do a number of things. We can publish what's called global profiles and global policies. Now let's say we want to create a new disaster recovery location in AWS, and we want to take advantage of AWS S3's feature to create object locked buckets. This in turn is going to allow us to create immutable backup repositories. We're going to need a few details to finish this configuration, which is the bucket name of the object lock bucket, the AWS access key, as well as the AWS secret. Now, if you don't know these already, you can contact your AWS administrator. Next, we're going to enable immutable backups, and we can perform automatic validation that all the prerequisites are met. Once that's done, we're going to configure what's known as the protection period, which essentially states how long we can protect these backups for. The next step is to go ahead and create what's known as a distribution. This allows my global profiles to be automatically published to any K10 resource where we might need to recover from. And so what we're doing here is choosing the production clusters as well as the DR sites to have this location profile automatically configured so that when it comes time for a disaster, we can automatically restore from these buckets at any given time. Now we're going to go back to our primary cluster where our production applications are protected. And in this cluster, we have a production WordPress application. And let's say that it's mission critical and that it's serving revenue generating functionalities. We can go to see the application details and see everything that's backed up, including the labels, the persistent data volumes, the workloads, such as the data services, network configurations, config maps, and secrets. Now we're going to go to a functionality called export, and this is what K10 calls a backup. The backups are created from application snapshots that are performed on the application itself, and we can export these copies to our immutable bucket. Now we're going to go ahead and validate that we have all the right artifacts, including the snapshot itself and any specifications for different resources. Now K10 is going to give you an export string, and this string is very important as we're going to be using it to import into our disaster recovery site. But first, we're going to validate that the export has been successful so that we can go ahead and test recovery of that restore point. And now that the export's complete, we're going to go and assume that a ransomware incident has occurred and that now we got the directive to migrate to the AWS EKS cluster. We're going to use a different type of policy that we created. So we just created an export. We're now going to use something called an import policy. And this policy is more of an on-demand policy we can use to trigger a recovery of that application at any point, any time. Now there are a variety of options you can do on import, but the one we're going to show you today is something called transformations. Now intuitively, you might know that restoring a snapshot from a GKA volume and restoring that to an AWS EKS or EBS volume might not work exactly as you expect. In this example, we're going to take the persistent volume claim definition for the WordPress, which is the application persistent volume that WordPress hosts its database on. And we're going to change it from GKA's storage class to an AWS storage class, which is GP2 or general purpose. And so now our policy is ready. We've taken backups on GKE volumes and have a policy to now import this into AWS on demand whenever a disaster strikes. Now we're going to take that import key that we had created back at the backup export and go ahead and create that policy. We're going to hit run once, and then we're going to go back to our dashboard and wait for the application to be imported into the DR cluster. You can always drill down into the specific action itself. It's going to show you all the sub actions that it's performing. So in this case, it's importing the restore point definition, and then it's going to go ahead and actually restore all the persistent data volumes. Next, we're going to go validate that all the application data has actually been restored. So we're going to go to applications, and then we're going to check the details of this and validate it has all my data volumes, my data service workloads, my network configuration. And then I'm going to pull the terminal here and actually show the pods being restarted. Now that takes a little bit of time, a couple minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and run a get status on the pods once again. And now we can see that the WordPress service is online, the MariaDB service is online. It has the correct network configuration with a disk port and cluster IP, and our application has now failed over and been migrated to our EKS. Now let's just double check that on the AWS Management Console. If we click into that secondary cluster and wait for the workloads to refresh, we can see that, yes, both the WordPress and the MariaDB service are ready and running, and ready to serve production needs.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for watching that demo. I'm told we're a little short on time, so we're actually going to jump into the Q&A. We've got a couple of resources for you if you're new to Kubernetes. Check out our learning platform. And if you want to try out K10, there's the QR code on the right. And I think with that, we'll take some questions.
All right. Yeah, super, Joey. And let me pop it over to a poll while we do some of those questions. One, are you planning to or using Kubernetes in your environment today? And so I'll leave that one up for a minute, and then we've got another poll. But Joey, one of the questions that's come in from Bradford is, does Kasten K10 have an API?
Yes, we do. Primarily, we interact with the Kubernetes API, and the easiest way to do that is use the kube control commands. So our UI will always expose a friendly way to do that, but you can always copy the kube control command to do that. And if you're more comfortable with the YAML, you can actually use that to directly interact with Kasten's custom resources that we deploy onto each cluster.
Okay, super. And I'm going to go ahead and rotate to our next poll question, which is about what resources you'd be interested in receiving from Kasten. But this next question here, what other applications or services does Kasten integrate with? Specifically Minio, Red Hat OpenShift, Rancher, Red Hat Self-Storage?
All of the above. Once again, we have a very wide distribution. Wide distribution of supported storage platforms, cloud providers, Kubernetes distributions, you name it. All of those four, at least that you mentioned, are supported.
Okay, great. And this next question is about training. Do you guys offer free training, and then are there paid options for training?
Again, our learning.kasten.io, you can pop that in your web browser. That's going to be our free training for Kubernetes and actually how to protect Kubernetes. It's hands-on lab. You don't need any infrastructure for that. As far as advanced sources, there definitely could be some on the horizon, but not sure if we have any at the moment.
Okay. Well, I think that's about all the time we have for questions, but really great presentation, great demo. Really appreciate you coming on, Joey, to tell us about the solution and for your insights here in the Q&A. And if you've got a few minutes to hang out and check out some of the other questions in the console, we'd really appreciate it.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay, so it's time for our next prize drawing. This one is for our $500 Amazon.com gift card. And the winner of this one is John Predmore from Illinois. So congratulations, John. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the ATM Ransomware MegaCast. And our next session comes from Nasuni. And presenting for Nasuni is Mike Pacheco, Senior Product Marketing Manager. And I'll turn it over to Mike, who will introduce some of his special guests.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Pacheco, Senior Product Marketing Manager with Nasuni. I'm honored to be joined here by Jim Eckert, Chief Security Advisor with Microsoft, and Brian Posey, 20 times Microsoft MVP, technology author and speaker, and commercial astronaut candidate. So we're here collectively to talk about the realities of ransomware, which is a very hot topic today. But we'd also like to debunk some common misconceptions and bad kind of information circulating around about ransomware. We'd also like maybe to chat about some considerations for protecting our organizations against ransomware in today's cloud era. So I'm working remotely right now. I assume both of you are as well. So with everyone working remotely these days and more of our workloads and files moving to the cloud, these ransomware attacks really are showing no signs of slowing down. I read an article recently in Cybersecurity Ventures that said it's estimated that a ransomware attack is expected to attack a business every 11 seconds. And it's pretty astounding if you think about just the past 30 seconds of me talking, there have been 3 or 4 ransomware attacks or businesses that have been victims of ransomware attacks. It's not just the frequency. These ransomware attacks have been successful. In the same article from Cybersecurity Ventures, global ransomware damage costs are estimated to be 20 billion this year alone. And in another 2 years or so, that same estimate is expected to be 40 billion. And as much as law enforcement and the FBI tries to crack down on these gangs, it seems like a new one pops up in its place immediately. So not only are they becoming more prevalent, but they're also becoming more advanced, right? They're not just blindly encrypting a system or a file anymore. They're actually intelligent. They're destroying backups and stealing usernames and passwords and leaking sensitive information, right? So, it's no surprise that the main target for these attacks is the very lifeblood of our organizations, our data. So, what are you guys seeing happening in the world today with ransomware?
Yeah, so I mean, what I would say is that, as I talk to various organizations in my role at Microsoft, I mean, almost every single CISO I talk to is worried about ransomware and indicates that their board of directors is asking about what are we doing to thwart ransomware or human operated ransomware. And so it's absolutely a top of mind concern for security leaders, and rightly so, because you mentioned the FBI is doing their best to thwart ransomware, but what we're actually seeing is that there's not enough enforcement actions to actually act as a deterrent to ransomware. And so between that and between the payouts that we're seeing in ransomware, I think we should all fully expect that it's going to continue on the rise. The thing that I find troubling about ransomware is, yes, at the end of it, when you ransom systems of operation and systems of revenue, that tends to be pretty sophisticated, but the route getting into organizations is still pretty standard, pretty simple. We've known how to close down that route for about 20 years and still haven't managed to do so. So I think we've got some good remediation that we need to talk about later.
Excellent, Jim. Thank you. And Brian, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with everything that was just said. The thing that I found interesting is maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I participated in a panel discussion and people were talking about what are your top security concerns. And ransomware was the #1 concern that was given back then, and yet nothing's changed aside from the fact that ransomware has grown worse. So ransomware is absolutely something that we still have to take seriously even today.
We've talked a bit about backups and we talked a bit about recovery and restores. And another common misconception is that as long as you're backing up your data and you can recover, that's enough, right? I mean, after all, that is what backups are for. While this is true on some level, this approach and this mentality really becomes a non-starter, because if you can't go back in time far enough to recover the data you need, or even if you can go back in time far enough, depending on your backup strategy and the media that you're using, and whether your backups are offsite or you're leveraging tapes, identifying all that's been impacted by an attack and then actually being able to recover it, it's not uncommon for that particular process to take literally days or weeks. So my question to both of you is, why isn't the old school way of backing up data or thinking about backups cutting it in today's cloud world?
There are so many different ways of approaching that one. One thing to consider is that anytime that you restore a backup, even in absolute best case scenario, there's always going to be some degree of data loss because data will have accumulated between the time of your most recent recovery point and the time that you're doing the restoration. So ideally, you want to try to avoid restoring if you possibly can. Another thing to think about is if you're restoring following a ransomware attack, then there's a good chance that not everything has been impacted. So if you do a blanket restore, chances are you're going to be overwriting good data with old data from a backup, and maybe that good data has been modified in a good way since the time that that backup was taken. Also, as you alluded to, it takes a long time and a considerable amount of effort to figure out what it is that has been impacted by the ransomware infection. And then when you also throw in things like ransomware that actively goes after your backups and tries to neutralize those backups, or ransomware that has a time bomb embedded and keeps you from being able to restore your data, those are all things that you have to consider, areas where traditional backups can break down with regard to a ransomware infection.
Yeah, and when I think about what Brian just said, I mean, it makes me want to invest more ahead of time rather than relying on having to back up and restore. And certainly you've got to back up and restore. That's not my point. But when you think about, I've got to figure out what just happened, I got to figure out what was impacted, I've got to figure out how long it takes for me to restore the data, I've got to figure out how to roll the business forward. But none of that can really start legitimately until you have evicted the cyber attacker who is already in owning your infrastructure, or you may actually find out that the recovery is all for naught because they're sitting there waiting to go after you all over again. And so it's a complicated process. And so one of the things that I see in organizations is that, with regard to disaster recovery and business continuity planning, that tends to be some of those things that organizations do if they have extra time after the day's work is done. And so it's really important that organizations put a new and renewed focus on disaster recovery, business continuity planning, and not just recovering databases and not just recovering some virtual machines, but getting systems of operation and systems of revenue restored and running, and actually trying to push some business transactions through them to actually make sure that we got it right. Because this tends to be an area of vulnerability where we learn all of the bad lessons at the least good time to learn.
Earlier we talked about when we were talking about what's going on with ransomware in the world today and how advanced, these attacks have gotten. And you mentioned one thing, Brian, that I kind of wanted to talk about as well. It's these time bomb based approaches. So, back in the day, ransomware attacks were not as mature, right? They were more straightforward. Perhaps you'd realize that you'd been impacted and you simply, go recover from a point in time prior to the attack. But these newer attacks are infecting files on a time bomb schedule, right? Based off system clocks and such. And these can be really dangerous because by the time you realize an attack has taken place, several days could have gone by and several weeks could have lapsed, right? So you may not be able to go back in time far enough to recover if you're not retaining your backups for that long. What have you guys seen with these kind of time bomb-based attacks that we're seeing in the world today?
I'll just say, and then I'll turn it over to Brian, but I'll just say that, when I talked to Microsoft's incident response team, I didn't think they would say this, but they found time bomb types of attacks in most of the incidents that they're working. And so although that sounds very futuristic and who would do that and who would deal in that kind of sabotage, we're actually finding it to be a pretty common technique that is used to make sure that the attackers can own that backup as well, because every motivation they have is about making sure that you are certain to pay the ransom and that you're certain to agree to the price of the ransom because they have got you so utterly locked up.
Absolutely. And, it's, just making sure that your backups are successful is not enough. You have to make sure you can actually restore, again, repeating what I said earlier, but restore that quickly enough so that your users and applications and productivity are not impacted. But before you even get to that point, right, before you can even get to the point of actually restoring data, how do you know what to restore, right? How do you ensure that a ransomware attack is no longer an active threat to your organization, right? So what do you both think are some things to consider with identifying the impact of an attack so that you can confidently begin recovery and ensure that you capture everything you need?
Yeah, one of the things that comes to mind for me, Mike, is the fact that I think that few organizations are equipped on their own to actually do the work that you just described. And so I think, once you have become aware that you're a victim of a ransomware attack, it is time to go and call whatever incident response firm you have on retainer, and hopefully you do have one on retainer, because this is going to hit virtually every organization over time. And so call that early, because they have the tools. IR organizations tend to have the tools that go in and help enumerate everything that has been touched or impacted, and they're very skilled at it in ways that the common organization doesn't have. And the faster you can get that done, the faster you can get on with the business of putting the applications and databases back in the original position that they were in.
So clearly there are many challenges to overcome and considerations to make once you realize your organization's been impacted by ransomware. As tempting as it may be to just pay the ransom to try to get your data back, I came across an article in Forbes that said a whopping 92% of those organizations who actually did pay the ransom did not get all of their data back, or even at all. So when you consider some of these huge payouts that we've heard about in recent news, This is really, an eye-opening statistic. So what do you guys have to say to those who believe that paying ransom is ever an option?
I think there's a lot of complexity and a lot of different stakeholders in the organization that have to figure out whether it's appropriate to pay the ransom or not. And so I think it's a complicated question. It involves some past advice that the FBI may have initiated or not. But here's the simple answer is, given the height of that statistic, 92%, you should assume that you are not going to be able to recover from ransomware by paying the ransom. You're not going to be able to do it fully, which means that you must go all in on the protections and the recovery options for human-operated ransomware. That's the most important thing I can say about this, because it's a highly variable conversation to figure out if you're going to pay ransom and what you're going to get out of paying that ransom.
Yeah, I've heard story after story of organizations that have paid the ransom and either not gotten the keys, or they've gotten the keys and then been immediately reinfected. Or there were several stories I've heard of where an organization paid the ransom only to get a demand for a second ransom because the attackers know, hey, you're invested at this point. You've already paid some. You don't want to just cut your losses, so we're going to ask for more. These kinds of stories aren't uncommon by any stretch of the imagination. So I think that the best approach is to make sure that you have a way of fighting back without having to pay that ransom, because even if everything went perfectly after you paid the ransom, that only emboldens the attackers and it funds the development of future ransomware. So it's best to avoid that route if you possibly can.
Excellent. Some really interesting perspectives from both of you gentlemen. Jim, I have a specific question for you. So as the Chief Security Advisor from Microsoft, what do you think organizations should implement as part of their overall cybersecurity strategy to help increase their cyber resilience?
So what I would say, Mike, is, first off, Microsoft has seen so many human-operated ransomware incidents that we've actually put together a mitigation playbook that covers many of the angles that actually allow people to get in. We've been focusing on the end result of an incident, which is how do we restore and all that kind of thing. But what I would say is that organizations who are actually pursuing something more of a zero trust strategy are going to be more resilient around the cyber attackers ever getting in the first place. And so a few of the things that we would emphasize in terms of just getting into the environment and east-west travel is really important that you have some kind of sandboxing capability in place so that we're trying to get rid of malicious emails before they have a chance to do their bad thing. Really important that you have an advanced EDR capability on the endpoint so that perhaps if you did click on the bad email, that it can be stopped at the endpoint, because as Brian said, endpoints are going to be the primary attack vector and entry point. I'm alarmed at the number of organizations that have still not pervasively rolled out multi-factor authentication, because we know that MFA is highly effective, like 99.9% effective in thwarting credential theft. And then probably the last thing that I'd highlight without going completely exhaustive is organizations need to really improve in terms of how they're doing privileged identity management. And so the way Microsoft thinks about this and recommends is that we should be having privileged identities that actually get their entitlements just in time and have no standing privileges. And so therefore you get privileges for a very short period of time, a defined period of time, to work on a trouble ticket or a change request, and then those privileges go away. And what that actually does is it kind of limits the power of privileged access accounts so that they can't be used for east-west travel and for the cyber attackers to move around in your environment, map it out, cover their tracks and the like. And so those are just a few of the things, but certainly a zero trust architecture is helpful for that. And the other thing is, we know that the cyber attackers will move all over your environment as if navigating a maze. And so then having end-to-end detection and response capability is really important, because if you have good and complete detection capability, somewhere along the road, the cyber attacker is going to trip over one of your tripwires in a way that alerts your SOC, so that you have a chance at catching them in 24 to 48 hours instead of the industry standard, which is something over 101 days. And so complete visibility and a zero trust architecture are going to be important approaches to help avoid getting into this situation in the first place.
Thank you, Jim. Those are some excellent considerations. It's clear that even with all of these measures in place, it's clear that ransomware attacks are still succeeding and impacting our business data. So I would like to chime in and wrap this up by talking a bit about Nasuni Cloud File Services backed by modern cloud object storage like Microsoft Azure. So with our longstanding partnerships and deep integrations with leading data security platforms like Varonis and StealthBits, for example, Nasuni is really focused on becoming an important part of our customers' overall cybersecurity strategy. Again, not only helping our customers recover quickly from ransomware, but also simplifying and allowing our customers to focus on how to detect and prevent and protect themselves in their files against ransomware in the first place. There are some key components of our architecture which I would like to kind of talk about and why Nasuni Cloud File Services is so great for protection against ransomware. So the first point I want to make is about immutability. So with our continuous file versioning protection, each and every file change are protected in immutable copies in the cloud. So files are always protected and available when our customers need them. The second is talking about recovery points. So we are built upon cloud object storage. We're able to leverage all the unlimited scalability benefits that comes with cloud object storage with literally no limits to the number of files that can be protected in the cloud. So with that level of flexibility, our customers gain the very best recovery point objectives, even down to the 1-minute level, so they never have to worry about losing data, and they can also protect themselves against those time bomb-based attacks that we talked about earlier. Nasuni has rapid ransomware recovery features. So if you look at nasuni.com/million file restore, you can see examples of Nasuni recovering literally millions of files in just a matter of seconds or minutes from any location, all from a single console. So this means that our customers can spend more time focused on how to prevent ransomware and how to detect against ransomware, and never have to worry or think much about slow recoveries or recovery time objectives. So not only can you recover very, very quickly with Nasuni, but you'll never have to pay ransom to recover your data either. Jim, I think you talked about surgical recovery earlier and how important that is. So what good is recovering if you're going to potentially, overwrite files that are good? So Nasuni has comprehensive file auditing capabilities that allows you to, see all kinds of operations against files. You can use these auditing capabilities to help you identify what's been impacted. So this level of flexibility means that you can restore entire volumes, individual folders, multiple folders, and even individual files for specific users as well. I just wanted to thank both of you gentlemen today for sharing your perspectives. It's been awesome speaking with you, Jim and Brian. And I did just want to share, if you haven't already, please go out to nasuni.com and microsoft.com and check out some of these resources on how to protect your organizations against ransomware. Thanks again, and I hope to chat with both of you again soon. Take care.
All right, great. Well, Mike, really nice discussion with Brian and Jim there. Are you ready for some questions?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining us. And so, and while we see what questions we have here, I do have the poll question up. So we do appreciate everybody's answers on what additional information you'd like from Nasuni. I'll just mention a couple of people really appreciated the discussion there. Scott picked up on the point about paying ransoms, and his take is paying the ransom is too risky, not to mention expensive, which is, I think, is some of the kind of things, echoing what Brian was saying there. And Kenneth says, ouch, in reference to one of the ransomware pain points you guys mentioned, and says, great information. How do you differentiate a robust backup strategy from a ransomware recovery strategy?
That's an excellent question. So obviously you need to protect your data. You need to back up your data. That's paramount to any good ransomware protection or ransomware recovery solution. However, if you're talking about backing up data at scale, especially across multiple sites and, especially across, larger data sets. Simply backing up data isn't enough. You have to ensure that you can recover it quickly enough so that your, productivity is not impacted, so that your users don't lose much productivity. So, if you look at Nasuni.com/million file restore, you can see that Nasuni's continuous file versioning protection, not only does it protect each and every file change in immutable copies in the cloud, but because we're built upon cloud object storage, so we can run in AWS or Google or Azure or any cloud object, private cloud object, offering of your choice, we can scale to the limits that those cloud object storage providers offer, which means not only is your data protected in immutable copies in the cloud always, but you can literally restore in a matter of seconds from any historical point in time without compromise.
And so you just mentioned the million files, and you had the URL up earlier about the million file restore. We do have a question that's come in here. They're asking, that million number sounds unbelievable. How's it possible for Nasuni to recover that many files that quickly?
Yeah, that's interesting. We actually get that question quite a bit every time we show that demo, and every time people come across that asset. And really, it boils down to the fact that our cloud, so we have a cloud-native global file system that not only allows file access and fast file access from anywhere where file sharing and file access is needed, but when it comes to recovering, because we offer unlimited snapshot capabilities, unlimited file protection capabilities, rolling back to the point just before an attack occurred, or rolling back your data to a previous point in time is literally a pointer. It's a dial back to a previous point in time. So when you see that we're recovering millions of files in a matter of seconds, that's the way we're able to accomplish that, because we're not actually physically moving data from point B back to point A to get you to a previous, known good file state.
Okay, super. And we've probably got time for one more question. Bradford is asking, are users able to recover or restore their own files or folders? Which kind of, and there's another question here, can you recover individual files with Nasuni or just at the volume level? So I guess I'll kind of bundle those two questions together for you.
Okay, yeah. So I'll answer your latter question first. So yeah, so with Nasuni, you can recover, an entire site worth of data. You can recover an entire volume worth of data, an entire folder, but you can also recover, individual files for specific users as well. So yes, you have that kind of surgical, recoverability capability, which is very important because, as we talked about in the discussion, doing those more blanket level recoveries can sometimes overwrite good data, right? And that can also always pose a bad scenario. As far as the question about whether end users can recover, so yes, obviously we can integrate with Microsoft, previous file versions, so users can do that as well.
Okay, tremendous. Well, there's a lot of questions here. Unfortunately, we don't have time to get to all of them, but I don't know what your schedule looks like. If you could stick around a little bit and maybe answer some questions for people in the console, we would greatly appreciate it. But
my pleasure.
Mike,
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for bringing us up to speed on Nasuni. Really appreciate it. Okay, and now it is time for our next prize drawing. The winner of our next $500 Amazon gift card is Adiwali Adams from Washington, D.C. And the winner of our grand prize, the next one of those, the Apple iPhone 13 Pro, is Bridget Ross from Nevada. So congratulations to Adiwali and Bridget. Let's move on to our next presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast. This next session comes from Gigamon, and presenting for Gigamon is Chris Borales, Senior Product Marketing Manager. So I'm going to turn things over to Chris.
All right, so hi everyone. I know the title of my session is called Agentless Threat Hunting, but I'm really going to be discussing how the network plays an integral role in finding today's threats, especially before ransomware can be deployed and endpoint hosts and other hosts are encrypted and locked down. So let's go ahead and get started. So my name is Chris Borales. I'm part of the product marketing team here at Gigamon. Now, you can take a look at my prior experience there. Most notably, recently, I was the head of our security awareness and education program at Discovery, where I was training employees on how to stay secure, so to speak. Now, previously, I was at FireEye Mandiant, and I was also at an educational technology company called Blackboard, where I was doing technical product marketing. So I have a little bit of a technical background, and I did receive my master's from George Washington University. Now, here's our agenda for today. Really, we're going to be diving into the anatomy of a ransomware attack. We're going to talk a little bit about the different stages, how it's happening. We're going to talk a little bit about the importance of threat hunting, why it's important to find the threats before the encryption happens. We're going to talk about how data is collected, importance of visibility, how to identify lateral movement, how to identify data exfiltration. Then we'll do a little bit of a Q&A, and we'll wrap up. So here's really the anatomy of a ransomware attack, right? So here's our fictitious network. You see here, we have our perimeter security set up there. We have our different hosts that you see there, an app server, client server, some endpoints. Now we start with the attacker, right? After that initial research that they're doing, maybe they do this phishing and social engineering that grants them that initial access. We want to take a look at stage 2. So let's look at what's happening right after the attacker gets in, right? Maybe you can see that externally facing server exploitation down there at the bottom. So if we see that, maybe they pivot to an AD controller, domain controller there. Once they've pivoted to this, they might have access to your emails. From here, at stage 3, this is where they're going to execute that second stage payload, and they're going to access that malicious URL, deliverransomware.com. Now, step 4, these infected hosts make calls out to a malicious C2 server. All the while, there's privileged escalation that's happening. So maybe the attacker has gained access to that app server that you see there, and there's lateral movement also happening here. Now, once this has all happened, this is when the data exfiltration happens. They've collected all the sensitive information that they need to extort the organization. They extract it, and then finally, the payloads are executed, and there is, the ransomware is, the machines are locked down and encrypted, and the organization is finally extorted. So this is that anatomy of a ransomware attack. This is how it's carried out, right? All the steps from 1 to 8. Now, if we sort of rewind it a little bit and take a look at this from a how do we stop this perspective, what we're noticing is that all the steps after that initial infection or that initial access to the network, there are opportunities that present themselves for a security team to actually find this malicious activity on the network while the attacker is in the network. So here at stage 2, they can detect this potential malicious traffic. They can do metadata analysis, find more traffic on that stage 3. Step 4, there's the ability to inspect TLS SSL data. Maybe they have an encrypted payload that we want to inspect. We can see that. Again, during the lateral movement privilege escalation stages, we can detect this malicious activity on the network. Again, once the data is exfiltrated, again, another opportunity for the network team, for the security teams to actually see what's happening and act on it to get these threat actors out of the network. Now, I know that we hear a lot on the security side. We hear that, the attacker only has to get it right once and the security team has to get it right 100% of the time. Now that mantra, I'm gonna say something that we actually want to flip that a little bit. So once the attacker has gotten into the network, I posit that the attacker has to get it right 100% of the time to avoid network detection, but the security team has multiple instances to catch the attacker in the act. And how does the attacker catch them? Let's talk a little bit about their proactive threat hunting. So what is proactive hunting? So at its core, proactive hunting is really searching for cyber threats that might be lurking undetected on your network, right? So they're caught in the act. You're doing this proactively before anything, before you even have an effective alert. You're doing research. You're creating hypotheses. So this is where your cybersecurity team is creating this hypothesis. They're creating this and saying, we know the network best. We know what's anomalous behavior. We know what is real behavior on the network. Let's see if we can find something. So they formulate this hypothesis. They conduct a search. If the search comes back negative, then they go back. The cycle starts over again. If it's proven to be positive, here's where the magic happens, so to speak. So this is where they'll pivot, expand the scope of their search. Maybe it's not just this one device, maybe it's multiple devices. Maybe it's not just this one IP, it's multiple IPs, etc. This is when, if there is a full-blown incident, this is where you'll pivot to incident response. This is where you'll create those new detection contents. Now, this is where you create the new detections and deploy those throughout your program. Now, what Gigamon is doing here is we are positioning organizations to proactively hunt for threats before they become an alert. How are we doing this? What are we doing? We're giving you additional visibility into your network traffic. Now, why is this important? This slide really gives you a good opportunity to see the complex infrastructure that you're deploying. We know that infrastructure is not getting any less complicated. So on the left-hand side, you'll see, all the disparate technologies, containers, service meshes, virtual machines, on-prem, all of that running on different platforms, VMware, private cloud, public cloud, etc. Now, you have a lot of tools on the right-hand side that need access to these technologies. And to add another layer to this complexity is really how difficult it is to extract data from these platforms, subsequently sending data from the tools on the right or on the left to the tools on the right. Now, obviously, this includes east-west traffic. This includes the ability to have to send different instances of that data to multiple tools on the right-hand side. Now, being able to have visibility into this east-west traffic is going to be critical here. Now, it's one information to collect information from endpoints with an agent installed. Now, what about those unmanaged hosts? Those tools, those maybe those healthcare devices, the printers, those IoT devices that can't have an endpoint agent installed. How do you get visibility into that? Same thing can be said for shadow IT, torrent, and cryptojacking software that might be deployed that operates, that doesn't generate the same command and control communications that most endpoint monitoring is geared toward. What about that data? How do we get visibility into that? Now, this is where the visibility fabric comes into play. This is where Gigamon plays a role. Now, simply put, really the visibility fabric collects and aggregates all that data in motion one time so that all of your tools have only one place to go, the visibility fabric. And once accessed, the fabric will send data to any tool and platform to any dozens of traffic and transformation optimization tools. But when we talk about, specifically for ransomware detection or ransomware, we need to talk about decryption. And how do we decrypt this data? So what we do with our visibility fabric is we can decrypt this encrypted information on the fly. So we have a number of capabilities that are around making decryption possible, even in this sort of complex privacy and compliance requirement environment that we have going on here. So we know that every environment is different, and Gigamon decryption can be deployed inline or out of band. So, and because decryption is just one step to inspection, you can actually choose which tools get decrypted traffic, what get encrypted traffic, and what gets decrypted but data masked out, et cetera. So there's a lot of permutations that you can use and manage with our visibility fabric. Now, as I mentioned before, it also helps you decrypt and inspect traffic and abide by your privacy requirements. This is important. We want to make sure that we are maintaining compliance, and the visibility fabric does that. So we have visibility on your east-west traffic. We have the ability to decrypt it on the fly when necessary in order to inspect it. Now, what data are we looking at, right? this is where we have to see sort of, let's dive a little bit deeper and take a look at what data we are collecting here. Now, we know what the attack timeline looks like, so let's go ahead and see how we're going to detect this activity, right? Now, the product that we work with called Threat Insight extracts network metadata and payload analysis for threat detection specifically. Now, metadata of common network protocol is critical. We know that Gigamon has sort of built its reputation on the ability to manage network data. And we know that flow data doesn't cut it for effective threat response and effective incident response. There isn't really enough context around flow data that's what's happening on the network. So what we do is we're extracting common layer 2 and layer 3 flow data, but we're also inspecting service or layer 4 protocols such as HTTP in this particular example here. And we extract L2, full L2 to L7 network metadata so that we can use all of that for network detection capabilities or for our threat detection capabilities. So let's sort of put that in context, right? Let's take a look at an example of lateral movement. So if we go back to that diagram that I shared at the beginning, if we want to find evidence of lateral movement, this is really where we can detect common lateral movement techniques, such as fileless service creation using PsExec maybe, or vulnerability exploitations like Eternal Blue that you'll see. We'll show you in just a second with our screenshot. WannaCry ransomware used this vulnerability pretty heavily, and we'll see that's still being used today. Now, it's been a few years since WannaCry has hit, but it just stresses the point that patching is still an important preventative measure here, but patch management isn't always easy. We know that. So detection coverage is critical. Even if you are, if you haven't managed your patches, we can still detect the malicious activity using Threat Insight. And lastly, we can see other activity like, that Cobalt Strike can perform to move laterally also. Here's one, there's an example where we've seen where they're creating, remotely creating DCOM objects. Now, all of these activities can be detected using our network detection and response tool called Threat Insight. And here's an example, like I said, of lateral movement. Here's an example of a detection with lateral movement using Eternal Blue. Now, from here, what we do is, we can see that, there's a description of the exploit and the recommendation, recommended next steps. And from there, the analyst can do further investigation on each of the impacted devices seen at the bottom. Now, once the detection is generated, the SOC team can also quickly pivot to our guided playbooks for further analysis. So if you see that detection, you want to do further investigation, you can pivot using those devices, using our pre-built playbooks that are generated by our teams on the back end, and you can do further investigation into those impacted devices and those detections. Now, here's an example of the same thing, but with data exfiltration. We talked about data exfiltration being, this is sort of the last stage before your data is encrypted, right? So this is before that encryption of the files happens. So now, what are we doing here? This is that shift in tactics that ransomware groups are doing that we're seeing. We're seeing that the critical data is being exfiltrated before encryption happens. So that gangs can, they can double extort, triple extort their victims. They might even compress that into a 7-zip file and then maybe ship them off using, WinSCP or over FTP. It's nothing, they're not doing anything spectacular here, but most of this activity happens during off hours when it's going to be not noticed as much. Now, TFTP is another exfiltration method, so is DNS, but FTP is common because they can get large amounts of data out. Remember, we're trying to detect malicious traffic. You need to be able to detect this malicious traffic. You need to be able to decrypt it in case they're using encrypted communications, and those can all be done using our Gigamon Visibility Fabric, the TLS SSL decryption that I talked about earlier, in conjunction with our Threat Insight tool. Now, again, it's sort of making the most of what the attackers are doing on the network to catch them in the act, to use their tactics against them. They're trying to remain undetected for as long as possible. But if you can see the common things that they're doing on the network, if you have that additional visibility, this is where Gigamon really turns the tables on these attackers and helps you get more visibility and helps you detect them before that encryption happens. Now, here's an example of what it looks like in the tool. So here is our data exfiltration detection. Now, just with the previous screenshot, the SOC team can see a description of the detection as well as recommended next steps. So we'll pivot here. We'll talk a little bit about Threat Insight and what that does. So here is sort of our high-level overview of what Threat Insight is. This is our network detection response tool that was really built by responders for responders. We have 3 pillars of Threat Insight. That's visibility, that is detection, and response. We want to be able to provide you with unequaled visibility, and we talked about that and why it's so important. We want to give you those high-fidelity behavioral-based threat detections, and we want to enable rapid informed response. We are providing, with Threat Insight, we're giving you one of the newest features is 365 days of network metadata that we're providing in the tool without any additional cost that allows you to see 365 days sort of into the past for your network, for that network visibility, to give you that unparalleled network visibility into your network activity. Why are we doing that? We're seeing a lot of attackers that are loitering on the networks for longer. In fact, the most recent IBM cost of a data breach report said that attackers are lingering on networks for over 280 days. But if other network detection and response tools are only providing up to 90 days of visibility, of historical visibility, how is your SOC team going to see what might have happened, not just that previous quarter, but 6 months prior, 9 months prior? You need that extended visibility. You can also see here, one of the things I really want to call out about Threat Insight is our ability to work with you, to partner with you. We have teams of experts that are working behind the scenes to help make the product better on a continual basis. Our ATR team, the Applied Threat Research team, is there to, they're taking their real world knowledge and applying them to detections. They are modifying these detections. They are creating new playbooks for you to make your response better. And in order to make sure that the tool is enabled and your teams are trained and can use the tool, we have our technical success managers, or our TSM teams, that are there to work with you, to work hand in hand with you to make sure that you are using the tool as best as possible. So this is Threat Insight. Again, to discuss this sort of from a high level, the best ransomware defense really rests on visibility. Do you have that visibility into malicious network traffic to stop the attackers before the ransomware hits? So we're saying that ransomware defense is network visibility paired with threat detection, paired with a response capability that really helps you stop these threats before they hit. And that's really it. That is the bottom line here. So if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. And I will stick around for a few more minutes to make sure that we answer all of those. So just want to wrap up and say thank you everyone for joining. My name is Chris Morales. Again, please feel free to put some questions in the chat and I will stick around. But thanks for listening today. Really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll get to talk soon. Thanks.
Okay, great presentation, Chris. Nice example involving eternal blue lateral movement there. Really appreciate that. And I do have the poll question up here for any additional information that members of the audience would like about the Gigamon solution. But are you ready for some questions?
Absolutely. Fire away.
That's super. One question that I wanted to ask you is, how has ransomware evolved since it was first seen?
So what we've seen, I think we can sort of classify ransomware in sort of 2 stages, sort of pre-2019 ransomware that was typically smash and grab, where we had, it was a more opportunistic type of attacker, where they're trying to get onto as many computers and as many endpoints as they possibly could and lock those down and extort the organization to decrypt just those machines. We're actually seeing a time to encryption that was actually below 15 minutes. But now what's happening is I think what ransomware actors have done is they've sort of taken a page out of the advanced persistent threat model, where they can now say, I can take my time, dwell on the network longer. I can find my way across the network. I can escalate my privileges. I can steal more sensitive information. Now I can double extort, triple extort this organization, not just lock down endpoints and lock down hosts, but I can also say, hey, I've stolen your sensitive IP. I've stolen your sensitive intellectual property. Let me extort you with that as well. And we've even seen instances where there's sort of a triple and quadruple extortion. So they're just sort of taking this model and shifting it. And really what's happening is ransomware has in effect become this business model where they're trying to find every instance of where they can make money, and they're going to do that. It's nefarious, but it's effective. You know, they are really they are able to. It's a money-making enterprise, and they're succeeding. And it just it puts a lot of organizations on the defensive, trying to have to pay these ransoms that are getting higher and higher. So it's again, it's sort of going from this smash and grab model, pre-2019 to post-2019, where you're seeing this, low and slow type of model. But, while that's typically we don't see, well, at Gigamon, we see it as a good thing, because this is an opportunity. The longer the attackers are lingering on the networks, this is a great opportunity for security teams to find that malicious behavior on the network and to get the guys out of there before the actual extortion happens, before the ransomware hits. Everyone, when I talked about during the talk is every one of those opportunities, when they're conducting lateral movement, when they're doing that malicious C2, when there is data exfiltration, all of those are the breadcrumbs that they're leaving there for the security team to say, hey, this is the opportunity to get these bad guys. Let's get them. So while they've changed their business model, it's also sort of put the advantage back on the security team to say, now's an opportunity that we can catch these bad guys.
Okay, super. Yeah, I like that analogy too, going from smash and grab to sort of sophisticated, more sophisticated criminal operation. Reminds me of Ocean's 11 and Matt Damon's character.
Sure.
Specialist, and then he kind of plugs in. What steps can organizations take to become more proactive in their threat hunting efforts?
So I think what organizations really have to do is they have to prioritize security expertise. And I think that's, we say that a lot in the security industry, and security and expertise is hard to find and it's expensive. But if you find the right people and you partner with the right solutions, these things the solutions that you have should sort of enable you to keep talented people, should help you, and should enable security organizations to develop their expertise, and should help retain institutional knowledge. And with Gigamon Threat Insight, the network detection and response tool that I was talking about earlier during the session, this is exactly what we're doing. We have a team of experts in our applied threat research team that's sort of doing detections. They're tuning the detections. They're conducting the threat intel. They're doing the analysis. But then we also have our technical success managers that are there to sort of help our customers, to enable our customers, to make sure that they're up and running, that they know the best practices, that they can use the tool effectively. But not just, just sort of on the service side, but we're also in the tool itself, we have features like our guided playbooks, like our parallel hunting capability, that really does help retain this institutional knowledge, so that if someone does, let's say I'm an analyst, I do my search, and let's say the next person on the next shift has to come in and take over where I left off, Most NDR tools don't have a way for someone to sort of pick up where I left off, but that's not the case with Threat Insight. We allow security operations teams to really coordinate their hunting efforts. And then we also save those searches so that that institutional knowledge is being retained, so that the level 1 analyst can sort of help level up to the level 2 analyst, and level 2 to level 3 and so forth. We want to make sure that that institutional knowledge is maintained, because proactive hunting doesn't necessarily have to be just for the most most mature security organizations. It can be done by organizations that realize that there's a problem out there, but just don't necessarily have the capabilities to do it. We are sort of lowering the barriers to entry to that proactive hunting capability so that others can do it effectively.
Okay, excellent. Well, it looks like we're running out of time, unfortunately, Chris.
No
but we do have some more questions in the console, and if you're able to stick around and maybe get back to some of those people, just by typing, we'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, happy to do that. Not a problem. We'll do.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on and bringing us up to date with Gigamon. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Okay. And now let's move on to our next prize drawing. And the winner of our next $500 Amazon gift card is Lori Cohen from Georgia. So congratulations to Lori. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast. Our next session comes from CrowdStrike, and we'll be hearing from Jason Rivera, Global Director of Strategic Threat Advisory Group. Jason, welcome to the MegaCast.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks. Yeah, thanks again for joining us, and take it away.
Cool. Let's go ahead and get kicked off. All right. So today we're going to be discussing different types of ransomware observations that we've seen, and we'll be going through some of the concepts of how we've watched the adversary evolve. So on that note, let's go ahead and just dive in. As a quick introduction for myself, like I said, my name is Jason, and I lead a team at CrowdStrike called the Strategic Threat Advisory Group. Basically, we help our customers operationalize their intelligence capabilities. Prior to CrowdStrike, I used to work for a Big Four consulting firm where I used to build threat intelligence programs for Fortune 500 companies and government agencies. Prior to that, I used to be a military intelligence officer in the Army for about 7 years, where I held different assignments at places like the NSA and Cyber Command. Here's an agenda of what we're going to be reviewing today. We're going to start off with kind of like the big picture, like the 20,000-foot point of view, and then we're going to break down what I refer to as the adversary's operational life cycle. And the objective of breaking down the life cycle is for us to understand the adversary, not necessarily just as a function of the malware that they try to hit us with, but also in terms of their strategy. What comes first, what comes second, how does the ransomware actor gain access to your environment, and when they gain access, how do they maneuver around, so on and so forth. So we're going to be taking a much more holistic view of the adversary's operational life cycle. So I'll start off with the strategic point of view, and a slide that I often like to start off with is this. What you are looking at is CrowdStrike's intrusion telemetry consisting of distinct and sophisticated intrusions. A distinct and sophisticated intrusion means something that we've never seen before, a new technique used by the adversary that is so novel and so different that we track it as an individual capability. And we track these individual capabilities in order to basically understand the evolution of the adversary themselves. As you can see, there is pretty much a huge increase in the e-crime area, right? And the reason for this is, we're seeing not only a lot of e-crime adversaries, but also an increased amount of opportunity. If you look at the big hump by Q1 2020, what that was COVID-19. And if you think about what happened during the COVID-19 timeframe, suddenly everybody went from working in an office to suddenly working from home. And what did that do? Well, it made us use more VPN, more RDP. It made our network architecture exponentially more complex. And with that complexity, that also allowed the adversary more opportunities to engage our attack surface. But beyond the COVID-19 and what that kind of did to our attack surface, the adversary has also implemented additional types of capabilities and techniques that have allowed them to increase the volume of their attacks, particularly ransomware as a service, which is a business model that allows adversaries to outsource their ransom operations to affiliates. So whereas before there was maybe 10 major ransomware operators, if each of those major operators outsources to 50 affiliates, well, now there's suddenly 500 ransomware operators. So that's the other big problem that we're seeing. So I think these days, to understand ransomware, you kind of have to look at it as a function of coercion and extortion, because ransomware is much more than just ransomware. And what I'm going to kind of load up is the actual sequence of a typical ransomware attack. And I want us to pay particular attention to step 2. What you will notice is that after the adversary performs reconnaissance, what they're actually doing before they engaged in the ransomware attack is they're exfiltrating data. Their intent in exfiltrating the data is to extort the victim with it on the back end. And some refer to this as double extortion. But the basic premise is that by engaging in the ransomware attack, not only can you do that, but then you can also threaten to monetize the data if the victim does not pay, thereby the term double extortion. So when victims pay ransom these days, it is often because of the fact that the impact of losing the data combined with the impact of the ransomware combined with the brand damage, it's usually the whole package itself that is really coercing victims into paying the ransom. So let's move on and take a look at what we're seeing by sector. From a sector perspective, what we are noticing is that we're seeing a lot of focus on what I would refer to as highly critical industries. A highly critical industry is basically one that cannot have a lot of downtime. So think about industrial engineering, think about manufacturing, particularly those two, and think about COVID-19. Think about the role that manufacturing has played during COVID-19. And imagine if the major manufacturers were to go down. Imagine all the goods that you're ordering from Amazon and all the stuff that you're getting from the shopping markets. And what if you just couldn't get that stuff anymore? Or think of the technology platform that we're using right now. Right now, we're using a technology platform that allows us to deliver this MegaCast, webinar, right? But what if it didn't work? Or moving over to the financial services area, what if suddenly you couldn't access your bank account anymore? So what you're noticing is that the adversary prioritizes highly critical industries. The lower amount of downtime that the industry can afford, the better of a target they are for this kind of attack. A similar logic would also apply to healthcare. Again, going back to the COVID-19 pandemic, obviously we cannot afford for hospitals to be down during this day and age. So this is kind of conceptually what we're dealing with from an adversary standpoint, and this is one of the challenges that we face as defenders. This isn't just necessarily an opportunistic adversary, but they're also a targeted adversary that is engaging in a very calculated manner against specific industries more so than certain others. So one of the things that I've been thinking of from my angle is thinking about, why exactly does the cybersecurity community struggle to combat this problem? And I think there's many reasons, but the way that I kind of think of it is across 3 areas: volume, complexity, and then proliferation. And we're going to break each of these down one by one. So the first one is an issue of volume, and I already spoke about this, but here's kind of a way to think of it. According to this chart, what we're saying is that by the end of quarter 4, 2021, we saw 600% more attacks, more distinct and sophisticated attacks than we saw in quarter 1 of 2019. So what does that mean? Literally 600% more activity, 600% more complexity. And the question that you should ask yourself is, well, how are you going to respond to the increase in this volume? Has your cybersecurity budget increased by 600%? Probably not. Has your staff, has your team increased by 600%? Probably not, right? So that's kind of the first challenge, is we have an adversary who is increasing us at higher and higher rates, yet from a defensive standpoint, our resourcing and our ability to combat them is not increasing at a proportionate rate. So what this implies is that automation is part of the answer. So that's something I would like you guys to think about as we go through this, and we'll talk more about that towards the end, but automation is certainly one of the big aspects of this. So moving on, I think the next one is that the adversary also has a very intense ability to evolve their capabilities. We talked about data extortion, but there's also things such as multi-threaded encryption, which allow them to go through and encrypt button environments faster. There's server targeting, which allows them to raise the stakes of an attack. And then safe mode boot up, which makes it much more inconvenient to respond to the attack should an attack take place. So not only has the volume of attacks increased, but the impact and the severity has also increased. And lastly, there's the notion of proliferation. I like to refer to this as everything as a service. And what I mean is exactly that. There is not a single aspect of the criminal community that is not being outsourced these days. We've already talked about ransomware, but then there's also things like access brokers. If I want to gain access to an environment, I don't have to do it myself. I'll just go find somebody who already has it. Like I remember seeing this the other day. Literally, I can buy access to the Egyptian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for $5,000. So it's things like that, right? Like literally these access brokers are just openly advertising where they have access to. And just like Amazon or any other type of service, they're rated. And the thing about the ratings is what happens is like basically the ratings indicate how valid the sale of the product is. So we do know for a fact that they are actually providing legit access. Cryptors is another big one. Cryptors is kind of like an embedded malware package. Think of it as like putting malware inside another package that's polymorphic. So it's able to morph the way it appears in order to defeat web email gateway solutions. There's laundering services as a service. There's banking Trojans as a service. And again, the point of this slide is basically to illustrate that pretty much everything is done as a service. So it's very easy for these, threat actors to work as a community and work as a collective in order to engage in these complex attacks. So let's take a look at the adversary's attack lifecycle. And if you take away one thing from my brief, I ask that you take away this. Let's not think of ransomware as just malware. Let's think of a ransomware operation as a holistic operation that consists of initial access, post-exploitation, and ransomware execution. Initial access are those actions that facilitate the ability to get into the organization. Post-exploitation are those actions that allow the successful execution of the ransomware attack to occur. It's all like kind of the lateral movement, privilege escalation, that kind of stuff. And then, of course, is the ransomware attack itself. So again, this isn't just a ransomware attack. It is all the things that come before the ransomware attack, the things that come after the ransomware attack. It's the actor engaging in the targeting. It is the entire business model. And if you as a defender want to stop this, it is incumbent upon you to understand it in totality and not just think of it as malware. So let's talk about initial access first. And you've heard me talk a little bit about access brokers, but I kind of want to break this one down a bit. Basically, an access broker is an individual or a group of individuals that specialize in gaining access. They'll send botnet or malware tools into infected victims, and their goal in doing that is to collect stolen credentials and device configuration information. They then sell these items on the dark web for a certain amount of money. The amount of money they charge depends on the level of access they achieved. So for example, let's say they stole domain admin credentials. Yeah, that's going to go for a much higher amount of money. Or let's say maybe it's something lower. Maybe they only stole like the admin assistance credentials. Maybe that one doesn't command as big of a price. But again, an access broker specializes in this, and they've really kind of made their kind of the name in the criminal community by really gaining expertise in this focused area. So here are the top 10 sectors that we see being advertised by access brokers. It is very much so a universal threat. As you can see, there's a pretty even distribution across the board. I mean, certainly a lot of emphasis on academic, and I think that is in many ways opportunistic. Government is a big one, probably because of the price tag they can fetch for this. But like I said, this is truly a universal threat, so I wouldn't necessarily consider access brokers like a specialized thing. It's much more kind of like a more, it is part of the larger attack lifecycle, if that makes any sense. So let's talk a little bit about post-exploitation. And the first one I'm going to talk about is what we saw DoppelSpider do in response to the Log4j vulnerability announcement. And what I'm showing here is basically an adversary that we refer to as DoppelSpider rapidly adapting something called DoppelDrydex, which is sort of like a Swiss Army knife type tool. It's like a banking Trojan, but it can also serve as a loader. It has a lot of different capabilities. And the point of this slide is to really talk about the adversary's flexibility in order to take advantage of ongoing and emerging issues like DoppelDrydex and their ability to really kind of shift their operations to take advantage of those new access vectors. Another area worth focusing on is the use of fileless techniques used for both initial access and post-exploitation. Of note, 68% of attacks detected by CrowdStrike did not include malware. So that carries a lot of implications. What that means is that if you are out there and if you are a defender and you are using legacy AV capabilities that rely on detecting hashes or detecting executables, then you are missing 68% of what the adversary is capable of. So you're missing things like the use of compromised credentials or the use of PSExec in order to telnet and work and navigate in between environments remotely. You're missing the ability to understand the adversary's use of native binaries and their ability to manipulate assets native to the machine in order to achieve their objectives, as well as things like PowerShell, RDP, so on and so forth. So again, purpose of this slide is to demonstrate that the adversary is very flexible. They're not just throwing malware at us. They are highly trained individuals. many of which who have pretty well built out hands-on keyboard capabilities. And lastly, we're going to talk a little bit about ransomware execution. We're going to talk about two groups, the first of which being Pci Dss. Pci Dss is a good example of a ransomware as a service actor. I chose to talk about them because they're the ones who have really demonstrated a successful use case around the ransomware as a service business model. One of the ways they've done it is by really focusing on who they recruit, as well as monitoring the performance of the recruits. So for example, Pci Dss has somewhere between, and again, it's hard to guess the exact number, but somewhere between 50 to 100 different affiliates. And with each of these affiliates, they're monitoring performance. And let's say one of them isn't performing well, boom, they can get rid of that affiliate and replace that individual with an individual who's more well qualified. They're also able to provide centralized support, centralized updates to the ransomware capabilities. So it's kind of like a software as a service business model. Like they've literally created an entire business around allowing others to use ransomware. Another actor we're going to talk about is one of the most well-organized ones, which is referred to as WizardSpider. WizardSpider is by far the most successful e-crime actor in human history. In 2020, they made $150 million. And last year, they were able to pull off several huge ransomware attacks, constituting in the high single digits as well as like the low double digits. But again, very successful actor. And one of the ways that they've been able to do this is by organizing themselves as a business. They have a CEO. They have different types of business units, all of the business units specializing in different areas. They also have a variety of different capabilities organic to their operation. So not only do they have ransomware, but they have loaders, they have data stealers, they have botnets, they have initial access capabilities, they have banking trojans. Literally, they have a whole gambit of capabilities to them. I will often use the term state caliber, a nation state caliber e-crime actor, and these guys definitely constitute what I mean when I say that one. They even have something called a proprietary multi-AV engine, where they will run your machine scans through 30 different antivirus engines in order to determine the best tool to use to attack you. So again, they're using very advanced capabilities. These individuals are highly trained. They're paid very well. They have a lot of technical knowledge. It is not sufficient enough just to think of this from a malware perspective, and that's why we're talking about this holistic life cycle. So moving on, I'm going to present a solution around how to think of zero trust from the CrowdStrike perspective. And I know everyone out there is probably rolling their eyes like, oh, another zero trust pitch. But here's the difference here. This zero trust strategy that I'm going to propose to you isn't just it's not a buzzword. It is a philosophy. And here's what CrowdStrike's philosophy is. At the center of the world is data. And the purpose of the cybersecurity profession is to protect that data. And when we think about the data that we protect, we think of how it transits between people, endpoint devices, workloads and servers, as well as your extended networking applications. And our job as cybersecurity professionals is to protect that data. And when we think about the zero trust philosophy, it is basically thinking of yourself as thinking of your organization from a layered defensive strategy point of view. At the outermost layer is the adversary. And with that layer, we want to use threat intelligence to understand them. Before the adversary ever gets to us, it is our job as cybersecurity professionals to understand what they are capable of so we can start preparing prior to their arrival. And then once they do arrive and once they try to compromise our identities, we want to be able to protect those identities using an identity and access management solution. And then let's say they were to challenge our authorization. Like let's say they were to get in and compromise certain types of servers or endpoints. We want to be able to challenge their authorization so that let's say the individual were to defeat multi-factor authentication, we would still be able to defeat their capacity to engage in unallowed behaviors on different types of servers and endpoints. Or from a prevention and visibility standpoint, we want to be able to have those prevention capabilities on our servers and endpoint devices. We also want to be able to protect our cloud devices, and that's what really applies to the extended network and applications piece. From a vulnerability management perspective, let's say there's vulnerabilities within those applications or those workloads and servers and endpoint devices. Whether they're vulnerable operating system or vulnerable applications, we want to be able to remediate those vulnerabilities. The next one is thinking about, and for some reason this is not progressing forward. The next one is thinking about how we protect data. And for the way that we do that at CrowdStrike is from a Humio perspective. That allows us to log data so that we can go back in time and look for anomalies. Or what if the adversary were to get into the environment? With this, we would want to be able to use threat hunting capabilities for that last line of defense. And lastly, if the adversary were to somehow exfiltrate data from the environment, we would want to use data loss prevention capabilities. And what CrowdStrike recently did was we acquired something called Secure Circle. And basically what Secure Circle does is even if the adversary does manage to take the data, it's encrypted if it leaves your environment. So that's all I have. Again, I wanted to talk a little bit about ransomware. I wanted to talk about some of the updates that we're seeing, as well as propose a strategy that I think customers should be thinking through in order to combat this problem. And at this time, I'll take any questions that the audience might have.
All right, Jason. Yeah, that was really thought-provoking stuff. You know, and I just wanted to ask really quickly while I put the poll up here for people who so they can let you know what kind of additional information they'd like about CrowdStrike. You know, when you talked about Wizard Spider, you know, I really like how you described them as nation-state caliber. But you know, you mentioned about the CEO. Is that somebody who's known, or is it like, you know, he has a sort of nom de guerre in you know, in the dark web, or you know, how does that work?
Yeah, so with the CEO, basically there's something in between the CEO and the business units called a consigliere, which is a term that I literally only learned like 2 months ago. But basically a consigliere in the world of mafioso stuff is kind of like the in-between guy. Yep. So yeah, they use a consigliere to kind of conceal the identity. And as of now, no one in the security community, and at least to my knowledge, the intelligence community is aware of this individual's identity.
Gotcha. Yep, the old mob boss, underboss, consigliere, number 3. You know, just from a market level, why do you see, you know, why are victims continuing to pay ransoms both at higher frequencies and higher dollar amounts?
Yeah, I think what this would honestly imply is that the impact and the severity continues to increase. The reason anyone pays a ransom is because the impact of not paying the ransom is higher than the impact of paying the ransom. And what the adversary has successfully managed to do is increase that impact, whether it's through the severity of their targeting practices to include server targeting, therefore allowing the adversary to get to the crown jewels, or it can be the data extortion element that I talked about, to where now it's not just the ransomware, but also the data being exfiltrated. The adversary has managed to not only increase the impact, but also the volume. I mean, there's a kind of a lot that goes into it. The basics of it, though, is that they appear to be maturing at a faster rate than the global community. That's probably the more blunt way to say it. They are growing their capabilities, whether it's in terms of volume or capacity, at a faster rate than the global community. This does not necessarily apply to all customers and all organizations universally, but certainly when you take that global perspective, they appear to be evolving faster than we are, which is why we keep on talking, providing this message from a CrowdStrike standpoint. You know, this isn't just about CrowdStrike. This isn't just about vendors or customers. Like, again, it's about kind of winning the fight at large. So, yeah, that's kind of my perspective on that one.
Okay. Craig is asking, you know, how effective, in your view, is, you know, some of the social engineering training for employees as far as mitigating some of these attacks?
It is effective, but it is only a single entry vehicle. So right now we are seeing 4 primary entry vehicles into a customer environment. Phishing and social engineering is certainly one of them. Contrary to the belief of many, it is no longer the most prevalent one. The most prevalent one we are seeing now is the compromise of an individual's identity. In fact, Crystal D has actually asked a question: how do you protect yourself if and when you lose your credentials? Yeah, that's a very big challenge, right? Part of the challenge, again, this goes back to COVID-19. What happened? Suddenly we're all working from home, which means that the perimeter is no longer the firewall. The perimeter is actually your username and your password. So if your username and password are the only things it takes to get into your environment, that sounds like a lot of trouble. That's what happened to Colonial Pipeline. Literally just one compromised username and password led to the shutdown of 50% of the oil and gas of the United States. So again, there's social engineering, there's compromised identities, there's vulnerability exploitation. That's another huge one. And, you know, whether it's Log4j or Microsoft Exchange or SolarWinds, the adversary has demonstrated a huge flexibility in their capacity to compromise these vulnerabilities. And then the last of the 4 would be access brokers. And I discussed that one during the brief. So that's kind of the challenge that we face, right? Like, honestly, even as recent as like 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, yeah, phishing, social engineering, that was the top one. But the adversary has rapidly adapted, and now it's only one of 4, and not even the most prevalent of the 4. So I guess to answer Craig's question, it's effective, but it's not the complete answer.
Gotcha. Okay, super. We probably have time for one more. We have a question from Ken. He's asking, what does the CrowdStrike app or apps look like? What exactly are you sort of installing or accessing online? What are you getting with CrowdStrike?
Yeah, so here's the basic premise of CrowdStrike relative to every other vendor that I'm personally aware of. CrowdStrike is a single sensor, a single application that will allow you to perform, at the moment, over 22 different functions. Whereas most other vendors, you have to install a separate application, a separate sensor, a separate appliance in order to perform 22 or whatever amount of different functions. The problem with cybersecurity is it is becoming increasingly complex. Your firewall, AV, EDR, IDS, IPS, SIM, vulnerability management, so on and so forth, right? There are like a million different functions in cybersecurity. The majority of the world, in order to fulfill these over 20, 30 different functions, are literally using 20 to 30 different vendors. That sounds extremely complex to me. Again, just kind of looking at it from a broad picture point of view, right? Managing 20 to 30 different things that all look different, that all operate different, that all have different problems, different solutions, and also that, by the way, don't necessarily talk to each other very well. And that's the other problem in the vendor space. Vendors are competing with each other, so they're not necessarily incentivized to always play nice. So when you have 20, 30 different things that all look different, well, yeah, that sounds very hard to manage. CrowdStrike does the exact opposite. We give you a single thing that does 20 to 30 different functions, which makes it not only a lot easier for you to manage, but also the interoperability between the different modules is a much more tenable process. It's a much more manageable process. It allows you to actually, basically it works. That's kind of the way to think of it. It is a single interface that does a lot of different things. So Ken, I would encourage you to contact your CrowdStrike rep if you're interested in having that conversation and diving deeper. But yeah, truly it is the simplicity of CrowdStrike that separates us from all other vendors that I'm aware of.
All right. Well, tremendous. We're up on time, Jason, but thank you so much for coming on and giving that really, really interesting presentation and bringing us up to speed on CrowdStrike.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
And with that, let's move on to our next prize drawing. So this is our second to last $500 Amazon gift card, and this one goes to Pamela Craven of Virginia. So congratulations to Pamela. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware MegaCast, and our next session comes from Illumio. And presenting for Illumio is Nathaniel Iverson, Chief Evangelist. Nathaniel, welcome.
Hey, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you so much. It's just wonderful to be here in all of your company and following such an excellent presentation as our friends at CrowdStrike, who are definitely doing good work in the world. Here at Illumio, we've taken it as our mission to help people to identify and contain ransomware quickly. And so what I want to do is spend just a moment kind of unpacking that with you and just kind of saying, perhaps to start, the very obvious thing that ransomware is only a problem when a certain specific chain of events happens. The first thing is that detection fails and something is compromised. The number of places that are getting compromised with no detection is practically zero. And yet, at some point, if that detection fails and something is compromised, then another thing has to occur before it's a problem. It actually has to move laterally inside the environment. If only one thing is compromised, that wouldn't normally be very much of a ransomware or even a malware problem. It would be annoying, perhaps, but probably not catastrophic in the way that we see in the news. And ultimately, that's only possible because there's been some amount of segmentation or internal control that's not present. And that may be fairly obvious, but then ultimately that leads to the actual problem that makes the news or that causes us to have big problems, and that is that high-value assets are compromised with catastrophic results. And if we were to think about that in simple pictorial terms, what's the truth is that if you could actually stop lateral movement, you could actually stop ransomware even if an infection, heaven forbid, took hold inside your environment. So if something is actually starting in the environment and then it has to spider web its way out across the thing, if instead we could look at some best practices of how do you stop that? How do you actually keep that spider web from going out across the environment? And we think that there are several kind of best practices that help an organization to protect against ransomware. First would be to have visibility into the assets and the communication. In other words, all ransomware has to follow existing paths. There's got to be a way and a protocol that it can exploit with some kind of a receiver at the other end that will listen to the malicious communication that can be compromised. And so, first of all, knowing what those things are is important. And that would lead immediately to, well, why don't we close the things that don't need to be open? And if we do that, then couldn't we put our monitoring and all of our detection apparatus on things then that are the residual leftover risk and not have as many false positives and things like that? And ultimately, this would allow us to really see what's anomalous inside an environment and maybe even to do some interesting things like being able to set up emergency containment switches and things of the sort. So as we go, we're going to come back and kind of illustrate how some of these best practices actually play out inside the real world. Here at Illumio, when we've tried to assist customers and prospects to address the risk that they have against the kinds of malware and ransomware that make the news, everybody is starting, first of all, with risk-based visibility, because it's ultimately the anchor for any successful segmentation project. And the interesting thing is if you hand somebody, anybody inside your IT department, a very clear map or picture, perhaps like the one shown on screen, where you can see exactly what the communications are within every app, what are the communications from that app to other apps, and then you're able to, kind of see what's going on. The same thing happens universally. All of a sudden, everybody inside IT knows exactly what's going on. Everybody can correctly see what the actual exposure of the application is and agree on what the best steps are to remediate it. And so this kind of data equips everybody from the SOC all the way through the application owner, the network team, and even managerial staff. Because the interesting thing is if you can understand the risk, and you can prioritize what you want to do, it helps everybody to get aligned and on the same page. So if you had that visibility and you could see exactly what was going on, most organizations would want to know, are there simple things that I can do that would either contain ransomware or prevent it from spreading inside the first place? And one of the best ways to do that, of course, would be to know which ports actually matter more. In other words, where do I focus my attention? In any one of our data centers, there are, of course, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, hundreds of millions of flows, depending on the scale of the organization that you're coming from. And so the idea of just knowing all of the ports and all of the protocols by itself is just an overwhelming burden of information. But what if you could correlate data across multiple systems? That you could, for instance, know that a particular system had a certain amount of vulnerabilities as determined maybe by your vulnerability scanner, and then you could combine that information with the reachability information, with the segmentation policy to know how big is the environment that a particular vulnerability is exposed to. And this becomes a very powerful idea for the simple reason that some ports are riskier than others. In other words, there are some ports that are literally exposed to everything inside the data center. These might be things like some of the highly connected ports that are used for core services. After all the machines need to use DNS. All the machines may need to talk to certain management or reporting servers that are doing inventory and are doing performance management and things like that. And so for sure, if some of those ports were compromised, they would have the ability to literally touch most or all of the machines in the data center. Some ports carry actual peer-to-peer traffic. That is, they are ports and protocols that are designed for any-to-any communication. And in fact, many of the most common ransomware attacks specialize in these. Think of all the attacks that use RDP, all the attacks that use the Windows Remote Protocol, or file sharing protocols like SMB. Just with those three, you have almost all of the ransomware that's out there today by statistics. And yet, this idea that any server should talk to any other server is just one that's rarely true in the data center. Usually that's not how the applications actually need to function. And yet, if these ports can be exploited, often by their nature, they enjoy a wide reach inside the data center if other precautions have not been taken. There are also well-known ports. These are certainly things like FTP and certain core services, components of Microsoft and Linux operating systems. Why are they riskier? Well, they've been around a long time, and so there's lots of vulnerabilities known over time. And if they're not absolutely on the latest patches, why, it just may be that there's buried risk in there from some protocol that was first designed 10 or 15 years ago without all of the insight that we might have in this current day. Well, what do we do about this fact that some of these ports are legitimately riskier than others? And that's where the idea of being able to combine information from several systems becomes so powerful. If you can identify the applications that have unnecessary risk and also know which ones are communicating outside the organization, all of a sudden it gets prioritized. So here's how to think about it. Imagine if you could take your vulnerability data, that data that's coming system by system. In other words, I have 5 vulnerabilities on this system. I have 3 on that, 2 severity over here of high and 2 over there of critical. How much do those vulnerabilities matter? Well, it matters based on how many things can connect to them. And that is a factor of what connections do you observe trying to happen in the environment, as well as what is the segmentation policy around those particular vulnerable ports, services, or protocols. And if you were to combine that into a vulnerability exposure score, you would all of a sudden be able to prioritize the exact places that ransomware or malware would be most able to move through the organization, or flipped around, you would prioritize the exact places that you would want to put controls and the exact systems that you'd want to target your limited patching capability. So that leads to, if that's what you get out of visibility, the ability to know exactly where you want to put your effort and where you can get the biggest bang for the buck, how do you get that biggest bang for the buck? Well, you get that, first of all, by blocking the high-risk but unused ports. See, the thing is, in many cases, it's not the case that all the ports that are baked into an operating system should even be available to everything inside the data center. They may not even be used. In others, it's desired that everybody use a jump host instead of RDPing directly to a server, but what if RDP is still open on the machine in ways that are not the jump host? Well, it'd be great to just shrink that attack surface by eliminating the possible communication on commonly abused ports. And what this does is it also gives you the capability to say something new comes out and there's something that nobody knows about. Well, you could instantly control it, of course, across a broad swath of the data center just by acting on high risk and unused ports. The next thing that many of our customers move on to after dealing with kind of their high risk but unused ports is to control administrative access tightly and to limit access to an authorized jump host. In some cases, there's a jump host, but sometimes people use it, sometimes they don't. Do they use it to go to the first system, but then not to the second? And wouldn't it be great to make it so that it simply doesn't work any other way? So you have to use the jump host because any of the systems are just not open on those ports to anything but the jump server. And that mitigates risk, particularly of the things that like to go via some of these administrative protocols. We mentioned how some core services have risk inherent in them just because they touch a lot of things. This is certainly the case with many things connected with Active Directory, with system management and other things. Sometimes systems need to have ports open to accept polling data, but maybe they shouldn't be accepting inbound connections, and so things should flow in a fairly unidirectional way. But these core services, if you can identify them automatically and then control the access so that they're only working in exactly the way possible. A simple example would be DNS. Everybody uses DNS. It's needed for the data center to function at all. But I would wager that in your environment, you probably have 2, 4, 6, 8, some relatively modest number of authorized DNS servers. And it probably is not true that if I plug my laptop in, that anything in the data center should be listening on the DNS port to anything from my laptop. And that's a simple example of how controlling how a core service functions can radically reduce the exposure or the ability of things to move sideways across an environment. Well, if you then progress to thinking about applications and how to best secure an application itself, now we're taking the step of saying, well, what if we carved some of our critical applications out of the environment? And instead of having a perimeter just at the top of the data center, what if we put a zero trust ring or fence just around that actual application to say, for my PCI application, for my patient medical records, for my insurance database, for my manufacturing control systems, can I allow only the communication that's necessary to and from that application? For my Swift banking, can I eliminate any east-west paths that something else could get into this application? And how tightly could I put that ring or that fence around a single application so that only the things that are needful are permitted and literally everything else is denied? And to do all that without breaking any application. Well, it turns out that when you combine these steps, you get an achievable zero trust journey. I think at this day, there's probably no one on this call that actually would say, no, we just don't need that. There's nothing in zero trust that's for me. Instead, it's, wow, I don't know how I would get all the benefits of zero trust. It seems very complicated and hard. And yet, if you think about starting with some visibility to get some situational awareness and know what's going on, to do something simple like block high risk and unused ports. Like, you're not using them. It costs nothing to shut them off. And then to move on to tighten controls around administrative and core services, and then to move into simply placing rings or fences around the critical applications, all of a sudden there's a pathway and a journey that makes getting towards a zero trust destination very believable and happily very achievable. And ultimately, the thing you'll find is that in the unlikely and hopefully never to be experienced event that you actually need to have incident response capabilities, it turns out that these exact same capabilities are the things that you would need in that exact moment. To be able to identify a port that's posing as a threat, to see the traffic and like how it varies from, perhaps historical patterns, and then immediately to allow the valid traffic and block all the other traffic. Well, it turns out that what you want before something happens are the exact same capabilities that you want if, again, heaven forbid, something were happening. And so what many of our customers have done is created a policy to close down the things they're not using, and then also to kind of put a policy in reserve, a break glass in case of emergency policy, if you will, that would allow somebody to, at the flick of a switch or a SOAR command, to put a more restrictive segmentation policy in place. You might not want it every day, but if something was going on, what's the first thing you're going to want to do? You're going to want to protect the manufacturing floor, protect the pharmacy. You're going to want to protect the customer database or whatever the critical assets are in your environment. And if you can have those policies pre-positioned and ready to go safely on the side and ready to access in terms of break glass in case of emergency, that turns out to be a very, very powerful idea. Well, an example of someone who experienced this workflow is actually a real estate company. You can see their name here, Investa. And I think very typically for people in our industry, on-premise data center, have cloud adoption, have things happening in multiple places, and like most, did not have clear visibility across exactly how the applications work across all the environments, all the cloud, and all of the things. And so when they took a look at this kind of technology and built on top of the mapping and got to segmentation, you can see what their IT operations manager had to say. That the visual feedback does make it easy to paint a clear, accurate picture of the controls that are in place. For who? For their management. And so it assures them that we know what is talking to what. No one wants the company to be breached, but if that happens, we know that it will be contained. And isn't that the goal at the end of the day? Ultimately, you will be unsurprised to know that this is what Illumio does. We build a map of the environment to deliver this risk-based visibility. We control and contain the ransomware by closing the risky ports and reducing the attack surface. And then we help people to isolate the crown jewels and to contain the unauthorized traffic. We've got some extra assets for you here as part of the event. And so there's an ebook that we've just finished about how to have better cybersecurity beginning with real-time visibility. So if you're on the journey towards zero trust, or you have people looking to increase the cyber resilience of your organization, I think you're going to find this to be a fascinating read. And I would recommend that you grab it right here out of the handout in the Resource Center. And, we, of course, will be standing by to answer some questions and are certainly available after the event via our website and our Salesforce. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for their time and attention. And I think what I want to do is make sure that if we have any questions, that we have a chance to get to those.
Yeah, great. Yeah, really nice presentation, Nathaniel. Appreciate that. And while we do the Q&A, I do want to put up the poll just so everybody can answer about what kinds of resources they'd like to hear about from Illumio. But as I mentioned, we do have some questions here. Bradford is wondering, does the Illumio product require agents on all devices?
Interestingly, it does not. Illumio is a solution that we have agents for places that agents are useful, and we have agentless technology for the places that agents either can't work or aren't the right solution. For example, in the public cloud, there are many places that an agent simply would be impossible to use. And so there's a whole part of our product that just deals with agentless things inside the cloud.
Okay. This next one is they're asking what data sources are needed to get useful visibility, and how hard is it to get going?
Well, that's actually kind of related to the last question, interestingly, about, is there agents and not agents, and how does all that work? What we usually use for the visibility is a combination of connection data, that is information that is about like which ports and sources and destinations are in use. Think of the normal 5-tuple. That's a source of information, connection information. We ingest vulnerability data from vulnerability scanners, Rapid7, Nessus, Tenable, Qualys, all of these kind of things. We also input identity, both from a user perspective as well as from a machine perspective, like the server names and the application names and things like that. So these 4 kind of main inputs, if you will, are what feed the visualizations.
Okay, great. Another question here, and this is related to, you mentioned the agent and agentless, depending on, the environment, what's needed. And this question is about cloud, hybrid deployments. Does this work in those? But what kind of functionality is lost, if any, between the agentless or the agent, or is it this pretty much the same reporting?
It's pretty much the same. Interestingly, in the cloud, it's also a question of what you gain, which is an interesting way, because I think many people think, I'm going to get less if I go to the cloud, and I might be the one to tell you, well, you might get more. The interesting thing is that very often in the cloud, what is true is that organizations have spent a lot of time not only putting systems there, but also putting operational capacity there in the form of scripts and metadata and automation and all of those things. And when used in the cloud, our system will access all of the metadata that's in the cloud to automatically label things and have them show up correctly and automatically map all the back-end services and things like that. So the functionality for us in terms of segmentation is actually identical between the data center and the cloud. And in all of the cases, we basically take advantage of as many data sources as we can to just make it a really rich and straightforward experience.
Great. Hey, here's another question. This one's from David. Interesting question. He says, one of the biggest problems with zero trust with applications is that the vendor or the contractors, the consultants, don't know their application well enough to tell you what's needed for a zero trust configuration. Is there any good way to monitor, to gather the traffic flow, and does Illumio help with, figuring out what's needed for zero trust?
We do. I would say that's probably if somebody actually says, oh, I want to go on the zero trust journey, that's usually the first thing they notice is that actually no one inside the organization knows how a given application works. Not the app owner, not the security team, not the network team, no one. And it's not because anybody's doing a bad job. The application was built by a consultant 5 years ago who no longer is employed and working inside the building. And this happens all the time. And so it is the case that most people do start with that visibility. And that's why us just connecting to a few automated data sources, just speeds things up so dramatically.
Okay. Another question here, they're asking, does Illumio determine the vulnerability exposure score and place the appropriate controls and segmentation, or are humans required to make choices? And then a follow-up on that is, does this process happen in a sandbox test environment, or how does that work?
Yeah, well, it's a great point because, after all, how do you test a firewall rule? Well, you don't. You permit and pray, right? And you just, the rule is right or wrong based on phone rings. And we think that that's kind of not okay in 2022. It wasn't okay 5 years ago, but it's definitely not okay now. And so what happens for us is that we do have a policy engine that can make recommendations. Those recommendations do not automatically take place. We still find that most organizations want to have somebody that represents the firewall rule writing or security controls function to approve those rules or modify them or check them. Now, could you do that and completely automate it with SOAR? Absolutely. But I will tell you, in practice, most people have a help me to the maximum amount, but then let me make the final decision. And so I would say that's the normal mode of operation that most of our customers are doing when you get down to the actual running of code.
Okay. Well, it looks like we're running out of time. Nathaniel, if somebody wants to get started with Illumio or find out more, other than checking off this poll and requesting a specific asset or checking out what's in the handouts, what's a good way to get started?
Well, I would actually go to Illumio.com, which is our website, and look for the bit that says Illumio Experience or try it now. We actually have, you don't have to talk to our salespeople, you don't have to get a phone call, but there's a way for you to go and actually just log directly into some Illumio stuff and play with it yourself. You can see the visibility, you can write some rules, you can see what happens, and you can actually experience it without a whole lot of obligation. That's probably the easiest way for most people to do things. And yes, you can read our PDFs and things like that, but man, just poke it with a stick and see if it's something for you.
Poke it with a stick. I like it. All right. Well, Nathaniel, thanks so much for coming on. It's always a pleasure to have you on and to hear about Illumio. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've had a great time.
Great. Okay. Well, that brings us to our final prize drawing of the day. So the winner of our final $500 Amazon gift card is Larry Horvat of Ohio. And the winner of our fifth and final grand prize, that's the Apple iPhone 13 Pro in the color of your choice, is Joshua Ito from Virginia. So congratulations to Larry, Joshua, and all of our winners today. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. And as we wrap up today's event, I do want to remind you to check out the 10 on Tech podcast. You know, lots of great content there in very digestible chunks. It's a great place to get up to speed. Also want to mention that if you attended and you know, you've got a solution that you think would be great in, you know, in a MegaCast like this or in an EcoCast, you know, please reach out. We'd love to hear from you at connect@actualtechmedia.com, and we can take the next steps there. Finally, I want to mention that there's an EcoCast coming up on Thursday, Surveying the Modern Networking Landscape. So check that out. We've got some more great solution providers coming on to talk about some amazing and innovative technologies in the networking field. So, you know, do sign up for that. And with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to thank all of our presenters today for putting together such great presentations and demos and, you know, sitting in for the Q&A insights. I want to thank all of our participants for making this event possible. That was KnowBe4, Zerto, TierPoint, Sophos, Metallic, Rubrik, Synology, Druva, Caston by Veeam, Nasuni, Gigamon, CrowdStrike, and Illumio. And finally, last but not least, we'd like to thank all of you for attending today's MegaCast from Actual Tech Media and for all of your great questions. That concludes today's event. Have a great rest of your day.